welcome to the one, the only, the voice of Centrepod, Mr. John Price. Good morning.
Thank you, boys. That's
All right. You can go. You can go now. You can go now. That'll do.
He's great. He said he's called us boys. We're happy with that.
Yeah, I've done my bit now, so I'm off. Thank you for having me, and it's been wonderful. So,
no, you need to say a bit more than that.
We haven't seen any cars yet either, being the slight
oh,
problem.
have I missed that?
You have missed that, mate. Yes, you have.
The incredible thing this morning was leaving home in Kent. Beautiful sunshine. Really, it was like 21 degrees, I think, at 7 o'clock in the morning. And as we drove further north, it got greyer and greyer and greyer. And suddenly, the sun's coming back out again, thank goodness. But I saw some of the racing on YouTube yesterday, and it looked very good. I'm very excited about seeing the Cannonball again. We were talking about it just now, which of course really was the thing that I associate with most, because it was, I did the first Cannonball up here, so it's in 1981.
We'll leave the whole story about that weekend, if it's all right, for when that car runs.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot more to it than just that
Yeah,
being your first weekend.
Yeah, it's quite an interesting thing, but that's 41 years ago, and I don't look any different. You guys look terribly old.
I look a lot wider. but no taller. You'll be obvious, obvious to find out. Me and Colin were actually, fun enough, we were both here for that event, even though we looked like whippersnappers.
Yeah,
we were both here. I remember it. I remember the final. I remember the whole.
I do.
The whole thing.
No, but in fairness, you remember everything. And listening to what you were saying on YouTube yesterday, and I'm thinking, how does he remember all that stuff? I don't.
I can't remember. I walked into the kitchen most days, so I don't actually know. I think, like, we're talking to Keith yesterday, we said the same thing, that if something interests you, you tend to remember a lot of it. That's why birthdays and all sorts go right out the window normally. But yeah, when it comes to racing stuff, a lot of it was interesting. My childhood was running home from school on a Friday and coming up here.
Yeah.
And obviously not here. I used to come up with my dad when I was like in single figures, and we used to camp in a tiny little ridge tent, right, two-man ridge tent. You could barely wriggle in, up the top end on that side of the racetrack, over on the spectator side of the track. And we used to get up every single morning, really, really early. I can't even remember what we did for breakfast or anything like that, but we used to come and. That was when they used to have the really old little grandstands.
Yep.
And we used to come down and plonk ourselves there at 7:30 in the morning and just sit there. And I always used to think, why do we do this? And then a couple of hours later, obviously, it was all worth it.
Yeah, but a lot of times I remember you coming up into the commentary box, which of course was the next box along here in those days. So this was where the timing equipment was here. And where the timing equipment is now is where the commentary position was. And you used to come, I've told you this before, but you used to come and sit up here next to me and watch what was going on.
That's right.
My son, also called Daryl, will come up here, sit next to me and just go off to sleep. Seriously, here. How could you go off to sleep here?
But that was at a time when my dad and Colin started doing the video stuff.
Yeah, sure.
So I couldn't go sit in the grandstands on my own at that time, because I was probably 11, I think, something like that. And yeah, I was 11 at the time, so I couldn't go and sit in the grandstands on my own. So the compromise was me, which was quite a nice compromise, was for me to come and sit up here and watch, and that's what I did for, I don't know, about 5 or 6 years.
Yeah, I remember it. Yeah, I do remember that. So
see, you do remember. There's a lot of stuff we were just chatting as well that you think you've forgotten, but you haven't. It hasn't really faded into the background just yet.
Well, let's hope it doesn't, eh? Let's hope we can remember a few things as we go into the Saturday of Dragstalgia. I'm really quite excited about this. I've been here so many times for Dragstalgia, but of course Dragstalgia, get the word right, started after I'd left. So I'm not certain what number Dragstalgia
is. Although we started it 12 years ago, this is number 11. Obviously we missed one in 2020 due to COVID, but yeah, this is the 11th. I've done every single one. I think you've only missed one, but
I
you was
missed
at
one
Goodwood.
because I was at Goodwood.
Yes, right. Yeah.
Although I was good with doing drag racing stuff.
You were, yeah,
showing them how it was done. So it wasn't like I was just whipping it away. That's another great moment from the past as well. Mr. Price was there when I set fire to Lord March's
You were
front
there
lawn.
a couple of weeks ago, weren't you?
No.
Weren't you? No. I thought I saw videos online with the Hemi Underglass wheel stand.
That was a long
Oh,
time
that
ago.
was a long time ago. That was
it looked like
2004.
It looks like somebody posted it as if it was there last weekend.
No.
So yeah, that was a bit of a
Probably
twist.
a
I was
memory.
thinking, yeah.
Yeah, probably a memory, something like that. But no, John was there for Presto, and I set fire to, me and Johnny set fire to Lord March's front lawn. If you do you remember
Well,
that?
I do remember that. The funniest thing for me when you were there for with the Top Fuel Dragster was you had it. I've got two things that stand out in my mind about that.
I know one of them.
Number one was the fact that Lord March said they made all the windows in the house rattle, which I think is quite nice. But then there was Darryl sitting in the car, and there were these two mature gentlemen talking to him, and I could see the sort of the nondescript look on young Darryl's face here. So
I was being polite to them, though. You've got to mention.
So you've got to remember who Darryl has lived for drag racing all of his life.
Yes. Sorry, that was just an interruption. Yes, I didn't realise there was a planned one, but let's go for it. Well, there he is, Ian Maverick Marshall.
Is that it?
Yeah,
Is
that's
that,
gotta
sorry,
be
is that
it.
it? That came out really badly. I know what I meant. I know what I meant. There we go. Looking. That's why you become a cheap starter, isn't it? For moments like that.
Well, we're still waiting for Dave Warren to appear, but
He's probably trying to fit in his dress. He's the other one, isn't he?
yeah. Nicely done, Ian. Well done. So, Custom Car Invitational just to kick things off for today. And in the Kestrel Beer Lane, it's Tom Atkinson. Great to see Tom racing again this weekend. Doing very well last weekend in Sportsman ET. Took it all the way to the final.
In his spare car
In
as
his
well,
spare car, yeah.
basically.
Going alongside Stuart Smith with this phenomenal rat rod. We absolutely love that. Went into the nines yesterday.
Now, John, you remember when... $9.98 again at 131, 11.23 for Tom at 120. Yeah, John, you remember when pro stock cars ran in the tens, I think, didn't you, or thereabouts, about 1981? There were hardly any door cars that ran quicker than tens at the time, weren't there?
Undoubtedly, yeah. And I've said this before. I will tell you about Goodwood a little bit later.
It's all right.
I didn't realise that Mongoose and Maverick were coming in.
There we go.
Yeah, we had a white, somebody brought in a white Camaro at that time. This is back in the early 80s. I have a funny idea, it was Terry Gibbs, and it ran tens, and everybody was so excited with this one car. And now, look, we got a couple of 100Es out there, 300E van in the right-hand lane and 100E in the left, and they're running tens. I mean, it's extraordinary.
They both run tens as well, 128 and 127 miles an hour.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's Troy Bull or Mark Bull. It's one of the Bull lads in that Thames.
Really?
And that was Stuart Flitton that just went through there with a 10.45.
Just to give you an idea what's happening as well, we've got the Invitational, which is for about 10 or 15 minutes now, and then we're back to qualifying. Looks like Gasser Circus, well actually Gasser Circus are coming round very, very shortly. Also awesome to see the Hot Wheels car repaired down here and ready to go.
Massive thanks to Wayne Allman for having all the bits, because Lee's daughter went off to Wayne Allman's workshop last night, a 4-hour round trip to get the bits. In the meantime, Lee had all the back end of the car off and working away on it, and then they had to wait for all the parts to arrive. Worked on it last night, finished it off this morning. Massive job.
So what is the custom car invitational then?
Pretty much what it says, because obviously, as you're aware, custom car has been around in drag racing, or supported drag racing, for pretty much as long as it's been in existence. And it's people submit their vehicles, if you will, for approval to the custom car team,
right?
And that is what grants them an entry into the invitational section of the
so
show.
Is it heads up going to be heads up racing?
It's just effectively run what you brung. It is a show. It's run what you brung. But it's people that obviously want to be part of the event that don't have a class to run in, so they just want to come along and basically have fun. That's what. And
it's good old custom car. Okay, that's how you pronounce it. Good old custom car, because Dave Biggerdike, the editor, is good and old. So
and you know him quite well then, by the sounds of that.
I think I can get away with that. I think so. Anyway.
John, you can get away with anything, because after this weekend you won't be back here again for like another year or thereabouts. So Damien Halliwell and the aforementioned Ain't No Saint Volvo Gasser.
Yeah, that was a major overnight thrash last night. When they got the car back to the pits last night, it was, shall we say, a little bit of doom and gloom. They thought, oh no, we're out for the weekend. They posted on social media that they can't get it fixed, but drag races are drag races, and if there is a way, if there is a will, we'll find it.
Biggest event of the year for anything nostalgia-wise. You're going to try.
That's extraordinary, that car, isn't it? It's a whole new level of the Saint.
Do you know the story? What we're mentioning with regard to it won a worldwide competition to be a new Hot Wheels car.
Wow, that's something, isn't it?
That really is.
Yeah.
Cool. You never know. Maybe the rear end was the missing link that will get him into the nines. He's been oh so close many times.
Oh, that's good.
10.24.
Well, not that far away from a 9. That is superb.
He's run 10 O's with that at 134. That wasn't at 10.82 at 126 in the Auto Club. Yeah, worldwide competition. And just to prove what drag racing family is, what you just said, Colin, it was Wayne Allman's car, stroke pickup, that he beat.
It was,
wasn't it? Yeah.
Just in the UK rounds.
Yeah.
But just to be considered to be worthy of it, because they have loads of applicants, and just to be whittled down to the final 12 in the UK, Wayne was in that as well.
Well, if you think how many, there's got to be an immense amount of cars here this weekend that could be Hot Wheels cars. That's one of them.
Yeah. So it's the Frankenstein Chevy.
this could really be 1960, couldn't it, with that car out there? It's just right as a gasser. Absolutely fantastic.
And that car as well. 1063, that was 123. So this is qualifying for Gasser Circus. Round 2 of qualifying. There's 21 cars, I think, shown this weekend for a 16-car field.
Okay. Well, the car in the left-hand lane is one of the cars that was the big export drive after the Second World War. Okay. We used to sell loads of these to the Americans and Ford Anglias as well. Hence the reason loads of them found their way to the track and became gassers and race cars. So you've got an Austin A40 Devon in the left-hand lane, which is the 4-door version. Yeah, and the Dorset is the 2-door version. And the Chevy Coupe out there of Jason Darling, called Sinister.
So Ryan Martin stays at 5. With a 67 on a 62, 11.25 for Jason Darling, breaks out by 0.15. Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? It is like, I would say it's like being transported back to the 60s, but we never had this many cars on track that ran this quick, like we just said, in the 60s, or 70s for that matter.
Oh, no, of course not, no. Well, this is a new Fordson panel van in the left-hand lane to me. Nick Hewison.
It's new to him as well, I think.
It's a brand new car, is it?
Only just finished. The short fuse in the Kestrel Lane. 10.27, 11.10 for Jason Pickett and the Cherry Bomb.
Whoa! More traction than anticipated.
Just a bit too quick. 11.07 for Jason. And Nick Hewitson in at 15 at the moment. The magic number is 16. Will get to race on race day. Colin, how many more sessions? Is there another 2 sessions today as
That's a good point.
I have to ask him everything because he's the only one that's got eyes that work, right? I can't see this anymore.
Yeah, right. So this is Q2. Then they can take a few hours off because they're the third qualifying session just after 1 o'clock. And then 10 to 4 is Q4. So yeah, they get 4 rounds qualifying.
So another name from the past who used to race fuel cars, Tony Pearson.
Yeah. Just looking at that. Yeah.
In the Kestrel Lane, taking on Martin Hallam. Dials 993. 983 for Martin Hallam. Another 1/10 of a second breakout. Tony Pearson stays 6. A 1/10 of a second.
That's a fabulous shape, though. The 30. I know we've got the Willis Wars, but the 33 Willis always does it for me. It's such a wonderful looking car.
A proper bootlegger-mobile. Funny enough, one of my crew guys from 20 years ago. Down there's a couple of them in Gasser Circus. That's Sean Milsom. Sean and Simon are both in Gasser Circus. Sean Milsom down there and Simon Prest with the Rocket. And yeah, Sean loves winding Simon up, and he got to do it. He got to do it in style yesterday because he had a double A reaction time and he was #1 qualifier.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Up against Adam Kaczynski with the 55. Shawnee a little bit more asleep on the tree today with a .21. 10.02.
Very nice.
Well, Sean is leading the Gasser Circus points, and with runs like that, you can see why.
Well, Knock Back the Bad is Nick Brooke Langham's car, and whether Nick is actually in it, I'm not really certain, but Ray Irish is the man in the right-hand lane. Ray used to run an A40 pickup truck before he moved to the Willis. So,
yeah, apparently Drew Mason is driving Knock Back the Bad this weekend.
Okay.
Nick's having a rest, apparently, whatever.
Well, I'm sure Nick is here.
Oh yeah.
So he was telling me the other day that it's so difficult to watch your car being driven on the strip by somebody else, you know. So
breaks out as well, went 1170 on 1178, just done a little bit too quick.
So Honky Tonky number 2, that's Lee Pike behind the wheel for this weekend with the 912 in the Kestrel lane. Tom Margison, the beautifully painted Tinseltown Hustler. 1068.
It's a show and go car, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful.
I think the vast majority of them are, aren't they? They're outstanding. Whoa.
Well, going for a little bit of a journey there in the left-hand lane, Lee Pike. Still manages a 9.8. But had come off with the gas at the top end.
Yeah, it's been doing that most of the weekend.
Every month.
A wiggle.
Yeah, Tom Margison goes to number 12 with a 1095 on a 68. Expect the field to tighten up a lot as today moves on. Just a very quick explanation. If you haven't seen bracket racing before, the numbers that you see on the board at the top end of the racetrack are their predicted times. They're trying to run as close to them as they can without going too quick. And whoever gets closest at the end of qualifying will be your number 1 qualifier and so on. And that's how we pair them up on race day. This is another car that's been around for some time.
Yeah. Well, Ray Turner and Green Onions. And then, of course, Jason Hollenby, the jumping jalapeno. Jason, as we were saying at the Nostalgia Nationals, used to be the chairman of the NSRA. And the NSRA are very much here in force this weekend.
Jason Hollenby doesn't get in because he breaks out, and so does Ray Turner. Right, it is Simon Pressdale's 11.06 this morning. He was kicking himself last night for missing the dial-in slightly because
Simon is the man with the toys, wasn't he?
Yes,
that was Simon.
The man with the toys.
Yeah, he used to sell toys, didn't he?
Yes,
yeah. It was his living.
Him and Sean also used to strap me into the fuel car and have a competition to see who can break my ribs as well. So any chance I get to wind them up, I do. But anyway, Simon at the moment looking for 11.06 in the Auto Glim Lane, taking on Billy Jones, who's number 4. Anything within a few hundredths will get Simon set fair probably to be in the show, but when you've got more cars than spots.
Yeah.
Nicely done in both lanes. 005 for Billy and an 032 for Simon. We'll be very happy with that. 1098 breaks out again. And Billy Jones breaks out too. 1049. So this car has been, again, another car that's been around for how long, do you think?
Oh, yeah. I think it was running when I left here. So 14 years at least. Honky Tonky number 1, I guess. We've got all of the tri-Chevys here, haven't we, this weekend? We've got 55s, 56s, and 57s. They did have a club of their own at one time, the Tri-Chevy Club. I don't know whether that's possibly very much still around.
They actually had an eliminator a couple of times as well. They had various hot rod events.
Yeah.
So Steve Matthews behind the wheel today in the Auto Glim Lane, taking on Katie Booth with the Mighty Mouse.
Oh, beautiful run, 9.7. Beautiful.
Well, they both stay put at number 2 and 3. Katie breaks out slightly. Still 2 very good side-by-side fronts.
I did it sideways. So here's an A40 pickup truck, very reminiscent of the one that Ray Irish used to drive. May even be Ray's old one, I don't know. But called Straight Shooter, which of course was the Turner's name, wasn't it? For their race car originally, which was a Jag-powered altered.
They had a number of them, didn't they? Yeah, but
well,
that was the first one.
Just remember one, I think.
Okay.
But it certainly was in the days of Jaguar straight 6 engines.
So 11.35 is what Brian Gibson's looking for. 11.55 for Simon. 34 with a 2. Heartbreakingly close, I think. Feed him more before he gets in the car. That will slow him down a bit.
Right, that's the end of Gas Circus. We now move on to session number 2 of Nostalgia Superstock. 50 cars.
Yeah, I remember you saying
yesterday.
I think you were just about to go out and get some food and water for the journey, weren't you? There was 56 of them.
Yeah.
How did it go? Did it all go well?
Yeah. So 50 of them put numbers on the board yesterday. We know there's 2 broken in the pits. Well, 1 broke before he got here, 1 broke in the pit. So we're down potentially to 55. We hope that the 5 missing cars from yesterday that may have been late arrivals be racing today. So 15 of the 50 broke out, and 7 of those broke out by less than 100 yesterday. First up then, Clive Dandridge and Pete Christmas. Clive looking for 12.69, Pete looking for 11.30. Oh, no, see, this is where you can see big moves. Look at that. Pete Christmas, 39 up to 7. Clive Dandridge, running a 71, moves up to number 5 from 49. That's a big move.
So what is it, a 64 car field?
It was a 64 car ladder, yeah.
Wow. So that's 6 rounds of elimination to win the trophy.
Interesting, though.
Yeah. Unbelievable, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right, Dan Williams broke out by 0.004 on his run yesterday. He dials in 9.88 with the Chevelle. He's currently number 37. Stuart Arthur with a Roadrunner, he dials in 13.17. He's currently 28th.
That Roadrunner is in beautiful condition, isn't it, eh?
Show quality.
Really does look wonderful.
Right, come on, Dan. Oh, look at that, 9.89. He's going to move from 37 up to number 4. Stuart Arthur, 28 to 24. He runs a 13.38.
Do you know something? I was having a quick workout yesterday. How many, with 56 cars, how many millions of pounds worth of metal is just in that one class?
Yeah, immense. Right, Pete Dodd and Nick Martin is the Metamorphosis Camaro of Pete Dodd, dialing in a 9.14. Nick Martin with the Downtown Duster, 13.69. As I say, forget about the qualifying order yesterday to sort out 1 to 50. It's all going to move around today immensely. It's going to really bunch up as well.
What's the most prolific car in amongst...
Plymouth.
It is it?
Don't even need to look.
No, yeah, it is.
So many Plymouths.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable. Okay. And I think second will be Dodge. So Pete Dodd breaks out by less than 100. And Nick Martin goes 13.82, so he's on the right side, 28 up to 18. But Pete Dodd goes 9.13 with a 4 on a 9.14 dial.
So this is Jack Bishop in the right-hand lane with his
the
Barracuda.
Young lad. Not so young, Simon Rickwood. You don't mind me saying that. They're all good friends at the end of the day. What
you should have said was, I hope he doesn't mind me saying that. Just to be on the safe side.
Fair enough. Simon Rickwood dialing in 9.78 with the Bossa Nova. Jack dialing in 9.80 with the Barracuda. Jack, a former Lifestyle Nostalgia Superstock champion. Let's not forget, he's taken the Lifestyle Championship before.
With one of the quicker cars in the class as well. Couple of wheels up launches in both lanes. No prizes for guessing who left the line first. 987, 979. Simon Rickwood though, all the way to number 5. 100th of a second off.
Right, the new entry this season, Connor Hall with the Barracuda. And it's Gary Cork with that beautiful Coronet, the Super B. Dialing in 11.60, Connor 13.60.
See, John, you do a lot of, like, obviously you alluded to, you do a lot of car shows and stuff like that.
I do.
Now again, the vast majority of vehicles, especially one like that Coronet, would look out of place at any car show and probably win a prize as well. Yeah.
I'm sure a lot of them do turn up. The NSRA have got their big event of the year. It's the NSRA's 50th anniversary this year. And Old Walden, Bedfordshire, you know where they keep the Shuttleworth collection, is where we'll be going. I think it's the second weekend in August. I will check that.
I was going to come.
Well, come.
But I'm up here working.
Oh, what a shame. What a shame.
But I was all lined up to do that.
It's a fabulous event. It really is a fabulous event. Gets absolutely rammed.
Oh, yeah.
It's called the Super Nationals. And really, it is the biggest of the shows in the UK now.
Yeah, that's why I want to do it, and it's not that far from me either. So,
No. No.
yeah.
Well, I should think there's probably quite a few cars here today actually racing. There may well be part of
Yeah,
it.
oh, I'm sure you're right. I'm sure you're right. In fact, I know you're right. So
Chris Laram and Neil Francis. 200ths of a second too quick, and Neil Francis stays at 21 with a 38 on a 25.
that's sorry interrupting
No,
you.
no, not at all.
Just seeing that Falcon there, which was in lovely nick. There's more of those around now.
Yeah.
Ford Falcons. They seem to have become very much a now motor car. You know, they've been around naturally for years, but people are now taking them under their wing and racing them and
Taking a Falcon under their wing.
Sorry,
Did
yeah.
you- did
Didn't
you,
mean
uh,
to. You
you
saw
work-
what I did there, didn't you?
Unfortunately, yes.
Yes.
Right, so it's Stu Downey and Andy Bosworth. I think an awful lot of this as well is that a lot of people have started racing or coming out and running the cars that they would just have in their garage. Andy Bosworth goes up to number 16 with a 1036 and a 1029.
So is this Bob Doyney's son,
It is,
Stuart
yeah.
Doyney?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it is
Oh,
indeed.
okay. All right.
Stu normally, well, has to now. He raced in Supercom, Supergas. He sold the car to Iceland, would you believe?
To Iceland?
Yes.
What, as a fridge?
Apparently so. Yeah, he's actually out there racing in Iceland. That's where the Vauxhall went.
I'm trying to think what Bob used. Was it a Ford Pop?
It was.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right. It was a Ford Pop.
Yeah.
1209 for 1204.
Getting
Darling, well
quicker.
done, Stu. He's getting there.
See, again, a car like this in the 70s or 80s would have just been. I mean, it's not jaw-dropping now. It's not that it's not jaw-dropping now, but it would have been exceptional to see something like that. There was such only a handful of cars like that about, weren't there?
Well, Sylvia Houses was one, wasn't it? The Charger.
That's right.
And Jeff Hauser had the Mopar Missile, which was that was a Challenger, I think,
so,
rather
yeah.
than a Charger.
So Gary Semper does not improve, stays 18. Pete Wiseman hadn't got a number on the board. That's one car we didn't see
So I
from
think we're up to
yesterday.
52 now. Oh, 51, sorry.
So Chris Ticehurst, or Ticehurst, not Ticehurst, sorry. Ticehurst is a place in East Sussex. In the Auto Gimlane, 1252, and Ash Rawson. Kermit the Duster. I wonder why on earth it could be called Kermit. In the Kestrel Lane. Well, Chris Ticehurst does another wiggle. $10.39 for Ash Rawson. That's going to help a lot. Moves him up to number 9. Chris Ticehurst goes back one spot. See, the racing is so good, you don't even get a chance to breathe or mostly talk through it.
No, another interesting thing is the number of cars now that do the wheels up launch. That used to be a sort of like, oh my goodness moment, you know? But now it's nearly every other car
No,
does it.
they tune them to do the wheelies, and obviously by adjusting the height of the wheelie bars, a lot of them have what they call cow tracks on them. It's all set for like the weight transfer to give them the best forward motion that they can possibly get.
Yeah.
So, Don Scott's Kestrel Lane with the spare car. A very good morning to Yvonne, who's unfortunately crutched up in the pits as opposed to out here watching on the start line. Hope you're enjoying yourself, even though you're just over there. Taking on Jake Cawthorne, who's number 1 qualifier. I think we're looking for Don Scott's neck
Don
brace.
Scott's dial
by
it.
the look of
No, was it neck brace? Sorry.
Neck brace, yeah.
I mean, it's
all
so
right,
good
the
that
signal
Don
looks very similar to shut it off, doesn't it?
Yeah, very much so. It is so good that Don has got a spare car. I don't know what the state of play is with the Superbird at the moment, but hopefully he'll get that all fixed and we get to see that car back at the track fairly soon. So anyway, number 1 qualifier at the moment is Jake Cawthorne. He went 11.75 yesterday. He's looking for an 11.68 on this run. Now, air is better this morning than it was yesterday. It's no headwind today, but then it's not really much of a tailwind either. And Jake goes 11.89. No movement for him, obviously. Don Scott, 1392. He's going to stay number 34.
Go on.
Right, next up.
What are you kicking at?
Sorry, I pressed the wrong button on my PA switched you off instead of me.
Yeah,
done that before. James Sweeney and Neve Smith. Now then, the satellite against the Fairlane. James Sweeney is currently in the number 46 spot, and if he doesn't break out, he's going to climb quite a few spots. Neve currently number 39 with the Fairlane.
See what you mean about the number of Plymouths that you've got coming through here.
Seems to be the poison of choice.
Yeah. And that moves very nicely as well, doesn't it?
10:51. Now watch this. 46.2. Number 6. It just climbed 40 spots. Oh, brilliant stuff.
Oh, another name and type of car that's been around a long while. The Bilodeau name has been around in drag racing for many years.
Yeah.
Again, see, I mean, if you sort of squint and forget you're in the UK, this could be anywhere in the US.
Yeah, you're so right. Yeah, yeah.
Especially that Roadrunner, John Davidson, with the Soper and Heck Roadrunner in the Kestrel lane, running 10 point or dialing 10.40, 978 for the Yorkshire Heavy. What were you saying about wheel stands?
Yep.
Well, Dodge and Plymouth.
Oh, dear
good
me.
one.
That has got to be the biggest move ever.
Yeah.
48 to number 1.
Wow. Well done, Dave Bilodeau. That's absolutely superb. Dave really was the man who started all this super stocks stuff off with up in York Raceway, as
Melbourne,
it was
yeah,
then.
that's right.
Melbourne. And Dave, and just trying to think of some of the other names that were there right at the outset. But
Well, Pete Wiseman was one of the earlier ones, wasn't he?
Don Scott's out, but he does the organisation
Yeah,
now.
yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah, he does, yeah.
Yeah.
Right, another one that could climb, 47 to, let's see, James Oliver with the Pontiac. Not many Pontiacs, I must admit, in Nostalgia Superstock, but this one's rather good. Darling in 920, going alongside Glenda Thompson, 1425.
See how far the wheels go?
wow.
The other thing you notice as well is they've got new shocks on these cars these days. So when they land, they don't bounce. They just land perfectly no matter what. That's a big move.
That's a great run.
Yeah, 47 to number 10 for Ollie.
Yeah. Wow.
29 to 30 for Glenda.
And a
And
break.
just so as I'm aware, with this super stocks, is that heads up racing, or do
No,
they?
it's all
it's all
dial-in.
ET dial-ins,
Yeah.
is it?
But these are, what do they call them? They're not back halved cars at all. They've all got leaf spring suspension, no power adders at all, and they have to run between 8.8 and 14.99 to qualify for the class.
But then they dial in their own.
They dial in,
Yeah.
right.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Spencer Tran with Quantum Leap number 3, the Camaro, and Paul Singer with an Oster. Now Spencer is number 50. Where's he going to go? He's going to climb. So 50 to number 10. But Paul Singer, 31 to number 3, 1237 with a 7. Oh, I told you it'd be moving around a lot.
Absolutely incredible. This is.
I would say it's not like the old days, because the old days wasn't this competitive. Not quite with this amount of cars and, well, the ETs and the sheer numbers.
Shelby Watts and Glyn Bourman. It's the Watts Speed Shop pairing this time round. Now, we normally see Shelby drive the Pinto, but no, she's in the Dodge. Not going exactly to plan, but Glyn Bourman settling in beautifully into the Oldsmobile. 998 is the dial, goes 10 flat. He'll move up a little bit. He had a pretty decent run yesterday. Oh, he goes number 10.
And Shelby's
Right, let's have a
taking
look. Number 20 gets you 06. The top 26 are within a tenth of their dial at the moment.
And what's amazing is if you look over your left-hand shoulder behind the tower, there's still loads of them.
Yeah.
It's not stopping. It's just not stopping. Tim Stanbury in the Mustang in the Kestrel Lane, 10:53. I think he bought this car in California and actually ran it at Bakersfield before he brought it back to the UK. Taking on John Hurahan with the Camaro, 12.99 for that incredibly stock-looking car.
Well,
Nice
Mustang's
wheel,
nice, isn't it? That's a real early 64, 65, 66 Mustang.
You used to have a Mustang, didn't you?
I did. It was 67.
Oh, okay. Tim goes too quick. 600 too quick. And John stays at number 44.
All right, next one up for the Williams brothers, it's Nick. He's currently number 50. Dave Simcock, number 4 for the Watts Speed Shop. So Nick Darling in 10.89. Resolutely stuck in the 11s last weekend, but different meeting.
Beautiful paint scheme on the Camaro in the right-hand lane. That really
That's the
suits
original
car.
colour.
Is it?
Original colour.
Yeah. Oh, it really looks good.
It's called Forest Green.
He did that purposely to match the start line crew. You know that?
10.22 breakout. Nick, 92 and 89. He moves up from 50 to 14. Nick bought that Camaro off the US Air Force base guy, and it was painted white. And Nick had an idea of doing it wherever he wanted, sort of thing. But when they started taking the white paint off, they found the original colour underneath. And he goes, "Do you know what? I'm going to paint it original." So, because all the rest of the car was numbers matching, so that's what he did.
So if he bought it from a US Air Force guy, my stupid analogy of matching
yeah.
the guys on the start line might not be so stupid.
No.
There you are.
So Kiwi and Phil Stillwell. Kiwi looking for a 980. Phil looking for a 13 flat. These two are 27 and 38 at the moment. Kiwi goes 89. He'll move nowhere. Phil Stillwell goes 12.93. Breakout. Victory. And still they keep coming.
And there's still a queue of them round there as well.
Mick Sharp with the Detroit Hustler. That is a great looking car. Darling 10 flat. And Duncan Watts 9.50 with the Challenger.
I think the paint jobs on both cars are worth more than my car. Just the paintwork, because they're just
perfect, aren't they?
immaculately nice. Yeah, so 950 for Duncan, one of the quicker cars in the class, although Mick Sharp's not far behind, but a 10 flat.
Number 6 for Duncan Watts there. Mick Sharp moves up as well. He goes 35, but 9.51 on a 50 dial for Duncan Watts. It's making it very interesting at the sharp end of the ladder.
I've got to say, the racing is going to be unbelievable with them all being so tight on their dialed-in times.
And we're only halfway through session 2 as well. It's not like, we've still got a way to go yet.
Jim Smith and Richard Granger, two stalwarts of the class, if I'm allowed to say that. 11.10 and 11.80 on the dial-ins. Dodge and Plymouth once again. Apologies if I keep repeating that, but it's what we got. Right, Jim goes 11.56. Oh, Richard Granger, 41 to number 3 with that one. 11.80 with the 6 on 11.80. God, they're good, aren't they?
Not bad at all.
Oh,
See,
this is rare. Pair of Chevys.
Yeah, I'm just Chevrolet.
What we were saying a few events ago, basically, at Door Slammers, that's why we were amazed that more of these cars didn't enter for Door Slammers, because obviously there's big money to win, and they're so good. So good at bracket racing.
Yeah.
Well, Lee Charles has done the perfect thing. He won it Door Slammers Saturday this year, and he's a nostalgia superstock racer. Maybe the others will take note. Let's have a look there. Guy King, Darling 10.14, Chris Goodale 10.26. These two actually live about, what, 5 miles apart in Norfolk?
So they own farms next to each
19 and 54. Guy King stays 17. Chris Goodale moves up from 47 to 39. No, Guy King owns Norfolk.
That's what I meant, because I know he's got a bit of space going on.
Not much.
Yeah, yeah, that's what I mean. They're 5 miles apart, but they're next door neighbours.
Right, Bob Terrell and Howard Holmes. Now, Rob, 48. He was probably 20th coming in today, but because of everybody's improvements, he slipped back. Going alongside Howard Holmes with the Dodge Coronet.
That was the name that I was trying to remember. The Holmes family were also with the Billardoos
right, yeah.
at the commencement of all of this years ago. So when I was working up at York Raceway, would have been late 80s, early 90s, and I think that's when it all sort of kicked off. They've got some quick cars in here, haven't they?
10.27 for Rob. He's going to move up to 22. Howard stays 6. He runs a 12.04 and 11.78. All right, next up.
Oh, I might pop down and see that. It's for sale, the El Camino. It's exactly the same. I would think it's a 76. It looks very similar to the one I had, which I bought off of Dave Gibbons' crew chief. No, I didn't buy it. I swapped it for my Pontiac Firebird. That was it. My Firebird wouldn't tow my trailer. So the good old Chevrolet El Camino was a very quick way of transporting one's equipment around the country.
Right, so we think this could be the quickest car in class. Gary Carr looking for a 9.03 with the Chevelle, and Paul Smale with the El Camino. Oh, nice launch for Gary. That's hooked up and gone well. So these two are 39 and 50 at the moment. Gary goes 9.08, that's a move up. Paul Smale goes 12.83, so Gary moves up from 39 to 19. Paul moves up 50 to 35. All right, Adam Novak and Adrian Portelli.
Again, cracking looking cars, aren't they?
Oh, just
If you're into your nostalgia cars, this is the class for you. Absolutely fabulous. Just I can just sit here and listen to you two boys talk. And, no, okay.
Well, I'm going to go home and get the car. I want to play.
Yeah. I'm surprised you're not doing that.
I don't want to get beaten by them all. All right, so Adam Novak and Adrian Portelli, 10.7 compared. Let's see what they've got. Oh, Adam Novak, he runs a 100th off. He's only number 11. Adrian Portelli, 300ths off. He moves up to 17.
So close, so close. So here's a 67, 68 Mustang, left-hand lane, notchback.
68, I believe, on that one.
Is it?
Dan Sanderson, that's a new name to us in Nostalgia Superstock this weekend. Great to have new people. As is actually Phil Hobson. He's got old Scatterbolts. It used to be Glyn Boardman's car. Glyn obviously ran the Oldsmobile now.
Breaking news, we've run out of Nostalgia Superstockers. We've got one left.
And they've got one more qualifier today, have they, these guys? Is that what you were
two,
saying?
I think.
Two. Another
And
two.
and elimination round one.
Oh, okay.
So 12.13, no help for Phil. Dan moves up to 21 with that run of 13.79. So last car in Nostalgia Superstock is Ty Strevitt, who hasn't put in a run yet. Also, if he's listening in...
Well, it's 41.
Oh, beg your pardon, sorry, missed that bit. Big congratulations to Pete Grange, who put in, I think, one run yesterday. And unfortunately, he busted something. I think it was a water pump off the top of my head. But sadly, he's done for the weekend. So go on, before the screen changes, see how many we've had.
12.84 for Ty Strevitt. Right, top 20 is 0.4. Top 33 are within a 10th. 51 cars in the class.
That is extraordinary. How many? 33?
33 are within a 10th.
In a tenth of one another. That's what I was saying. When the racing comes along,
Yeah.
it's going to be really exciting.
And that's only 2 runs in as well. That's
Yeah.
not
Two
like
more to go. 2 more
Wow.
to go.
Yeah, very,
Well,
very good.
The only thing is that they're all going to qualify, so they don't have that. They don't have that nerviness.
Yes,
if you
that's
like.
true.
Great class, though. What
Oh,
a class.
Do you know, it was actually fun. It was almost a bit of a role reversal from like 40 years ago, where you sitting there watching out the window going, wow, and me talking. Well, that's what it was the other way round, wasn't it? 40 years ago,
Yeah.
I was sitting there going, "Wow, you were sitting there talking."
Yeah, but it's a wow day.
It's definitely one of those. So we got old school stockers coming up shortly.
So it's Paul Brown driving this, isn't it?
It normally is, yes.
Yeah. He's just become a daddy,
Yes, it is Paul, because I've just seen Steve walk out the front there.
and his mum and dad, Paul Brown's mum and dad, are steeped in hot rodding,
Oh boy, are they!
and came up and showed us photographs of their grandchild when we were at an event a couple of weeks ago. A week ago.
Actually, they don't live far from our warden. Actually, I think they live in Bedford, don't they?
Yeah. It's something with Dave. I think either his brother or his brother-in-law. I'm not too certain, but they run an aeroplane technical factory or whatever, keeping old planes flying and that sort of thing. So, very, very clinical premises, as I understand it. But this is Paul with a passenger. Do we get told who the
We
passengers
do, yes.
are? Oh, great.
Now then, this is Jacob Gardner from Basingstoke, and this was a Christmas present. So had to wait a few months to. Well, though we unwrapped it back at Christmas to actually experience it, it's going to take him all the way 6 months later. But yeah, Jacob Gardner from Basingstoke.
One of the world's quickest Christmas presents.
Jacob goes 789 at 169 miles an hour in the back of the two-seater. Hope Jacob enjoyed that one. Celebrating Christmas all over again.
Old school stockers underneath the tower now. Session number 2. Claire Rule number 1 qualifier by some margin, about 0.7 of a second. And it's Claire Rule up first in the Auto Glim lane. Looking to improve on yesterday's 8:53, taking on Dean Stevens.
So what is that? An H2 Quacker in the
It
left-hand
is
lane?
indeed, yep.
750.
And
Is
it's-
what Martin Bishop used to ride.
It was, and that's Dean's dad. That's Mark Nipper, standing right behind with the green sunglasses. You can never miss Mark.
And that's a Suzuki EFE in the right-hand lane, I
certainly
think.
looks like it. 871 this morning at 147, 927 for Dean at 139.
But this always reminds me of the fights between BJ and Pip Hyam.
That's
so,
right.
you know, the Imperial Wizard against the VBS Speed Shop Suzuki. And, well, that used to be some great times when then Jack Valentine came along.
That was a very, very competitive time for Pro Stock Bike.
Yeah,
Very,
it was
yeah,
great, but it was great fun. It really was great fun.
So Kev Melling with, I think, the world's quickest H2. I'm sure Mr. Collier will be on in a minute to correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it was. From last year, he went down into the mid-8s with this machine in the Kestrel lane, taking on Chris Spry in the Auto Glim lane.
Very nice. Yeah, good.
Still looked like he had problems towards the top end. 10:33 for Rod Spry. So Andy Lambert was number 4 yesterday. Andy's in the Kestrel lane with a 9:28, 10:04 for Rod.
Do we know what these bikes are?
That's what you're here for, isn't it?
Huh?
Just kidding. That's what you're here for. And he goes through with a 9:35 at 1:41. Very good 001 reaction time. Go on, Colin.
Right, Rod Spry's a Kawasaki H2.
Yeah.
Andy Lambert is a Z900.
Ah, okay. Another Kawasaki.
In actual fact, they're all Kawasaki's with the exception of Richard Peachy and Claire Rule.
And Claire Rawls is...
A GSX 1100 Suzuki.
Okay, so not an EFE then, as I thought. So it looks to me as though it could be... Is it the Willis Wars next?
Either Willis Wars or Wild Bunch. Go on, Colin.
It should be the Willis Wars, I think.
Should be the Willis Wars, okay.
Just to let everybody know, a couple of things to advise people of. The Vintage Fair is now open in the Vintage Hub, and the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame auction is now open. Now, if you just go past the grandstands in the pit area, you'll see a very, very large white marquee area, and the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame are basically in there this weekend. There are some fantastic auction lots. You need to go and have a look. You'll see many faces that you'll recognise from over the years of the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame in there. And there are loads of things that you can get hold of. They've got magazines, models, posters, all sorts of things. And basically everything that they've got in there has basically been donated to them. And all of the money raised goes into the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame Benevolent Fund, and it's a non-profit organisation, and all of the money makes its way back into the racing community in one shape or form or another. So make sure you pop down to the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame marquee just behind the main grandstand area. You'll see some fantastic stuff down there. I shall be popping down later on to have a look, because there's a few things I've got my eye on as well. But some beautiful frame prints, some T-shirts that have been donated by various people. Some very, very special stuff in there indeed. Also, don't forget, just during the lunch break, it will be the announcement of the 2022 inductees into the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame. That will be taking place today, and very, very much looking forward to making that announcement today. And of course, the gala dinner is in November, when they actually get hold of their Bootsy trophies. So the Hall of Fame announcements for this year's inductees taking place at, scheduled for 12:25 today.
Simon from Euro Dragsters just come in to tell us that there is a Perfect Light award.
Right, okay.
50 quid, courtesy of Kath and Tig Napier, and that is for 0.000.
That's it.
So
they don't normally do that at Dragstalgia. It's normally just at championship races. So thanks, Kath and Tig.
Yeah.
Brilliant. That's more money into the pot, and very, very well received. Thank you very much indeed. All sorts of things going on site. Obviously, Fuelers Bar is open. Live stage opens at 11 o'clock. Beer Festival opens at 11 o'clock. So only got half an hour to wait on that. We've got the Battle of Britain Memorial flight today. That is supposed to be the Hurricane, coming in at 1 o'clock. What a day we've got coming up. This is probably, of all the events and all the days of all the events, Saturday Dragstalgia. It's probably the best day of the year. I don't think you can top Saturday Dragstalgia. It's just a brilliant day.
Definitely your best shirt of the year.
Thank you. I've got another one for tomorrow.
Better than yesterday's.
Is it?
It was
Oh, thanks, mate.
It was a fuchsia yesterday, wasn't it?
anyway, while the boys discuss what they're wearing, which is that's quite nice. I think it's very homely. Just to come back to Goodwood.
Oh God, good. Sorry, Goodwood.
And the rattling of Lord March's windows, and you sitting in your car with these two mature gentlemen talking to you, and you not having a clue who either of them were. So I had to come up and introduce you to, number one was a guy called Sammy Miller, who has a motorcycle museum, was a 6 days trials king in his time and things like that. And the other man that you were talking quite unknowingly to was a gentleman called John Surtees, who's the only man ever to have won the World Championship on 2 wheels and 4 wheels.
Which I was delighted to find out, yes.
Yes, so that was my fun thing, telling you who these famous people in my world were.
Well, the thing that I really loved about that was the fact that yes, I genuinely had no clue, and I should have done, obviously. However, what was so cool about it was they were they appeared to be, especially John Surtees, genuinely interested. We talked for ages, asking loads of questions about how things work, what was this, that, and the other. So it's nice to know it does actually switch between sports. But anyway, thank you for bringing that up.
No, just it was those two things about that time. Anyway, we're on to the Willis Wars, and here's a man in the left-hand lane who I commentated here with for 2 or 3 years. And that's Steve Young in his scimitarred chassis V6 Ford-powered Willis, which I think he runs 18s in, doesn't he?
About that. Against Dougie Foreyke here, we're about to find out anyway. So Dougie with the Woody, go 16:41. Steve, 18:27. Dead right, Mr. Bryce.
Yeah, indeed. So, Steve built that all himself, which I find quite extraordinary. He's such a clever guy. So I recognise this car from the rear. This is going to be Andy Crockett, isn't it? Crockett, get the name right. Oh, so this is Mrs. Crockett in the hot seat there. Okay.
Yeah, Andy will be round. He's in the blue one.
Yeah.
Have they got one each?
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, the Crocketts are haulage. It's a haulage company, and this is.
Oh,
there we go.
There it is.
There's Andy. So the car in the right-hand lane has won loads of trophies at car shows because it is literally the ultimate show and go car. But what a matching pair to have parked on your driveway at home.
Well, got a bit into no man's land there.
Going to be Deb taking the win, possibly. Maybe not.
Closing at the top there, no. Oh dear, that's good.
That's Chris Coburn going alongside. Oh, so do not gesture sense. It is black and white, but beautiful. Wouldn't mind either of these in my driveway at home.
Where do they find them as well? That's what I'd always. How do you go about it? Because however many thousands of miles away where these cars are manufactured and spend probably a fair part of their lives.
Yeah.
How on earth?
People take holidays though, don't they? They go car hunting.
Yeah.
In America. Oh my goodness, yeah. And then there are people whose business it is bringing these cars into the country to resell them. So it's, you know, if you can pick up one of these now, you can be paying a pretty penny for one of these.
Well, and then obviously a lot of them do need restoring.
Yeah.
And we've seen some fabulous jobs.
Yeah.
That people have done. Well, Chris Coburn unfortunately getting pushed back off the start line. That'll be how then. But yeah, a car hunting holiday, not something I'd take the family on, but you know, it does sound fun.
Go away with this. I haven't got enough spending money.
Yeah, exactly. Sorry kids, no Disneyland today. No, Daddy's blown it on a gasser. So Pete Rivers with Willie the Kid, Auto Glimpse side of the racetrack, and another show quality car, Paul Murphy in the Kestrel lane.
Well, again, this is something that has grown since long after I left here, the Willis Wars. So is this done on an ET basis as well? Or is it heads-up racing?
It's just basically heads-up racing, but the winner of the Willis Wars is the quickest car at the end of the weekend.
Right,
that's how it works. Yeah. The emphasis is on fun. They all come out and make a number of runs over the weekend just to enjoy themselves and see how quick their cars can go. Paul Murphy, though, is the quickest at the moment with a 1086 at 119. Pete Rivers, though, number 4 with a 1449.
And as you well know, John, a lot of them are here predominantly for the social side of it. You see them all in the pits. They've got, I think the Willis Wars have got their own big barbecue tonight. Nostalgia Superstock, obviously they've got a very big barbecue tonight because there's so many of them. But yeah, it is. It's all about the social side of it. You know, just everybody having a good time.
Yeah,
really is.
It's like a car show, but with racing.
Yeah,
basically.
Where you can actually see how quick your show car will go.
Yeah.
Well, an awful lot of people got into drag racing that way, didn't
Yeah.
they? Where they built show cars and they thought, oh, we'll have a quick go at this, and then that's the end of that.
Well, I came from car shows into drag racing and gone back to car shows again. So it's quite interesting. And there's still lots of people on both teams.
Is that again? Is it your pants again?
No, he's got Prozac and Bruce True Love.
Nice. Richard Warburton, a name I'm sure you know, John. And Matthew Hollins. Yeah, Colin's shorts blew out the window on holiday. And, well, anyway, I'll let you tell the story. No, I don't think they want to hear it. They want to hear it. All right, fair enough. So Richard Warburton, though, goes 11.28, 121, and a 10.99 at 119 on the other side. A couple of 33 Willis. Is that your favourite shape, John?
It is.
Beautiful, isn't
it? It is. It's absolutely fabulous.
Lends itself very, very
well.
well.
So Mick in the left-hand lane, in the I don't know what it's called. What is it? Kestrel
lane.
Yeah. Mick was in charge of the hot rod and custom car show at Peterborough this year, and he got the Spirit of the Show award.
Oh, lovely.
So, but he was doing all the running around there, and of course Elliot Day is the son of Dave Day, who was racing when I was here. So
and Elliot's doing very, very well. He runs his car in the eliminator. 994, 132.
Wow. They're close, aren't they? My goodness.
And Elliot beats him just by 100th of a second. 145 miles an hour, 993. Elliot's actually been in the 8s on numerous occasions.
Really?
Yeah. Runs in street limits. One of the really funny parts about that was Elliot was driving the car when he was 16. He was racing it when he was 16, but he couldn't drive it on the road. Yeah. Exactly. So it was Dad that took it out on the cruise, and Elliot that raced it.
And now he's 17. He's passed his test. But he still can't drive it on the street because the insurance is too high.
Yeah. I've had the conversation.
Oh, God, of course, yes. Oh, dear.
So, John Dalrymple and Graham Harrison.
Well, John has got to be one of the early runners of this shape of car. I mean, there was Ohio George Montgomery who came over here in the 60s with one of those. But John Dalrymple, I think, is a bit of a trendsetter.
See what he can do here. 93 is number one. He goes 9:34 at 1:49. 11:19 at 1:09. Paul Graham in the other lane. That is the British run. Oh, Damien Bacon. Where the Bacon boys pick up. Kestrel Lane again. Pike Murray. I think this will be the last pair of the Willis Wars. Arming the nitrous bottle on the Bacon Boys Pork Chop Express.
Following this, it will be the Wild Bunch, and then Supercharged Outlaws, and then the NSA Bike Shootout.
So that's going to be presumably the vintage bikes.
Indeed.
Yes.
Yeah. Cyclops. And
that's where you get to wind Keith Lee up again for the first time in a long while.
really?
He was very complimentary about you yesterday, so anyway.
Righty-ho. Pike Murray is an NSRA man, and he was the one presenting all the trophies at the Hot Rod Show at Peterborough. For the outside show, there was an inside show for Best of Britain, the Best in Britain, and Pike was doing the presenting of the trophies on the outside. So he has about 24 pictures of himself in this month's custom car.
All giving trophies away, not receiving them,
Absolutely,
unfortunately,
yeah,
though, yeah?
yeah.
Well, I must admit, that's you do learn something every day. And I knew there was a strong connection with drag racing and hot rodding, but never quite to the level you've just explained, with the amount of people that are deeply involved in the car show scene.
Yeah.
Actually coming out here and racing as well.
Well, the first one really, I think, for me was Mick Kemp.
Okay.
S&K Racing.
Yeah.
And of course, Mick was a man I met him at the National Association of Street Clubs when I used to DJ there. And then suddenly I came along here, and who was racing but Mick Kemp, you know, and we're still very close friends to this day. Him and Roger Sinclair. Roger used to amble round the car, as we used to call it. Roger used to go on an amble. So
Jacqueline Bartlett putting in test run with a junior to the 8th mile, 787. 100, that would be nice. 81 miles an hour, sorry.
No, give her a few years before she hits 180.
Well, yeah, and you just have to think about that. Is a young lady driving a car reaching 81 miles an hour in an eighth of a mile.
It's very, very
good.
quick, yeah, you got it. So we're on to the Wild Bunch. Another superb entry from, correct me if I'm wrong, Colin, the only class in the Drag Racing Hall of Fame. Yeah, the only actual class in the Drag Racing Hall of Fame is the Wild Bunch.
Right.
And the only commentator as well, actually, we're lucky to have with us. So, Andy Clifford with Snake Eyes taking on Steve Field. That's a Ford power plant in the Auto Glim lane. And still Steve Field with the Black Pig #2 runs low 8-second elapsed times. The very, very lovely Claire Meadows gives us more info than we can handle every single time on the Wild Bunch. And I mean that in a very polite way. It's very, very kind of Claire to come up here and give us everything that we need to call the racing action for you guys. Andy Clifford goes 997 to 129, and problems for Steve Field, unfortunately. Yeah. So the Wild Bunch run an open format today. Basically, everybody comes out and runs and has fun. The emphasis being on fun.
Well, I mean, this was set up by Roy Wilding, wasn't it, in the first place, to keep the old dragsters on the track. And of course, what's happened, it seems to have spawned a whole, spawned a whole load of new slingshots and alters, and people are bringing old alters back.
There's so much history in the cars, and I mean, that car that James Ald's driving down there in Kestrel Lane is 50 years old. It's one of Europe's first rear-engine dragsters.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So who owned that? That wasn't Dave Southworth's car, was it Sags?
No, you'll see that later on.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, all right.
982 at 137 for Robert Wright, and 1297 at 103 for James Ald. It's all right. We do have the info. Have we got the whole pack today? Sorry, it's all right. Yes, we don't have enough desk space for everything that Claire very kindly gives us. That's the problem. All right, let's have a quick look. See, look, even in number order and everything. There we go. So the car was originally from 1972. And I do know it was built by the same guy that built... it was built by the same guy that actually built Revolution for Clive Skilton as well. So
My goodness.
It's been around an awful long while. It's got a 1974 Rover engine in there as well. So, Rick Butcher and Bradley Cooper. Now, the Cooper name's been around a long, long while in drag racing.
Well, his dad was
That's right.
Ken Flathead Cooper, who also is in the Drag Racing Hall of Fame.
And 1083 as well. Excellent stuff.
That's his first 10. Brad Cooper, 1083. Wow.
Wow, well done.
And going quicker than ever.
I wonder if Dad's here with him today.
Yeah, but his PB coming into the event was 11:17.
Wow.
He went 11:09 yesterday.
I'm gonna-
1083,
I'm
Brad.
gonna
Well done.
I'm going to stop saying wow.
No, you're allowed to.
No, you're not. Pricey Bingo is alive and well for one more weekend.
Yeah. Pricey bingo. My God, that takes you back in time.
Oh. Right. The long distance award for the Wild Bunch this weekend goes to Luca Giovoni from Italy with the Earthquake in the Auto Glimlane, taking on Liz Malcolm. Now, in your time, if in your time here we had races from all over the world, can you remember where the, where the most unusual place someone came to race from? Because I think we had people from South Africa as well at times, didn't we?
Possibly.
Oh, possibly, okay. 1081 at 120 for Luca, and Liz goes 1088 at 120. Yeah, I think that may have been actually predating your time. I think that
Yeah,
may
could
have been
well be.
even in the,
Yeah.
in the late 60s, early 70s when we had. I can't remember the guy's name either. Simon will tell me in a minute. Arthur, somebody from South Africa, came all the way over here. Here he goes. Look. Sorry, Arthur Christie. Arthur Christie.
Oh, problems with
Arthur
Jim
Christie,
Tanner being
thank you
pushed
very
back,
much.
unfortunately.
Yeah, Arthur Christie from South Africa. That's a trip, isn't it? So Bob Morgan just getting his hands device done up, right? Unfortunately, Jim Tanner's lost fire down there. That's a very rapid little supercharged slingshot, that. When you've set up here a while, you can see who built the cars as well, because that's the Roy Wilding car, the one that Jim's built. It's all right, it's a very distinctive style Roy has for building slingshots, and they are all absolutely immaculate.
Yeah.
He still works a ridiculous amount, Roy does, even though he's retired now. He just works himself to death, bless him. And runs his own car, and he's building another one. So Bob Morgan looking for a 10. 10.19 at 1:31.
Well
They're
done.
happy with that. Congratulations, fellas. Yep. Only just over a tenth off their PB, but still very, very good indeed. It's pretty much perfect weather actually at the moment.
Well, I think Jim might be getting another stab at this because they're just coming around with a battery booster. There we go.
Yep, Jim Tanner is going to be getting a buy run with the Shindigger.
Yeah. Well, as Jim Tanner comes up to the line, we will get ready to tell you another part of our weekend here. We mentioned it yesterday, but there's a lot of you out there that be interested in that. Well, you've seen this before, but we have our showmanship trophies that will be up for grabs this weekend. As Jim makes the launch, goes a little bit right, but that's what the steering wheel's for. Bring it straight back. Goes 10.09 at 136. Oh, look at the wheel wobble there. Shake and bake.
Still with the big wheel wobble for Angelo in Henry's Revenge. Again, Henry's Revenge, a name that's been around for...
Yeah, I was watching that yesterday, and I was trying to think of it. It was a very tall, slim guy. That
John
used to-
Powers.
John. Well done. Do you know, I could not figure that yesterday. You know, when there's no
I know
gate
what you mean,
unlocking
I know
in
what
the
you mean.
brain, you know. John Powis, he's no longer with us, unfortunately, but that was a long-time contender when I first came along here, along with the likes of Paranoia and Rough Diamond and Straight Shooter and...
Which you're going to see this weekend as well. We've got Rough Diamond here.
Yeah, yeah.
We've got...
Is Paranoia
I think
here?
so, yes.
Oh,
I think
okay.
it is.
Wow. All right.
Gonzo the Great's here, of course.
Yeah, no, I saw that yesterday as well, running
All
very
in the
well.
wild bunch, actually, I think. So
Yeah.
you may see them shortly.
Oh, wow.
Those trousers.
Those trousers are
They're
epic.
spectacular.
Which leads me up beautifully to our showmanship trophies.
It's got to be Anna again, though, isn't it? It's
Look,
always got to be Anna.
we love those, Anna. Absolutely love them.
Yeah, Colin wants them.
Go with the shirt.
Oh, no, it wouldn't. So, Dan Wilson with the antique toy. Much better for Angelo that time. With the big block Ford altered in the Kestrel lane. 1018, 114 miles an hour for Dan Wilson. And a 1232, 135 for Angelo.
PB, massive PB.
That's very, very good for that car. Oh, what's that? Anyone, there's something rolling down the racetrack. Going, yeah, Anna's spotted it. That came off of Keith's car. That did actually come
It's still
off.
rolling.
It's still going. I thought it was a wheelie bar wheel actually to start with, but you've still got both of them.
I think it's the wheel cap off the front wheel spindle.
Okay.
I think it could be. I could be wrong. Right. Okay. I'll try to get there. Showmanship trophies. Best backup guy or girl. Anna doing a great job out there at the moment. Burnout of the weekend. We have to decide the moment of the weekend. That could be absolutely anything.
Yeah, John, we've all got to decide these between
Yep.
us. So
Oh, right,
Yeah.
okay.
Low
That's all
ET
right.
is the only one we don't need to decide because the computer will tell us that.
Yeah.
The driving job of the weekend, the spirit of Dragstalgia is a lovely award to receive.
Sure.
Wheel stand of the weekend, best appearing team and best appearing vehicle, be it car or bike.
That's going to be tricky, the last one, isn't it? There's so many fabulous looking vehicles
boys there.
there.
Yeah.
Wow. There's wow again. Stop saying wow, boy.
no, don't say that because someone's making money off you doing that. You hear that?
All right, what's Keith Crampton got for us
Oh
then?
yes, 971 at 143. Congratulations, well done, Steve. That looks very, very good indeed.
They have found some serious performance advantages. They went 964 last weekend, where they were going way quicker than ever been. If it wasn't for last weekend, that would have been a new PB.
I think it was Stephen.
Mark.
Thank you. I think they put together a new engine for him, or refreshed it, something along those lines. Anyway, hence the fact Steve's down there helping Keith. But yeah, that's terrific. 971 at 143. So this is the dragster you were referring to, John.
Sags.
It is.
Oh,
yeah.
right.
And
okay.
it's driven by his daughter now.
Oh,
that's
okay.
actually his little girl in there. That's Faye.
And that's been around for a long, long time, that car.
It has. It's been recently revamped by Roy Wilding. You can see the new paint there, the new bodywork on there as well. Looks absolutely spectacularly good.
No, they're not happy with something. They're told, shut it off.
Well, Al Grimes is right there on the case, but he's not, like you just said, not happy with something, unfortunately. Faye didn't get to run yesterday. So here we go with the next pair, which will be Mrs. Brown's boys. Rob and Pete. The real Mrs. Brown's boys. Rob and Pete. Now we can give away the secret because they're twins, but the helmet colour, red is Rob and blue is Peter. Unless they decide to completely screw us up and put them the wrong way round. But it is what it is. Well, Mark Courcell's down there on start line doing duty. Unfortunately, the ball breaker's still not back in one piece.
Nice matching outfits from the backup team.
Matching the start line crew again. Green seems to be the theme of the day. So yesterday, Pete normally runs about low 11s with the Wrathchild in the Kestrel lane and into the 8s for Rob with Rebel in the Autoglim lane. Rob says you're not going to get there first, even if you leave before the tree's activated. Nice looking run.
Well,
8,
they are good, aren't they, these?
150. Very nice.
I'm trying to look back to the earlier days of drag racing when they were all using slingshots. And to run that sort of time, 8.5 seconds, would have been incredible in those days.
And they bracket race them as well like that. It's still amazing. So this is the Rough Diamond with Al Schofield now, the new owner.
Yep.
Yeah, the car looks slightly different if you notice, because he had a bit of a bigger cage put on it, because Dave Gibbons is the right size for a human being, as you well know. Underneath us we got Rob White with the Happy Days slingshot. Al Schofield put in a 9 flat yesterday.
Well, I'm trying to think what Dave used to run in this. Was it 8.6, mid-8s or something?
He's run down into the 8.3s with this, I think, before he sold it. So, yeah, there's a lot more left in the car
Sure.
with a big block Chevy.
He's mastered that fairly well, hasn't he? And very quickly. That looks a great run.
Oh, yeah.
Wow. There goes my wow again.
That is his personal best in any race car, actually, by some margin. He's got a dragster as well, runs in Supercom. And 155 miles an hour too. So, Graham Rawlings with the VW engine slingshot, another completely unique machine. Going against Gary Atkinson with the time lock.
13.15 there for the Happy Day slingshot. Didn't launch the way it wanted it to, but great thing, get plenty of runs.
There's a man down there trying to outdo you on shirts, Colin, in the left-hand lane. Look.
That's my brother. You didn't know that, did you?
Failing miserably, it's not big enough.
Graham Rawlins goes 10. Very nice little run indeed. And Gary Atkinson 10.96 with time lock.
So, another one of the quicker cars in the Wild Bunch, that is Callum Swinchap with the Topolino. Now, I seem to remember Callum and the family came up with the most rubbish excuse for going home early last year. Do you remember what it was?
I can't, but I remember them.
They live very, very near to Wembley Stadium. And they wanted to get home before all the football started, so they could actually get home.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, they live in Kingsbury.
That's right.
Funny enough, where I was born. The road that they live in was the road that I used to live in, was born in, was they adjoined each other. It was that close.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Wow. So a lot to answer for then.
Yeah.
Andy Jackson with the Sidewinder. Hope Andy doesn't mind me saying this. I had a very interesting chat with a few people last night, and he's done so many head gaskets on this. I'll wait till he goes. And the chute comes out just for having a James Bond moment there with a Union Jack. With his Union Jack.
878 for Callum, 11.04. Andy Jackson still toes at the chute through at 130 mile an hour at the stripe. Oh, I love it.
Still one of his quickest runs. Very quickly. Yeah, he's done so many head gaskets that they actually use them as bunting around the pit. Yeah, they use the head gaskets as bunting around the pit.
Well, I don't know if it makes any difference at all, but the parachute didn't seem to slow the car down. His PB on speed coming into the weekend was 130.63,
and
he just went up to 130.67.
It was more for effects.
Yeah.
That was a James Bond thing, wasn't it? Where he jumps out, he jumps off the mountain with a Union Jack.
It's Roger Moore.
It was.
Is it?
Was that
That
one?
one?
Yeah.
It
Which
was
film was
Roger.
it? Spy Love Me. I can't remember which one it was.
Pass. Can't remember that.
Yeah.
Can never remember where things came from on James Bond movies, but it was definitely Roger Moore.
One of them.
Right, the chase in time. It's the first time I've seen this one, I think. Skip. Going on Scientific Garland with Sonic Attack number 2.
Yeah, that's one thing that may have changed for the better or not since your time doing this, is that we have thousands of people watching us around the world with instant access to the internet that can find things out that we've said wrong, like that.
That was built late last year. Skippy would like to thank all of those hands on deck who have helped to get the car ready. 466 cubic inch big block Ford powering this one.
Very nice looking car.
10, 11, 132.
And 11.91 for Steve Garland. He went in the 10s yesterday, I think, didn't he? Claire keeping up the theme.
Yeah. You will believe this flag will fly. Wasn't that?
That was what you said about me.
Yeah.
And it wasn't about anything
I
other
like
than...
that. I like that.
Yes, the A team and the B team, that's the one.
The C team. I'm in. The C team's in. God, it's too cold in here. I'm going to turn the AC off. You've never had AC when you was in here.
Right, Chris Hartnell and Paul Terry, your next pair. Backdraft taking on Trigger's Broom.
You all right? Yeah. We had a fire up there. That's why I couldn't come out the first session. I couldn't come out.
Right, let's see what Crazy Chris can do. Back in the 8s would be very, very nice indeed. Paul Terry, just for reference, his PB on his car, 1083.
So let's see if Chris can get from A to B without going upwards. That's not going to happen, is it?
No, he's there we go.
That was just a little bit more controlled. That was more like it. I'm talking to Claire and Chris last night. Let's see what this be. It's going to be an 878 at 151. Happy with that. And a 1090 for Paul Terry at 122. Yeah, talking to Claire and Chris last night, and they reminded me of something I genuinely forgot. 20 years ago, around about this weekend, we were all at Goodwood, and we were all on display on the cricket pitch.
That's right, yes, yeah.
We had the Top Fuel car there. They had their car. There were a number of other race cars. Clyde Michelle, they were saying that a number of cars that were there on display at Goodwood are still here and racing this weekend. That's one of them, obviously.
So is that 20 years ago?
Yes, mate.
I don't, you won't remember it, but that's the first time I ever met you.
I am very sorry to say I genuinely
would not
don't.
know, because
was it at Goodwood? Was
yeah,
it?
Goodwood Festival of Speed.
Okay.
Because I was working for Peugeot, of all people, at Goodwood Festival of
Okay.
Speed, and I was so excited to see drag racing was represented on the cricket pitch, wasn't it?
It was indeed.
And I walked around all the cars, and you were there with your Union Jack shirt on, and I had a chat with you, and I'm thinking, oh my God, I am chatting to a Top Fuel driver. Little did I know.
I hate it when people remember stuff.
I know. Little did I know, 20 years later, we'll be the commentary team at the pod
Doing
now for
this,
14 years. Immense, but no, very first time I met you.
Well, the funny thing about that as well was the two things that bring out the best in the English weather are cricket and drag racing, and they put the drag race cars on the cricket pitch.
He wasn't very pleased when somebody drove across it. Was the Aston?
I don't know.
I think it was, yeah. Upset Lord March driving across the lawn. You don't do that, apparently.
So, Phil James out there with a proper rolling piece of history. The Monza Funny Car goes 9.53 at 1:37. Steve East goes 12.24.
Oh, the hits just keep on coming. It's in a wild bunch.
There's quite a few of these here this weekend, isn't there?
Huge. 38, I think we
38.
have. 39, sorry. 39 cars in the wild bunch.
And 50 something in the stockers.
I know.
That's extraordinary. For those of you
I
who
told
didn't
you he
hear
was
that,
it, yeah.
Keith Lee, who I used to commentate with here in my early days of drag racing, just walked past and said, "You've put on weight since you last here."
No,
trying
he
to
didn't.
get
He said
trying
you
to get
got
behind
fat.
my chair.
He said you got fat. Be honest about it.
Quote of the day so far, definitely. I like that. Tim Roy and Mark Hartnell, your next pair.
I love that car. That is.
Oh, it just looks superb. It's like a pair of torpedo tubes on the top, isn't it?
It's an evil-looking thing. I think that's the engine that Ben Rushford used to have in the Altered in the Kestrel lane.
It's awesome, isn't it?
Is that a Jag
It's
engine?
Jag 12 cylinder, yeah.
It goes as well. It really goes. I mean,
So
the Altered
what
just
is that?
runs.
The air intake?
Yes,
Something
yeah.
on top, is it? Makes me look very Merlin-esque.
7.3 litre Jag V12, or
Wow.
445 cubic inch, if you like. There's been 847.
Runs well.
Yeah, it just went 914, 157. Mark Hartnell goes 975. Oh, really a PB.
This looks like from the back Gonzo the Great in the right-hand lane here.
It certainly is. Oh, and Paranoia.
And Paranoia.
Oh, what a pairing.
My goodness me, this is for me real history because these were both around when I first started. And I don't know, is it Alan Loughton in the Paranoia? It used to be Alan and
sorry.
Brian. It's not now. It's changed,
It's
is
actually,
it?
no, it's not actually on the listings actually for Paranoia. So,
Well, it's,
sorry, it is Alan Loughton driving
it
it
is
now,
Alan.
yes.
Okay, yeah. And of course, in the right-hand lane, we've got Alan Lloyd, but it used to be, as you were saying on yesterday's program, it used to be his dad used to drive it. So, and Dad's leaning on the wall, looking on. But I mean, so much a part of history, and so much looking so good. The two of them, they look as though they're both brand new, just come straight out of the box, don't they? That's fantastic. Well, certainly Paranoia, I do remember they put it onto Nitro at one time and got down into the 8s, I think, with Paranoia. But Alan Lloyd, that is a fantastic run in the right-hand lane. Oh, wonderful stuff. 7.86. Is that the sort of normality for the car now?
Its PB is 777, but 786, 163. Outstanding.
And that was a cracking run as well, wasn't it?
Paranoia goes to 1103 at 123. Oh, so good to see. Oh, and Destiny's Angel back down as well. Warren Rowlands. Oh, so good to see this car back out on track once again. We still miss Dave Rowlands, but it's so good that the car stays with us to keep racing and obviously to keep Dave Rowlands' memory well and truly alive here. Just coasting up to the stripe, gets a number on the board, but yeah, it's so good to have that car back out once again. Right, let's have a quick look in the lanes. I think the Bluebird is about to go out. It will be Supercharged Outlaws, the next class of car to come round the corner. So things are going to get very loud, very, very fast indeed. And then it will be the turn of the NSA bikes, which Darryl is getting ready to go down on to the start line for. You're going to have Supercharged Outlaws as well? You are. Good man. Yes, of course. But I hope you're having a great day out there, folks. We're thoroughly enjoying this. We always knew Saturday at Dragstalgia was going to be a very, very special day. And I think if we add it all up, obviously you've got Darryl and myself, we've got John Price who's joined us this weekend, Steve Young's here, Graham Beckwith is in the Hall of Fame marquee, we've got Keith Lee. Oh, that's 6 Soundapod commentators here this weekend, all spread around the various parts of the facility.
I've got to ask this question again, if you can hear me okay. While I remember, you have a gaggle of photographers, you have a herd of sheep. What is a bunch of commentators called? Now, I know what my answer was, and it was this, okay? This was my answer. One of those. That's what a group of commentators are called.
but I'm sure someone can come up with a better name that we can broadcast.
I was going to say, I'm not saying that.
No, that was why I wrote it. I didn't
I can get close with maybe a Kazi of commentators.
something to do with toilets.
Yeah.
That would probably be about right, wouldn't it?
There, but no, it's a great weekend. Right, a little bit of chance to do a very, very quick piece of housekeeping. Those of you that haven't got the race weekend programme, suggest you go and get hold of it. £3, and it will tell you everything that's going on site, the all-important run order, a breakdown of all the classes, and of course of the entertainment going on site this weekend. Saturday entertainment includes the Rockets, the Swingettes, Bad Rats, Jimmy and the Hound, and Hayseed Dixie tonight on the stage, so that will be absolutely fantastic. The live stage timetable, the Swingettes I think are on at the moment. They are indeed. Dance classes 12:15 till 1 o'clock, then 1:30 till 2:15 is the Rockers, quarter to 3 to 3:30 the Swingettes back again, and then the Rockers dance class at 5:15 to 6 o'clock. The evening entertainment starts at quarter to 7 with the Bad Rats for an hour. 8:15 for an hour is Jimmy and the Hound, and then 9:45 this evening, Hayseed Dixie, and that is really, you really want to go and see them. They are absolutely fantastic. So that's the live stage in, you know where the beer festival is. We've got to mention the beer festival as well. It's all in the nostalgia area there, so you need to pop over, check that out. The Vintage Hub, to give it its correct name. The timetable obviously is all in the race weekend programme. Get hold of that, and you can also get obviously the event merchandise along with the FIA merchandise and everything else that Santapod has in their pod shops. The main one just past half track in the pits. We have the secondary unit here next to us in the catering area, and I believe the third one will be open as well this weekend, just past what is normally the live action arena, but where the additional showers and toilet blocks are. Just opposite where the Vintage Hub is. So pop in there, have a look, get hold of the Dragstalgia t-shirt, and you know, add it to your collection. Also this weekend, the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame. I've got a lovely marquee just behind the main grandstand. You can see it if you're on the banking area. Pop in there and have a look. You will see some absolutely amazing auction lots that are available. There are things that you can buy straight away, from like plastic model kits to posters, t-shirts, you name it, all sorts of things. But there are also some fantastic silent auction items as well, some beautiful framed prints. We have a John Hobbs crash helmet which has been signed, and that is available and up for grabs. But just pop in there, go and have a look, and you'll meet a load of people from the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame. It is like their fundraiser of the year as well, and it all goes into the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame Benevolent Fund, and it's a non-profit making organisation, and all of that money raised finds its way back into the sport, and it's a fantastic setup. And not only that, it honours a load of people that have really stood out in the world of British and, believe it or not, European drag racing as well. Very honoured to have John Price here, who is a member of the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame. He was inducted last year, and I know a very, very proud moment for you, John, to join a very illustrious list of people and organisations. And today is the day that we announce the next group of inductees into the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame, scheduled around about 12:30 today. So we look forward to that. And I can't say how many yet, actually. I'm not allowed to. I need to hang on until the actual moment, and then as soon as we announce it, it'll be on Eurodragster.com, so you can read all about this year's inductees. But very, very elite award to get. And John, I know you thoroughly enjoyed going to the banquet last year.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, it was very good. Still can't believe that I was put into the Hall of Fame. Quite extraordinary. But joining so many names that I think all of the names in the Hall of Fame I have known in my time, which a lot of them are sadly gone now. But yeah, it's a great honour. And if you do get nominated, you'll join everybody else that's in there that feels exactly the same way. So it's yeah, it's very nice. And what time are you doing that? 12:30?
12:25 is the scheduled time. So in just over an hour's time, well, it's actually the lunch break, we will announce this year's inductees. Some are here, some aren't, but I can't say any more because I might to give a few clues. But we do have quite a few Hall of Fame members here this weekend. And I'm not listing all of them, but to give you an indication, Rob Loring and Nick Davis, both individual members, they're helping Tim Garlick this weekend. Let's have a look. Yvonne Tram, of course, from the SPRC. John and Leslie Wright, of course, with the Venom team, they are here this weekend. John Hobbs, that you'll be seeing on the quarter mile later on. Steve Willett and Ian King from the bike world. And, of course, the Wild Bunch. They were inducted as a class of cars. They are into the Hall of Fame, of course. Phil Evans, one of the originals. And who cannot remember some of the antics from Al O'Connor over the years, what he has done for this sport. And Barry Sheevels, of course, from Top Fuel. There are just so many brilliant names, brilliant people, and they are all part of the Hall of Fame. Also, Eurodragster are members of the Hall of Fame as well. So,
just very quickly, Cole, you mentioned Rob Loring and Nick Davis.
Yep.
I think Nick is actually helping the Apache this weekend. I've just had a message from Rob Loring, bizarrely. You've just meant before you actually said his name. He's just he said he's in the workshop repairing the cylinder head damage from last weekend.
Oh.
And apparently all three of us are making it a really tough job listening.
Sorry, Rob.
He didn't say that at all. He was very polite. He said
well, he would have been here if he wasn't at the workshop doing the head work. But there we go. So Rob's not here, but he's tuned in. As are quite a few people that love the world of drag racing, and especially Dragstalgia. And then that's the other thing now that we didn't have back then is people that aren't here, they can message now. They can message myself. And they let us know what's going on. And it does make our lives a little bit easier. But for you, John...
it's all technology, boy. I don't understand it.
The only way you could find out stuff is like sending, carrier pigeons out and getting messages back? How did you suss out what was going on back then?
We couldn't even afford pigeons in those days. No, it was just going out into the pits like you guys do.
Yeah.
And people were always... I always found people so forward in bringing information into you.
Yeah.
And we used to have handwritten sheets with all the details of the cars. I've noticed what we don't have on our computer now is where everybody comes from.
Well, we do normally, but it's if that information, that's more at the championship rounds than the nostalgia stuff.
Right, well, here we go then.
Right, so
time for noise, everybody. So get ready with your fingers in your ears. It's going to get noisy.
So in Cower with a little Plymouth 5 window in the Autoglim lane. What a monstrous engine to put in a little car like that, isn't it? Don't you think? Those Plymouth 5 window bodies, I've always thought, just look so cool. That is, if you ever designed a cartoon race car, it would be like that. Huge wheels, huge engine, tiny little body, an incredibly brave driver, I think. To be honest.
It's similar to Paranoia, of course. That's a Plymouth body on there. And then the Model T in the left-hand lane. Des Taylor. Well, there's a man that's been around the sport for as long as I can remember. So many of his cars made their way onto the track. Used to be sponsored by Revell, the kit builder, kit producer. And just trying to think of other cars that Des has had during his time. But ending up with
we had a Ford Pop, didn't he? He had the van that obviously Dave Cherritt's
got. Yeah. Overnight Sensation, that was called. So, but here he is in the Thunder God. That's a great name for a car, isn't it? Left-hand lane then. Kestrel Beer left-hand lane is Des Taylor, and Ian Kerr is in the Alton in the right-hand lane. And Des away very, very quickly there. But now they're equalled up. This is tight at the top. Des just gets there first. And right-hand lane looks as though it was going to join him for a minute. Just move right the way across the track.
Just very quickly, I've got Duncan Beard. I know, Duncan, sorry, no surprise or not. Duncan Beard, the owner of the Thunder God. How much fun are you having driving the car?
Loads of fun, yeah. At the start of the week, I thought to myself, if I can run an 850, I'll be more than happy. And I managed that on my second pass yesterday. So yeah, absolute hoot. It's just so much fun.
It's a lot more, you learn a lot more from getting in the car and driving it than just being on the outside, don't you?
Oh yeah, definitely, yeah. And how it works more in a way, because you don't really realise how extreme the experience is when you've only driven a 14-second Mustang before, you know.
But anyway, it's real good to see Des doing well, and congratulations to you as well on a couple of great runs yesterday.
Thank you, cheers. Thanks.
No problem at all. That's Duncan Beard, owner of the Thunder God, everybody.
Well done, mate. Okay, this is Supercharged Outlaws, and we are just looking to see who we got below us. It is Purple Days of Gary Parks, running 7.4s now. And how about that, John? Steve Wright, the AMC Pacer. Well, it's called Fugly. Oh, we just love it.
What a curious mix of big engine and car. That is quite extraordinary.
So Gary Parks coming back for his burnout. So Steve Wright doesn't burn out across the start line, so he does the shorter version.
So, again, going back to the Pro Comp days, John, obviously you wouldn't have seen an AMC Pacer in Pro Comp, but you'd have definitely seen a supercharged Big Block Auto. And, I mean, this car runs the times they all used to run way back then as well, and it's now just in what is effectively a heads-up bracket class. It's amazing. And this car really does run very, very strongly indeed. And like Colin said, Gary down now into the 7.4s. I think he ran a couple of 7.5s yesterday, didn't he?
Yeah. 7.47, I think his best one yesterday.
And the AMC Pacer, I think the quickest times for that are in the 9s in the Auto Glim lane. But what a machine. Supercharged UFO, as it should be known.
Good looking run for Gary Parks.
Big pop. Oh,
7.44 and 178 for Gary Parks. Terrific looking run.
Steve Wright kept the car upright, and it was snaking around in its own fluid as it reached the finish line. But as you say, big pop just past the 8th.
All right, fire crew and everybody are going to be on the scene very quickly. We'll let them take care of all of that. But Steve Wright with a very, very dramatic looking run. The ambulance is on the scene. You can see the quad and everybody else there too. So we'll be taking care of that as quickly as we can.
Yeah, we're going to let the crews do what they need to do. So Nitro FM 96.2, if you can take over the airwaves, we'll be back with you shortly. Going alongside Stuart Smith with this phenomenal rat rod. We absolutely love that. Went into the 9s yesterday.
Now, John, you remember when $9.98 again at 131, 11.23 for Tom.
I have a funny idea. It was Terry Gibbs, and it ran 10s, and everybody was so excited with this one car. And now, look, we've got a couple of 100Es out there, 300E van in the right-hand lane and 100E in the left. And they're running 10s. I mean, it's
Both
extraordinary.
run 10s as well, 128, 127 miles an hour.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Pretty much what it says, because obviously, as you're aware, custom car has been around in drag racing, or supported drag racing, for pretty much as long as it's been in existence. And it's people submit their.
Isn't it?
That really is.
Yeah.
Cool. You never know. Maybe the rear end was the missing link that will get him into the 9s. He's been oh so close many times.
Oh, that's good.
10:24.
Well, not that far away from a 9. That is superb. This could really be 1960, couldn't it, with that car out there? It's just right as a gasser. Absolutely fantastic. Of course, it is the 2-door version. And the Chevy Coupe out there of Jason Darling, called Sinister.
So Ryan Martin stays at 5 with a 67 on a 62. 11:25 for Jason Darling. Breaks out by 0.1.
Whoa! More traction than anticipated.
Whoa.
Well, going for a little bit of a journey there in the left-hand lane, Lee Pike. Still manages a 9.8. But yeah.
So Steve Matthews behind the wheel today in the Auto Glim Lane, taking on Katie Booth with the Mighty Mouse.
Oh, beautiful run, 9.7. Beautiful.
Well, they both stay put at number 2 and 3. Katie breaks out slightly. Still 2 very good.
You're a straight 6 engines.
So 11:35 is what Brian Gibson's looking for. 11:55 for Simon. 34 with a 2. Heartbreakingly close, I think. Feed him more before he gets in the car. That will slow him down a bit.
That Roadrunner is in beautiful condition, isn't it, eh?
Show quality.
Really does look wonderful.
Right, come on, Dan. Oh, look at that, 989. He's going to move from 37 up to number 4. So many Plymouths.
Yeah,
It's unbelievable. Okay. And I think second will be Dodge. So Pete Dodd breaks out by less than 100. And Nick Martin goes 13.82.
They've got their big event of the year. It's their NSRA's 50th anniversary this year. And Old Walden, Bedfordshire, you know where they keep the Shuttleworth collection, is where we'll be going. I think it's the second weekend in August. I will check that.
There's been quite a few cars here today actually racing. There may well be part
Yeah,
of it.
oh, I'm sure you're right. I'm sure you're right. In fact, I know you're right. So
Chris Laram and Neil Francis. 200ths of a second too quick. And Neil Francis stays at 21.
well,
Nice
Mustang's
wheel,
nice, isn't it? That's a real early 64, 65, 66 Mustang.
You used to have a Mustang, didn't you?
I did. It was 67.
Oh, okay. Tim goes too quick. 600 too quick. And John.
So Kiwi and Phil Stillwell. Kiwi looking for 980. Phil looking for a 13 flat. These two are 27 and 38 at the moment. Kiwi goes 89. He'll move nowhere. Phil Stillwell goes 12. number 6 for the Darlings. Dodge and Plymouth once again. Apologies if I keep repeating that, but this is what we got. Right, Jim goes 11.56. Oh, Richard Granger, 41 to number 3 with that one. 11.80 with the 6 on 11.80. Jacob goes 7.89 at 169 miles an hour in the back of the two-seater. Hope Jacob enjoyed that one.
And that's a Suzuki FE in the right-hand lane, I think.
Looks like it. 9.71 this morning at 1:47, 9.27 for Dean at 1:39.
But this always reminds me of the.
Just kidding, that's what you're here for. And he goes through with a 9.35 at 1:41. Very good 001 reaction.
Young in his cimetered chassis V6 Ford powered Willys, which I think he runs 18s in, doesn't he?
About that. Against Dougie Foraker, yeah, we're about to find out anyway. So Dougie with the Woody go 16.41. Steve 18.27. Dead
There we
right,
go.
Mr. Bright.
Prepare to have parked on your driveway at home.
Well, got a bit into no man's land there.
Going to be Deb taking the win, possibly. Maybe not.
Closing at the top end. No. Oh dear, that's good. Yeah.
And we've seen some
yeah.
fabulous jobs
Yeah.
that people have done. Well, Chris Coburn unfortunately getting pushed back off the start line. It's just basically heads up racing, but the winner of the Willis Wars is the quickest car at the end of the weekend.
Right,
That's
okay.
how it works.
Yeah,
Yeah. The emphasis is on fun. They all come out and make a number of runs over the weekend just to enjoy themselves and see how quick their cars can go. Paul Murphy, though, is the quickest at the moment with a 10.86. And Matthew Hollins. Yeah, Collins' shorts blew out the window on holiday. And, well, anyway, I'll let you tell the story. No, I don't think they want to hear it.
There. And of course, Elliot Day is the son of Dave Day, who was racing when I was here. So
And Elliot's doing very, very well. He runs his car into the eliminator. 9.94, 132.
wow. They're close. I owe George Montgomery, who came over here in the
Yep.
60s with one of those. But John Dalrymple, I think, is a bit of a trendsetter.
See what he can do here. 93 is number one. He goes 9.34 at 1:49.
nice. Well, Pike Murray is an NSRA man, and he was the one presenting all the trophies at the Hot Rod Show at Peterborough.
Andy Clifford goes 9.97 at 1:29. And Cooper. Now the Cooper name's been around a long, long while in drag racing.
Well, his dad was
That's right.
Ken Flathead Cooper, who also is in the Drag Racing Hall of Fame.
And 10.83 as well. Excellent stuff. Because I think we had people from South Africa as well at times, didn't we?
Yeah, possibly.
Oh, possibly, okay. 10.81 at 120 for Luca. And Liz goes 10.88 at 120. Yeah, I think that may have been... So Bob Morgan looking for a 10. 10.19 at 131.
Well
They're
done.
happy
Perhaps this weekend, as Jim makes the launch, goes a little bit right, but that's what the steering wheel's for. Bring it straight back. It goes 10.09 at 136.
So Dan Wilson with the antique toy. Much better for Angelo that time. With the big block Ford altered in the Kestrel lane. 10.18 at 114 miles an hour for Dan Wilson. And a 12.
Wow again. Stop saying wow, boy.
No, you don't say that because someone's making money off you doing that. You know that.
All right, what's Keith Crampton got for us
Oh,
then?
yes, 9.71. Rob says you're not going to get there first, even if you leave before the tree's activated. Nice looking run.
Wow.
8.60.
They are good, aren't they, these?
150.
He's mastered that fairly well, hasn't he? And very quickly. That looks a great run.
Oh, yeah.
Wow. There goes my wow again.
That is.
Graham Rawlins goes 10. Very nice little running.
And the chute comes out just for having a James Bond moment there with the Union Jack.
With his Union Jack. 878 for Callum, 11.04. Andy Jackson still hands on deck, who have helped get the car ready. 466 cubic inch big block Ford. Aaron, this one.
Very nice looking car.
10, 11, 132. And there we go.
That was just a little bit more controlled. That was more like it. I'm talking to Claire and Chris last night. Let's see what this be. It's be an 8.78 at 151. Happy with that. And a 10.90 for Paul Terry at 120.
Set law march, driving across the lawn. You don't do that, apparently.
So Phil James out there with a proper rolling piece of history. The Monza funny car goes 9.53 at 137. Steve East goes 12.24.
Something on top, is it? Makes me look very Merlin-esque.
7.3 litre Jag V12, or
Wow.
445 cubic inch, if you like. There's been 847.
Runs well.
Yeah, it just went 9.14, 157. Mark Hartnell goes 9.75.
Really got down into the 8s, I think, with Paranoia. But Alan Lloyd, that is a fantastic run in the right-hand lane. Oh, wonderful stuff. 7.86. Is that the sort of normality?
But it's so good that the car stays with us to keep racing, and obviously to keep Dave Rowland's memory well and truly alive here. Just coasting up to the stripe, gets a number on the board, but yeah, it's so good to have that car back out once again.
Kestrel Beer left-hand lane is Des Taylor, and Ian Kerr is in the Alton in the right-hand lane. And Des away very, very quickly there. But now they're equalled up. This is tight at the top. Des just gets there first. And right-hand lane looks as though...
Won yesterday.
And at the AM.
Alongside Stuart Smith with this phenomenal rat rod. We absolutely love that. Went into the 9s yesterday.
Now, John, you remember when... $9.98 again at 131, 11.23 for Tom.
I have a funny idea it was Terry Gibbs, and it ran 10s, and everybody was so excited with this one car. And now, look, we've got a couple of 100Es out there, 300E van in the right-hand lane and 100E in the left. And they're running 10s. I mean, it's extraordinary.
Both run 10s as well, 128, 127 miles an hour.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that...
Pretty much what it says, because obviously, as you're aware, Custom Car has been around in drag racing, or supported drag racing, for pretty much as long as it's been in existence. And it's people submit their...
Isn't it?
That really is good.
Yeah.
You never know, maybe the rear end was the missing link that will get him into the 9s. He's been oh so close many times.
Oh, that's good.
10.24.
Well, not that far away from a 9. That is superb. This could really be 1960, couldn't it, with that car out there? It's just right as a gasser. Absolutely fantastic. it is the two-door version. And the Chevy Coupe out there of Jason Darling, called Sinister.
So Graham Barton stays at 5 with a 67 on a 62. 11.25 for Jason Darling. Breaks out by 0.1.
Whoa! More traction than anticipated. Well, going for a little bit of a journey there in the left-hand lane, Lee Pike. Still manages a 9.8. But yeah.
So Steve Matthews behind the wheel today in the Auto Glim Lane, taking on Katie Booth with the Mighty Mouse.
Oh, beautiful run, 9.7. Beautiful.
Well, they both stay put at number 2 and 3. Katie breaks out slightly. Still 2 very good.
You're a straight 6 engines.
So 11.35 is what Brian Gibson's looking for. 11.55 for Simon. 34 with a 2. Heartbreakingly close, I think. Feed him more before he gets in the car. That will slow him down a bit.
That Roadrunner is in beautiful condition, isn't it, eh?
Show quality.
Really does look wonderful.
Right, come on, Dan. Oh, look at that, 989. He's going to move from 37 up to number 4. So many Plymouths.
Yeah,
It's unbelievable. Okay. And I think second will be Dodge. So Pete Dollop breaks out by less than 100. And Nick Martin goes 13.82.
They've got their big event of the year. It's their NSRA's 50th anniversary this year. And Old Walden, Bedfordshire, you know where they keep the Shuttleworth collection, is where we'll be going. I think it's the second weekend in August. I will check that.
There'll be quite a few cars here today actually racing. There may well be part
yeah,
of it.
oh, I'm sure you're right. I'm sure you're right. In fact, I know you're right. So
Chris Laram and Neil Francis. 2/100ths of a second too quick. And Neil Francis stays at 21. Well,
nice
Mustang's
wheel,
nice, isn't it? That's a real early 64, 65, 66 Mustang.
you used to have a Mustang, didn't you?
I did, but it was 67.
Oh, okay. Tim goes too quick. 600 too quick. And John.
So Kiwi and Phil Stillwell. Kiwi looking for 980. Phil looking for a 13 flat. These two are 27 and 38 at the moment. Kiwi goes 89, he'll move nowhere. Phil Stillwell goes 12. Number 6 we've got the Darlings. Dodge and Plymouth once again. Apologies if I keep repeating that, but it's what we got. Right, Jim goes 11.56. Oh, Richard Granger, 41 to number 3 with that one. 11.80 with a 6 on 11.80. Jacob goes 7.89 at 169 miles an hour in the back of the 2-seater. Hope Jacob enjoyed that one.
And that's a Suzuki EFE in the right-hand lane, I think.
Looks like it. 871 this morning at 147, 927 for Dean at 139.
But this always reminds me of the...
Just kidding, that's what you're here for. And he goes through with a 935 at 141. Very good 001 reaction.
Young in his scimitarred chassis V6 Ford-powered Willys, which I think he runs 18s in, doesn't he?
About that. Against Dougie Foraker, yeah, we're about to find out anyway. So Dougie with the Woody go 1641. Steve 1827. Dead right, Mr. Brian.
Prepare to have parked on your driveway at home.
Well, got a bit into no man's land there.
going to be Deb taking the win, possibly. Maybe not.
Closing at the top end. No. Oh dear, that's good. Yeah.
And we've seen some fabulous jobs
Yeah.
that people have done. Well, Chris Coburn unfortunately getting pushed back off the start line. It's just basically heads up racing, but the winner of the Willis Wars is the quickest car at the end of the weekend.
Right,
That's
okay.
how it works.
Yeah.
The emphasis is on fun. They all come out and make a number of runs over the weekend just to enjoy themselves and see how quick their cars can go. Paul Murphy, though, is the quickest at the moment with a 1086. And Matthew Hollins. Yeah, Colin's shorts blew out the window on holiday. And, well, anyway, I'll let you tell the story. No, I don't think they want to hear it. They want to hear it. All right, fair enough.
Yeah. And of course, Elliot Day is the son of Dave Day, who was racing when I was here. So
And Elliot's doing very, very well. He runs his car in eliminator. 994, 132.
wow. They're close. I owe George Montgomery, who came over here in the 60s with one of those. But John Dalrymple, I think, is a bit of a trendsetter.
See what he can do here. 93 is number one. He goes 9.34 at 149.
Very nice. Well, Pike Murray is an NSRA man, and he was the one presenting all the trophies at the Hot Rod Show at Peterborough.
Andy Clifford goes 9.97 at 129. And Cooper, now the Cooper name's been around a long, long while in drag racing.
Well, his dad was
That's right.
Ken Flathead Cooper, who also is in the Drag Racing Hall of Fame.
And 1083 as well. Excellent stuff. Because I think we had people from South Africa as well at times, didn't we?
Yep. Possibly.
Oh, possibly, okay. 1081 at 120 for Luca. And Liz goes 1088 at 120. Yeah, I think that may have been... So Bob Morgan looking for a 10. 10.19 at 131.
Well
They're
done.
happy with
Perhaps this weekend, as Jim makes the launch, goes a little bit right, but that's what the steering wheel's for. Bring it straight back. Goes 10.09 at 136.
So Dan Wilson with the antique toy. Much better for Angelo that time. With the big block Ford altered in the Kestrel lane. 10.18 at 114 miles an hour for Dan Wilson. And a 12.
Wow again. Stop saying wow, boy.
No, you don't say that, because someone's making money off you doing that. You know that.
All right, what's Keith Crampton got for us
Oh,
then?
yes, 971. Rob says you're not going to get there first, even if you leave before the tree's activated. Nice looking run.
Wow.
860.
They are good, aren't they, these?
150.
He's mastered that fairly well, hasn't he? And very quickly. That looks a great run.
Oh, yeah.
Wow. There you go, my wow again.
That is.
Graham Rawlins goes 10.
And the chute comes out just for having a James Bond moment there with a Union Jack. With his Union Jack.
878 for Callum, 11.04. Andy Jackson still turns on deck, who have helped get the car ready. 466 cubic inch big block Ford powering this one.
Very nice looking car.
10, 11, 132. And there we go.
That was just
Straight.
a little bit more controlled. That was more like it. I'm talking to Claire and Chris last night. Let's see what this be. It's going to be an 8.78 at 151. Happy with that. And a 10.90 for Paul Terry at 120.
Set law march, driving across the lawn. You don't do that, apparently.
So Phil James out there with a proper rolling piece of history. The Monza funny car goes 9.53 at 137. Steve East goes 12.24.
Something on top, is it? Makes it look very Merlin-esque.
7.3 litre Jag V12, or
Wow.
445 cubic inch, if you like. There's been 847.
Runs well.
Yeah, it just went 9.14, 157. Mark Hartnell goes 9.75.
Really got down into the 8s, I think, with Paranoia. But Alan Lloyd, that is a fantastic run in the right-hand lane. Oh, wonderful stuff. 7.86. Is that the sort of normality?
But it's so good that the car stays with us to keep racing, and obviously to keep Dave Rowland's memory well and truly alive here. Just coasting up to the stripe, gets a number on the board, but yeah, it's so good to have that car back out once again.
Kestrel Beer left-hand lane is Des Taylor, and Ian Kerr is in the Alton in the right-hand lane. And Des away very, very quickly there. But now they're equalled up. This is tight at the top. Des just gets there first. And right-hand lane looks as though it was going to join him for a minute.
What is it?
Right then, here we go. And an all-new car coming through into the right-hand lane that's already started to send messages out that we're going to be a contender.
He's left you on his own, didn't he?
It's that precise moment that I decided I needed to go.
Mate, it's all right. It's all good. So, Jim, check out the wobble on Jim Tucker's coupe. Look at that, John.
That is wonderful. No, I love it.
It's every time the crank rotates, it rocks from side to side. It's awesome. The Hellfire Hemi in the Auto Glim Lane taking on Keith Freeman with El Loco. Now, both these two are pretty evenly matched, actually. Do you know the body styles? Because they look very similar, but they
Well, yeah, that's 33, 32, 32.
You got it spot on, John.
5-window Ford body, which is the hot rod, Milner's hot rods. Oh, look at this. This is absolutely superb drag racing. And it's going to be Jim Tucker gets there first. Wow, thank you, World. That's a great pair of runs. Just, what, 6/10 between them?
Personal best in both lanes as well, I think, actually. Or very close to it.
Well,
Keith.
close for
I'm sorry, what did
Keith.
Keith run before? He
Keith's got 9.2s, yeah,
I
but
apologise.
still 9.46. He's back in the game, but 8.83 for Jim.
That's lovely.
Still a very, very, very soft launch as well. It just kind of walked off the start line, but sometimes that's what you have to do to get things moving. So Supercharged Outlaws is always putting on a great show, supported by Good Vibrations out there in the US. And everybody says thank you very much indeed, as always, for the support. So Simon, with the bootlegger, I think, has he been pushed out of the way, Colin, instead of ready to run?
That's an interesting one, though, because he sort of pushed out of the way, but he sat there with the door open. Fingers crossed it might make the move, but difficult to tell. Ian Merriweather has just started up, though. He'll be the next one coming round the corner with Banzai.
Well, of course, when I was commentating here, Ian Merriweather was in a Cobra.
Right. Yeah.
And now, if I'm not mistaken, lives on the Isle of Man, doesn't he? Ian Merriweather?
Yes, he does.
does
Yes, you're dead
indeed,
right.
yeah.
Yeah.
And runs events out there. But super looking car. I've really enjoyed this today, boys. I got to tell you, sitting up here again, but looking at the quality of the vehicles that are here, absolutely superb.
Looking for all the world like a proper nostalgia fuel altered. That's the Banzai in the Kestrel lane. This is actually an all-new car, believe it or not. They, the chassis that they had before they thought was a little bit worn out. He's been down into the 7s, went 790, I think, or thereabouts before. So they thought it was new time for a bit of new pipe, and obviously the whole COVID situation, the delays with everything, gave them the opportunity to spend lots of time at home in the garage. And they put it together and brought it out, I think at the end of last year. They ran the first of their events up there at Melbourne Raceway, the no prep events. I think Ian actually won just a few weeks ago one of the events. If you live up in that part of the world, up in York, please do check out Melbourne Raceway. It's great to have another facility here in the UK. He's doing very, very well indeed. By no prep, it means they don't actually prepare the racetrack. It means they have a different style of racing. However, it's still an awful lot of fun over the 8 mile up there.
So this is another Topolino, isn't it?
Indeed.
The body style.
Just bringing the car into pre-stage, just a few more inches further forward, and he'll be at the start of the measured quarter mile. Straight and true.
Well, I was going to say rock steady, that 8.3, very, very good.
Real nice speed as well, 174 miles an hour in a mouse. Well, an Italian mouse anyway. So it is Roy Wilding, one of the founder members of, you said, John, of the Wild Bunch.
Yeah,
many years
absolutely,
ago.
yeah.
With the dragster in the Kestrel lane, the way it used to be, going to be taken on Jimmy Usher with Emmy Hunter. Two great side-by-side smoky burnouts from the Nostalgia Dragsters. Now, those of you that have been around drag racing a long time know how dragsters evolved, but this is the way that it used to be, with the engine in front of the driver. And the reason they're called slingshots, if you're English, that would be catapult, I presume. Wouldn't it? If you think about it, it would be catapult.
Yeah.
Because the driver sits right at the back, in the middle. Now, these actually evolved from road cars, would you believe? Because in the early days of drag racing, the formative days, they decided that weight was a bad thing. So they took the bodies off the car, which is where the phrase rail came from. And then slowly over time, they started stretching them out to be longer and skinnier and more stable at high speed, which is where in about the 60s, this was the pinnacle of drag racing. A front-engine supercharged dragster. Now, what's also interesting and scary in the same measure is that the drivers actually sit with their gentleman's area square on top of the diff. It's a bit of a scary thing to do.
Well, both of these are built by Royal Wilding, I believe, these two cars. So Hemi Hunter, of course, the original Hemi Hunter was part of the Stones team, but that was a rear engine car the last time I saw it. But I'm fairly certain that Roy Wilding had a hand in, if not completely, built both of these cars. And I love the way they came out and did a side-by-side burnout. Really the old days. So here we go. Certainly Hemi Hunter, very sure-footed away. Look, side-by-side through the top end. Whoa! Absolutely superb.
And
fantastic.
Jimmy back into the 7s again with a 797, 170, 793 at 178 for Roy Wilding. He was quicker than that a few weeks ago, I think, Cole, but they'll still take that. Very good indeed. Well done, fellas. Much more like
excellent,
it.
excellent.
And like you said, John, most importantly, real good side-by-side race.
Just 0.3 between them at the stripe
Is
as
that
well.
right?
Very, very close.
I wonder what that is in inches. Nothing.
It's not, yeah, it's close, put it that way. But no, great run. 7.9s a pair, 170 plus mile an hour a pair. Love it, absolutely love it. Right.
So, Leo Knights
Great to see Leo back as well.
with the altered.
Still got more supercharged cars to come round the corner as well.
Just one thing I need to say while I remember as well, folks. Sorry, just quickly. Just a quick announcement. Anybody that's coming down for when the NSA run very, very shortly indeed, if you could please make your way down to behind the start line. So if you're planning to be part of the first, or bike riders, the first NSA session today, Keith Lee asked me to mention if everybody could come down, please, to the start line, because we will be running the bike very shortly indeed. So, Supercharged 57 Chevy of Luke Watts from the Isle of Wight burns out in the Auto Glim Lane. Looks like I don't think Leo's going to be able to make that run, unfortunately.
Don't think he'd get reverse, so they decided to shut it off. Oh, frustration there for Leo.
I think they're going to try again and start it here and move forward. I've just been reliably informed it's actually Mick Taylor in the 57 Chevy, not Luke Watts.
Cool.
Is that right?
We got the Banshee team down there, so yeah, more
Looks
than likely.
like it, yeah. So Mick breaks his own car, borrows another one. Way to go. So Leo Knight is 5 behind the start line. The start line crew allowed them to push back. This is a 7-second race car in the Kestrel lane.
Still pointing left a bit, despite everybody trying to pull him round to the right. One of Leo's best launches for many a pass. 772, 155 for Leo, 909, 144 for the Agamemnon car. And, well, I think Mick probably enjoyed that more than he should have done. Brilliant stuff.
Yeah, it looks like, well, you guys can see up the top end a little bit better than we can. But Leo, only 155 miles an hour, 772 and a 909 at 144.
He was 143 at the 8th, so...
yeah, I think he was out of that before the finish line, but that was a storming run.
Yeah, excellent job.
How does it look up the top end? Everything okay?
Yeah, that's what I was just checking for, because no shoots on, as far as I could see from here, on either car, but they both turned off safely at the top end. So
yeah, Leo went for a bit of a wild ride.
They seem to be swapping lanes at the top end, you know, after the finish line. So, but they turned off safely, which is the good thing.
So, young Mr. Charman coming round in the Wilden and Charman front engine dragster. How long has Norm Wilden been around?
Yeah, a long time. Well before I started here, I can tell you. Wilden and Claxton it was at that time, with the Rifle Jeans car. So Norm out the side there, watching what's going on.
James Charman, I think he's new to driving anyway. Put in a real good run yesterday. Well, I say good, it was on and off the throttle a bit. However, these guys are a bit of a handful to get used to. So I'm not sure whether is he running as part of the Supercharged Outlaws, Carl?
Say again, sorry, buddy.
Is he running as part of the Supercharged Outlaws?
Yes, he is,
actually,
yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, I remember seeing the run on YouTube yesterday when you were commentating on it, and he really was noticeably on and off the throttle all the way down the track. So let's see whether he can smooth that out and get a constant feed to the engine and see what that does. Do you know what time he ran yesterday, Cole?
I don't. And I'm trying to remember as well, but no, it's totally slipped from mind. I haven't got a record of it on here. Probably check with Euro Dragster and they'll come up with the answer. But That is a great looking car as well. When I first saw the nose of it, I thought it was actually Bob Morgan's car.
Well, Norm Wilden does build beautiful slingshots. He's got a couple of them. He's got a twin engine car at home as well. He also built the car that Joe Bond is going to be running in just a few moments' time in the shootout. And if you remember, again, I'm sure you will, John, back in the 80s, he raced a rear-engine car with Tim Claxton, but then built himself a front-engine small block car as well.
Yeah, memory serves. I certainly remember the Rifles Jeans car. Norm also had a twin-engine one, didn't he? Twin-engine rail for a while.
Well, lad's doing a good job. Looked like a second gear launch, to be honest with you. Nice and soft off the line, but 87900. Happy with that, Norm? Yeah, certainly.
I think they are.
Very quickly, sir. So, just give us a bit of background, Norm. Obviously, new driver?
Yeah, I was absolutely. Yes, Nigel Charman, who has been with me on the twin all the time, and he owns my rear engine ex-top alcohol dragster, and he wanted a car to go Bakersfield way, you know.
Yeah, well, it looks real good, but congratulations, lad's doing well.
Pardon?
I said he's doing very well. Well done.
Oh, he's born to it.
Good stuff. That's Norm Wilden, everybody. Thank you very much indeed. Just as we get set here to go on the start line, we have a lot of bikers down here too. Just one thing to say before we move on with the bikes. Thank you very much indeed, as always, to the Supercharged Outlaws. Just want to say a big hi to certain people sitting at home watching. I hope you're doing very, very well indeed. And as the shirt says, Hayley, we love you. So we're about to move on with the first of the NSA sessions for the day. I shall hand over to, well, one of the wise people of drag racing. I'm not going to say anything else, Mr. Keith Lee.
That's not what Annie says. That much I can assure you. Well, I'm sure most of you know that Sandapod's been around since 1966. And since that time, the two gentlemen firing up now have been racing. It's a bittersweet moment this weekend because it marks the last events for both John Hobbs and Dave Clee. And just to honour them, we've got all the bike riders we can muster down each side of the track forming a guard of honour to see them at this last event. Both have done amazing things through the years. John, arguably the most prolific drag racer in the history of the sport. First man inducted into the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame in 2007. Amazing amount of history with him. And it's nice to see him off in style. And alongside him in the Kestrel lane, Dave Clee on shotgun. Dave, in fact, was racing probably a year or so before John first came to the strip. So it's so nice to see them out here again. Let's give them a round of applause as they come to the line. John Hobbs on Olympus, Dave Clee on shotgun, here at Sandapod for one last weekend. Just listen and enjoy the sound, guys. It'll be the last chance over this weekend. Ooh. And unfortunately, Dave lost fire on the pit lane. It's like a solo run for John. And John blasting it through the top end there. In fact, that's the first time that bike's been run since this time last year. So no shortage of bravery in that lane, but great to see John running. Unfortunately, as we saw, Dave having problems on the line, but that's, well, that's sod's law, I guess. But So nice to see him out. And although Dave may be, I think he's around 78 now, this guy has been riding around Europe 200 or 300 miles a day across Europe. Sort of thing that a lot of guys half his age wouldn't fancy doing, but still out on the drag bike. Hopefully we'll get him restarted again. Mark Hobbs, John's son, just helping him out down on the line. But nice to see so many guys here this weekend who are around in the 60s and 70s. Sheila Neal is here. See Jim Reynolds, who wrote so much for Motorcycle News, is down in the start area. Let's face it, I think what really happened there, Dave didn't want to get a whole shot by John on their match race this weekend, so he had it all to himself. But it is just so great to see these guys out there at Sounder Pod. A lot of historic machinery here. Obviously, a lot of it is also temperamental because it takes so much effort to keep the bikes running. But thanks to all those riders and crew who come down, and just magic to see them this one last time. Anyway, we've got some more people running in the SA group, but obviously going to take a minute or so for everyone to get back on their bikes and get ready to run. And great to see Cheryl Hobbs, John's wife, here this weekend. It was a bit touch and go whether they'd make it anyway, because Cheryl's had a major knee operation. And like I say, it's very much in the balance whether they can make it, but being the true racers they are, they're here. In fact, I might just try and pinch a quick word while we're here. She's going to kill me. Sheila, don't go away. We've got another star here from, right back in the early days of sprinting and drag racing, Sheila Neal. Those of you who remember seeing the Methamon sidecar outfit run here at Sounder Pod, Sheila was in the chair at times, but she was also in the chair when Maurice Briley, the guy who built it back in the 60s, was racing it. Anybody who had a chair wanted Sheila in there because she was lightweight and she was fearless and knew what she was doing. But how nice is it to be up here this weekend, Sheila?
Oh, it's lovely. It's just nice watching, but I'd rather be riding.
That I can believe. She still rides now. But Cheryl, I'm sure you're glad to be here this weekend. I know you said in the book that you couldn't believe you'd be doing it in the 70s, but great to see you here.
Yes, thank you very much. It's wonderful to be here. There's a lot of sadness there today, but all good things come to an end. And I'm just really pleased that the family is all here to support us and to be with us on this very special weekend. It's really lovely. And I think John would have liked to have made a rather better run. He didn't sound so good, but perhaps he'll come out and do another one, I don't know. Yeah.
It's so good to see you here, Cheryl, and thanks to you and John for providing so much pleasure over the years. We move on with the NSA bikes and a couple of double engine machines, which were the bikes of the 70s. Colin Fallows on the double engine Norton that Mick Butler constructed back in the mid-70s, bike owned by Roy Webb now. And an unusual combination, the double engine Norton. We normally see Gary Norman on this bike that his father Den built, but in fact Den's grandson Matthew's having a go this time. Been doing a lot of work on that double engine Norton, hopefully getting it sorted out, but Matt got to get used to this bike. They just have their own particular sound, these double-engine bikes. But a 12-1, good first run for Matt Norman, and down into the low 11s for Colin Fallows. Graham Sykes, if you've been into the historic marquee, you'll have seen his amazing rocket bike that's on show. But this weekend, riding the Blown Triumph that was originally ridden by Jay Upton, who's made himself a big name in Australia. Alongside the ex-Mick Hand Honda, ridden by Justin Newell. Very noisy machine, that one. And Justin looking for some times. I still don't remember that Honda looking anywhere near as clean where Mick Hand had it, but it did go incredibly well. And just in his first run for, I think that's probably 2 or 3 years since he's last ridden that bike. So dialing in with a 13.2 second run. Graham Sykes having a little bit of problem there with the Black Cat machine. As the next man firing up, that's Martin Wilmot. We've normally seen him here on Capella, which was a record-holding 500cc bike. Unfortunately, that one's in about 1 million pieces at the moment. But he's also got his own 500 bike that he built. So he's going to get that an outing this weekend. He has run a best in the 9.0s. So let's see what he can do on this first run. Looks like he's going to be up against Tim Howell on a BSA. Tim is very involved with the NSA club, who were involved in the sport in the very early days when sprinting was the big thing, and then drag racing came along. And Tim's still a regular sprinter at venues like Western Zoyland. One thing you can be sure with Martin, though, when he leaves the line, it's always going to be on full chat. Lots of nitro. These engines may be a bit precious, but Martin not exactly a respecter of that fact. Bogging down a little bit off the line there for Martin. Well, he won't be totally pleased with that run, but at least he's got to the other end in one piece. Meanwhile, moving into the Kestrel beer lane, the machine I so wanted to see again here at Santa Pod Raceway. All the way from Holland, had a lot of hassle getting over here, which we won't go into. But this little single-cylinder Jawa is what I like to think of as the successor to a bike like Mighty Mouse. It is just amazing. It never gets to the quarter mile under power. Something always tends to break before it gets to the finish line, but he turns in some amazing elapsed times. Marius van der Zijden doing a lot of the engineering on this bike, and if that name's familiar, well, he was a main part of the Ian King team, and before that he was with Roll Codan, man who knows a lot about drag racing machinery. He's up against Ray Law, Ray's been around since the very early 70s, still riding the machine he built in the mid-1970s. Only 1,000 cc that bike, but it has been down into the 8s when it was running in its heyday. Lots of nitro in the Kestrel lane from that Jawa. That motor really is set on kill. Ray getting ready to run. Jan Honey pushing up to the line. Look at that little machine go. It's just so hard to believe that's a 500. What a fabulous start out run there from Jan. Well down into the 8s on his first run. I just hope the engine is together, but the way they work, it soon will be if it's not. But so nice to see these riders out and such a great crowd this weekend. We'll be back later, but time to hand you back to Darryl.
Thank you very much, as always, Keith. Entertaining to the nth degree. Excellent stuff. So we've got a 2-seater ride, and then it is Dragstalgia Cannibal coming your way.
All right, passenger for this one is a chap called Jamie Brown. He's from Tiverton in Devon. And his birthday was on Thursday, and this was his birthday present.
Wow, very nice too.
Great way to celebrate your birthday.
Yeah. Have you actually been in that?
No, I haven't. But do you know what? I'm coming around to the idea that I wouldn't mind having to go in the back of it.
Yeah, it must be great fun. Yeah. Great fun.
Why not? Just very quickly, chaps, while we are... while that young lad gets his 2-seater ride, I just need to... yeah, he doesn't know I'm coming, does he? Ha ha ha! Mr. Hang on, where's your teeth? I can't see your teeth. That's better. Colin Miller down here on the start line. If it's all right, I just want to have a quick word with Colin, because obviously he's got to go and get ready to run. How many years has that been coming for?
Well, I started seriously drag racing probably 12 years ago. The last 4 years has been the aim to get the 6. Thought we would get it last year. Obviously, really chuffed last night. Came from nowhere. Didn't feel quick. Just felt really nice and straight. Didn't have to fight it. So yeah, really chuffed.
It wasn't straight at all. I mean, it did have a wander out to the middle, but you kept on it. The only bad thing about being a driver in a situation like that is you can't celebrate with everybody down here. We'll just let the 2-seater go, and then we'll just carry it. Just give us 10 seconds. So, will it be another 780? There we go, 784, 171. Anyway, actually, have you got a minute? Just quickly. Right, ladies and gentlemen, I do want you to put your hands together, please, for one of the greatest characters in European drag racing. Finally, after many years of trying, ran his first ever 6-second run in an Anglia. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Colin Miller, the flying fifer himself, everybody. So, Colin, yeah, we were just talking then. Sorry, I started talking because I didn't think we'd have time, but obviously we've got a little bit of prep to do. You were just saying that it didn't feel that quick.
No, it didn't feel quick at all. It just felt like a normal run. I'm not used to having no tyre shake, so that was new, no tyre shake at all. And it just went. Obviously, it does move. It's an Outlander, so they all move, but not as much as usual. So, and I was really surprised when I got down the bottom and the marshals were jumping around and shouting at me, and I thought, are they taking the piss? But no, they weren't. They were true to their word. They had the 6 up. So I was, really chuffed.
Well, that's what I said. The only unfortunate thing about being a driver in a situation like that is you don't get to celebrate with everybody down here. Because, I mean, okay, it was last run of the day. The place went bonkers.
I'd seen some of the videos later on, and absolutely fantastic. And it's great to put a smile on people's faces. That's what we're here for, out along there. Class, we put a show on for them. and hopefully last night, you know, we done that.
Well, you're going to do it again very shortly, Colin. Thank you very much for your time. And we may be even seeing, I was going to say.
Yeah, me obviously, we're going to be last pair out and out Langler, myself and Jed, Mr. 6, and I'm Mrs. 6. So let's hope we can try and emulate 2 6s.
It's going to be great fun. Colin Minner, everybody. Give him a round of applause. Thank you very much, Colin. Great to see him down here. We are on with Dragstalgia Cannonball, everybody. 6-second angliers, John.
Yeah, indeed. It's a thing that absolutely amazes me. Short wheelbase running 6 seconds, nearly 200 miles an hour. Crackers, absolutely crackers. Anyway, talking of crackers, what can you say, Darryl, about these two men? They always put on such a great show, don't they?
They are the UK's 2 quickest nostalgia fuel funny cars. Tony Betts in the Auto Glim Lane with Venom. Basically, it's an Essex match race, this one. Going up against Tim Garlick with Apache, who appears to be stuck in the Kestrel lane. He's not coming back.
There we are.
Thank
Found
goodness for that, we
reverse.
can breathe again. I have to put in a mention as well. An awful lot of people say that you can't do big burnouts the way the tracks are prepped these days. Well, they've never seen Tim Garlick's car then, have they? That was absolutely fantastic.
Well, these pair, as I've always said about Tim Garlick's car, Tim Garlick in the Kestrel lane, reminds me so much of Gladiator when Bootsy Herridge drove Gladiator. And such a good, I don't want to give him a commentator's curse, great car. And of course, Tony Betts with Venom. After many, many years of trying, Tony has suddenly got this machine running exactly where he wants it to be. So Camaro, it's a GM benefit, this one, isn't it? We've got a Firebird Trans Am in the left-hand lane, and we've got a Camaro in the right-hand lane. These two guys should be down into the 6s, Colin, quite comfortably.
Well, comfortably in the 6s. The Apache car has been in the 5s, and I tell you what, Tony Betts is not far away from there either.
Yeah, okay. So the team's watching on. Here we go, folks. Fingers in ears, it will get noisy. Well, Tim making no mistake there, out of the hole straight away. 6.10, 229 miles per hour.
Wow.
Well done, teams.
What a great run for Tim off the trailer. 6.10, 7.92 at 110 for Tony Betts, but that car looked like it was hauling, Colin.
Well, both of them, 104, 106 to 60, both of them were 271 to 330. But then obviously Tony was starting to move around his lane a little bit there. But Tim Garlick at the 8th in 4 seconds at 190 mile an hour.
Round of applause, please, for the teams. That's Tim Garlick's team going up to get him. It'll be round one more time today to do that again. We also have to explain how the Cannonball format works, don't we, gentlemen? So it's 3 runs. The whole idea of a Cannonball is to run a mile in the quickest time possible. Tim Garlick's first run was 6.10. Whatever he runs later today, we'll add that to it. And whatever he runs tomorrow morning, we'll add that to it. And then the quickest 2 cars get to go into the final.
And then the 3rd and 4th quickest will be in the, well, not like a semi-final, but
B-final,
like the second,
like,
the B-final, yeah.
Right, talking about engineering masterpieces. Whoa, that was good.
Well, I can smell that from up here.
Oh, I know. Covered. Thank you very much, Robin. Robin Reed with the supercharged Daimler in the Auto Glim Lane.
And this is the old car, not the new car.
That's right. Well, the thing is, the new car is a new car. So this is the one that's eligible for Dragstalgia. Yeah. The other one's brand new.
Well, not only that, the new one's damaged. A lot of engine damage.
Well, this could be one hell of a race. We've got Robin Reed with a 2.5 litre Daimler. He owns the world's quickest and fastest British engine cars. Full stop.
Yeah, and as you say, Darryl, a 2.5 litre Daimler compared to 7.5 litre plus other nitro cars. This is insane that Robin Reed can keep up with and sometimes go in front of cars with triple or quadruple the size of the engine.
So it's going alongside Christian Zulau from Switzerland with a beautiful, beautiful slingshot. Built by the man in the shorts over there, John Webster. Yesterday, Christian had a bit of a hop and skip off the start line, but then nailed it to his first ever 200-mile-an-hour run. I can see the little boy standing next to you, Colin, looking out the window in amazement.
It's a fabulous-looking car. Typical John Webster, I think, Darryl. But Robin Reed, like you've just said, this is going to be a race to savour, everyone. Switzerland in the left-hand lane, Great Britain in the right-hand lane, American muscle in the left, British muscle in the right. It's all there for you to take. Here we go into the staging beams. Oh, and Robin goes on a red. Mind you, it looks as though it's going to be a fabulous run.
.696, 189 for Robin Reed.
Yeah, look at that for Christian Zulau, 860, 198 miles an hour. That's one of those where the ET does not go with speed.
Not at all.
At all, but a great opening run for Robin Reed. I think the plan for them this weekend is be consistent, keep it going down the track, and hopefully they'll go far.
Okay, so top four looks like 6.10 for Tim, 6.96 for Robin, Tony Betts in at 7.92, and Christian 8.60. So that's where we are at the moment, and waiting for the next pair to come round.
We have more slingshots. I think it may be Joe Bond.
Joe Bond and Bob Hawkins, I think.
This is such a treat, isn't it? It's just amazing. Hi, Jane.
Well, when I was here for the Nostalgia Nationals, Joe Bond came out with Nothing Fancy.
That's it, yeah.
And got into a little bit of a wiggle at the back, which the whole team, you could see, held their breath. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I do.
God, boy.
The person it affects the least is the driver, because it's all right, but it looks so dramatic from the outside.
It certainly
really does.
did. It certainly did. So, Martin Hannis leading Joe Bond round. And Daddy Doug was having a birthday, wasn't he, when we were here for the Nostalgia Nationals?
Yeah, that's the point. We haven't done today's birthdays yet. We do have a few of them out there. And we'll get to those when it's a bit quieter. One of them is that man standing in the photographer's area. We'll get to it a bit later. So indeed it is Joe Bond and Bob Hawkins.
Now, on previous form, Joe's quickest run with this car, I think, is 6.30 or thereabouts in the Auto Glim Lane. His is a methanol car, or an alcohol car, if you prefer. However, it's still very, very quick indeed. Joe knows how to drive. Started out in junior dragster, and his whole adult life has been spent in supercharged cars, race cars. Bob Hawkins, on the other hand, there is actually a percentage of nitromethane in that Chevy in the Kestrel Lane. I'm not sure on the percentage though, Cole.
No, I don't.
It's not a full load, let's put it that way, but it's still very noticeable, and it's noticeably louder as well. So Bob has been well down into the sixes too. He went sixes a couple of times last weekend, I think, didn't he?
Yes, he did, yeah. 6.9s last weekend. 6.5s is Bob's quickest runs.
Going to be interesting, these two. Well, there's Joe.
Wow.
laying down some rubber, and 6.52. Fantastic. Smiles on faces down there. Well done, Joe.
Very, very quickly, Dougie. Your little lad is currently number 2. That's a real nice run. Was that what you were looking for?
Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, that'll do for today. Well, for this first session anyway. Yeah, we're just trying everything. You know, we've had the whole motor apart. We were waiting for parts. You know, it's just been one of those things. But the team's been great. So that's wonderful. We can go back and build on it.
Good stuff. Thank you very much indeed, Dougie. Your lad did very, very well that time round. 208 miles an hour through the stripe and a 681 at 197. Is that the fastest Bob Hawkins has been?
Possibly, yeah.
Could well be, actually.
Bob to 60 foot was 102.
Outstanding.
Really did launch.
Well, it looks like the way that Joe Bond's car launches, it launches kind of flat. That's just to make sure that it gets off the start line, I think. But then it just picks up a treat after that. So, well done. The slingshots are in the mix in the Dragstalgia Cannonball.
Well, most definitely. Unfortunately, we are going to be, of the event as such, actually, we've heard from the Grey Vegas team, that car unfortunately not be appearing at all this weekend. They have sustained some damage. So unfortunately Mark Bishop won't be running at all today. So great shame. They've noted, they've spotted creases in the sump of all things. So, and must have done a bearing and done some damage. So unfortunately won't be out. Whilst very, very quiet, Darryl, I'm just going to cast my eyes right at the start line. And I want you to all, not necessarily sing it, but just give Callum Pudge the most brilliant happy birthday wishes, mate. Many happy returns of the day to Callum Pudge, one of our photographers, and as of Monday, a full-time employee of Santa Pod Raceway in the offices. So Callum, happy birthday, mate, and good luck on the new job as well. So well done, mate. Right.
So who's up next, fellas?
John Hale and Robbie Grabham, according to the screens, and they are the two cars head of the lanes.
That's a beautiful looking funny car, isn't it?
It's brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant.
So pretty. Can you use that word for a muscle-bound funny car? It is so pretty.
You can use whatever word you like, John. It's all good.
Well, that's the first time I've ever heard the word pretty and Rob Elsham in the connected in the same sort of way. But there we go. Steady. No, I've got a lot of time for Rob, actually. Top bloke. And that team is going places now. Obviously, we've got John Hale driving the car this weekend. He's got a brilliant team of people with him as well now. Aaron Fensom, the youngster from Junior Dragster, has been having to go in this car.
He was in it at the Nostalgia
He was
Nationals,
indeed,
wasn't
yes,
he?
yeah. And looks like he'll be back in the car after this event.
Okay.
And you've got some, I think Mark Deere is on the team. That's a name that you'll recognise from the Fuel Days. You've also got Jack Jays on the team. So, yeah, there's some really good people on that team. Oh, and that was a total surprise because the screen has two people on it, and all of a sudden, the monster comes around the corner. So Paul Harris appears into the Kestrel beer lane. With Dennis
Sounding very strong.
Now, this car made its debut in this, guys, a year ago now, actually, I think, wasn't it, Colin? In the Monza.
It was, yeah.
As a Monza, I beg your pardon. The car itself came over a few years ago as the Chi-Town Hustler, but Paul wanted it to be a proper tribute to just about everybody's racing hero, Mr. Dennis Priddle. And the paint job itself is a rather clever, what's the word I'm looking for?
Twist.
Yeah, on both of the Monza's paint jobs, isn't it? It's all the colours, but a different way round doing it.
Phil Peed is down there, one of Dennis Priddle's original crew, and star Steve Savage was due to come here. Again, one of Prid's original crew. He's got COVID, apparently. Has been laid low with COVID, so not here this weekend. But Phil Peed was telling us that he and Star ended up being the bottom end boys on this car and suddenly realised why they gave it up 30 odd years ago, laying on your back.
That's a great looking run for
It
Paul
is.
Harris. He'll take that.
Oh,
688, 181.
Yeah, it sounded like it was actually dropping cylinders towards the top end. Was quite strong off the start
It
line.
was,
though.
yeah.
But a good 6-second run to open his account this weekend. I'm sure they'll take that. Excellent. So, a number of 6-second runs already.
Yeah, we got 5 so far, Daryl.
Yeah, and we're only about halfway through, I think, something like that, or thereabouts. Anyway, we've got more to come underneath the tower in the Also Glim Lane from Texas. I would say the USA, but Texas is kind of its own place. Mr. John Hale in Rob Elsom's Dirty Deeds Nostalgia Nitro Funny Car. Rob's actually been over to the US a number of times to help out John Hale on his Nostalgia car when he was running that. That was a few years ago now. But John Hale is a very, very accomplished racer. He's won Hot Rod Reunion at Bakersfield a couple of times in the funny car, and that's where you get like 25 funny cars duking it out. That's no mean feat at all. He's also driven for Big Jim Dunn in a Big Show funny car, and the furthest he went in eliminations in that was all the way to the final at the Gator Nationals just a few years ago. So the car itself is 1968, I think, Camaro. Is that right, Colin?
Yeah, but 69.
69, apologies. Sorry, I wasn't around then, I can't remember, that's what it is.
Is that Wild Bill Sherratt standing out the
It
side
is
of the
indeed.
car? The man who won the first Cannonball. Hi, Bill. Lovely to see you.
Well, it's Bill's grandson who's racing this weekend, John.
Oh.
Not in this car, but...
No, not in this car. But, yeah, Bill's grandson, young Mr. Clayton, is round in the Fuel Altered in just a couple of moments. So, fired up is John Hale. He made a half pass yesterday just to get familiarised with the car. I'm pretty sure this one will be out the back door. Fired up, take it on, Robbie Graben.
Yeah, I would say there's a certain amount of confidence in there.
Just a bit. However, this is a completely different format to the one that they're used to racing. Well, we're used to racing as well. It's not eliminations. It's all about... The Cannonball was always built as the roughest, toughest funny car race because you have to survive it, don't you, John?
Very much so. This is why sometimes in the early days, methanol cars used to outstrip the fuel cars with their reliability, whereas the fuel cars could go quicker, sometimes didn't have the reliability with it. But let's see how we get on with these two. An unknown quantity really in the right-hand lane, but certainly judging from the way that John Hale came through the start line on that burnout, there's a lot of confidence in there. And of course, with Robbie Graham in Freddy's Revenge, I think this is going to be the first time I've seen that car from this angle, Freddy's Revenge. So interesting for the two of them. Here we go, folks. That had everything. God, dear.
Well, Robbie Graben goes 193. John Hale with a 727 at 190 just gets the shoots out right at the bottom of the shutdown area. But I'll tell you what, just give me 2 seconds, Dave. I'll tell you what, that one's going to live in the memory banks for a long time. Your lad running a 7.0 and beating a Nitro Funny Car.
Yeah, beating an American too, yeah. That's a good one, Darryl.
That as well, yeah, but that was a really, really good race. He really had his hands full.
Yeah, he can drive. He's good, yeah.
But congratulations anyway. You're moving on to the next round. Well done, Dave.
Right, thank you, Darryl.
No problem. Well done to the whole Freddy's Revenge team. Well done, everybody. Well done to the Dirty Deeds team as well. I'm not quite sure if that's what they were looking for, but it was still a nice, clean run. John Hale got the shootout. Bit of a way down the shutdown area, but it all counts. So another 2 decent full runs, chaps.
Yeah, 727, 198 for John Hale, 709, 193 for Robbie Graham, and a contender for driving job of the weekend there without a shadow of a doubt.
That was everywhere, that one.
Oh dear.
I thought
that's what altereds do, never lift,
yeah.
isn't it?
white knuckle rides, I think we used to call them.
Okay, another one for the memory banks, Johnny.
Yeah.
Mr. Steve Johnson in Motor Mouse.
My goodness me. Steve has been around this sport for so long, well before I came in to the sport. And there was a famous picture of him with the his race car stood on its tail here at Santa Pod.
Going alongside Adam Clayton with the firecracker. Oh,
So
these are just superb.
Yeah, so Adam Clayton is Bill Sherratt's grandson. So that's why Bill's down here on the start line checking stuff out. There's an awful lot of experience going on outside and inside the car as well. Adam's a pretty accomplished autopilot himself in the Autoglym lane. Same as Steve Johnson. I mean, Steve Johnson has been racing since the 70s at least, I think.
Oh, yeah, most definitely.
And then, just when you thought he couldn't get any better, look over your left shoulder.
Oh, my goodness.
John, I know you get this, but...
Yeah.
It's just like being small again, isn't it?
It
in some
is.
way, shape or form, actually. So, Steve Johnson with the blown big block Motor Mouse in the Kestrel lane. When this hooks and goes, it runs really quick. He's been into the 60s, with 6.99 with the Motor Mouse. Adam Clayton with this car hasn't actually made a full run yet. Suffered a little bit with bouncing off the start line. Let's hope it all goes well for him this time round. So, Steve Johnson, Adam Clayton.
And Steve just powers through into a 7.26.
195 miles an hour with a bit of a bounce going on through the shutdown area as well. Adam Clayton doing what Altereds do, go up, left, right, sideways, forwards, on, off, all of that stuff. But there we go. Still, a really, really good effort from the young man in the Autoglym lane. Unfortunately, he didn't quite stage up in time, hence the fact the red came on, but at least he got to the other end. So Steve Johnson stopped all right up there, could you see?
Yeah, turn the corner, absolutely no problem.
My goodness me, that was a heart-in-mouth moment, actually, because when the car starts bouncing, obviously, if the wheels are off the ground, you can't slow down.
Well, we've been talking about Wild Bill Sherratt, haven't we? And there's his grandson. I can't believe that. His grandson is actually out there on the track racing, and Bill being the mother hen round the front of the car. But this is the car that really made Bill very, very famous during his time, the Cannonball. We premiered the Cannonball run here at Santa Pod to fall in line with the Burt Reynolds film that was out at the time by the same name, the Cannonball Run. And it was the first time we'd ever tried this format of getting the funny cars to run, and then the two quickest over the 3 runs or 4 runs, whatever it was, went into the final. And on the first time out, the man who took the win is the man that I've been talking about, Bill Sherratt. Well, this is not now Bill Sherratt's baby, but Cole will explain all.
Well, this is Ricky Gowan with the Cannonball Arrow funny car, running on methanol, not nitro. Just trying to get a feel for the car. Ricky's driven a couple of funny cars, but nothing quite like this one. And it won't be setting the world on fire or himself, hopefully, this time round, but he's just trying to get comfortable. The engine in it, I think, is spec'd as a nitro engine, but he's running it on methanol for now. So, don't expect anything quick and fast from Ricky this time round. But all credit to him for getting the car together. It looks absolutely spectacular. Just a quick word of mention as well to the Gledo family with the other fuel altered. Unfortunately, couldn't make this session. They tried their damnedest, and when we had a delay, they thought they might make it. But problem with, I think they stripped a head stud or something like that. They're busy fixing it and putting it back together, so hopefully they will be out later. Also, Adam wanted to say a big thanks to Mr. Carl Harrison for the loan of the weight scales, because the car just behaved itself that little bit better now. So the Cannonball funny car on the line again. So the Cannonball Run in 1981.
Yeah.
Was that your first big event commentating, you think?
Just seen the Hurricane go flying across the top of us. So does it all for me, I think, this. We got a Second World War fighter, a 1981 Cannonball Run winner on the track at the same time. So this was part of a twosome in those days, with Chris Filsell driving another ex-American car called Satan's Sledge. So very much a checkout pass, but one for us all to savour, I think, because of the enormity that car brought to the track here back in the day. So lovely to see it back out there again. Absolutely fantastic. So here's the Hurricane coming back. Battle of Britain flight. I think have 2 Hurricanes now, one of which this is. And the roar of the Merlin engine as he flies over, waggles his wings saying bye-bye.
That's a good low pass as well. I like that.
Yeah. Absolutely fabulous. So there you are. All of it, all at one time there. That was superb on the track and in the air. Thank you very much indeed to everybody. Well, I'm looking out the back here. What's scheduled next to come through, Colin?
Outlaw Anglia.
Oh, my goodness.
It's time for the pops. And that will actually take us up to a lunch break. We do have a jet car that's going to be taking us up there. But, yeah, Outlaw Anglia. Then it'll be the split-second jet dragster, and it'll be lunch break on track. And that's when we will be announcing the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame inductees. So, although it'll be a lunch break, make sure you've got your ears pinned back, because we will be announcing this year's group of inductees. So, we're just getting ourselves set for Outlaw Anglia, and as Darryl had a chat with Colin Miller down on the start line earlier on, the last pair will be the 2 6-second cars, of course, of Colin Miller and Jed Guy. As customary, whenever Outlaw Anglia come round the corner, we always say hi to another guy that has run a 6 with an Anglia, and that, of course, is John Willard in Australia. Good day, mate. I hope you're keeping well. I know you're constantly tuned into the coverage here, and one day, mate, one day, you'll join us with the car. Something has got to happen. We've got to get a break in this crazy world of everybody wanting a slice of money just to move things around the planet. And we'll get you over here. But in the meantime, Outlaw Anglia, their second qualifying session. It's a heads-up class. And this is Jinnah, and it is so good to have him back racing this weekend. Went 8:52 yesterday. Very, very good run indeed. Going alongside Luke Hoskins with Let It Be. Went 9:48 yesterday. Jinnah going back just as quickly as he goes forwards. Always part of the show with Jinnah.
Hello, Colin.
How you doing, mate? Good to see you, Roy.
Can I put a thank you out next time they're on the line?
So let's see what these two have got for us today. It really was party time in Outlaw Anglia last night with Colin Miller coming back to the pits. The reception committee was outstanding. The sticker went on the boot lid of the car saying he's a member of the 6-second club. It was just, it was all so worth it last night.
Well, Jinnah out there in the right-hand lane runs in the 8s, doesn't he, I think? So, Luke Hoskins in the left-hand lane. Lead It Be, Let It Be. In the Ford Sit Up and Big Popular, and the Fordson van out there in the right-hand lane. So, unfortunately, Luke, unknown to me, I don't know what sort of times he runs. We're just about to find out. But Jinnah is down into the 8s with the Fordson van. It's a red light on the tree for Jinnah. And that almost goes sideways a little bit on the track, but he's at the top end first. 9.5 seconds for him. 146 miles an hour. And in the left-hand lane, a 10.81 for Luke. Well, here's a man that I read somewhere has been at every Dragstalgia since it started. Mark Bracking in the Ford Pop in the left-hand lane. And right-hand lane, hopping, Gary Hill.
Actually, Mark Bracking wasn't here yesterday. I've got a sneaky suspicion he was on prom duty last night. I don't know.
Oh, really?
There's been quite a few of them have been doing it well, it is prom season, isn't it? But no, either that or he was at a show or something. But we know he wasn't here, but great to see that he's made it to the track today. So can Gary Hill improve on that 969 from yesterday? Not quite 979. Look at Mark Bracking, 970. Wow.
Is that a PB, Cole?
Massive.
Yeah?
I'm gobsmacked at that. 970. That is such a... I mean, I'm used to seeing that car run in the 10s like clockwork, but goodness me. Got no speed recorded, which is a little bit of a question mark, but wow. Wow. Speechless. Okay. Right, Spencer Tidswell and Ronnie Mercer. Watch Ronnie purge the nitrous when he comes right up to the line. Ronnie went 9 flat yesterday. Spencer went 10.09.
So Spencer is Gene's little boy,
That's
yeah?
right, yeah.
Who I used to watch racing all those years ago in Gene's T.
Good looking runs a pair. Ronnie, 902, 964. Nice move there for Spencer. Moves up from 13 to 9. Ronnie stays number 5. But good consistency for there from Ronnie.
The thing that amazes me with these cars, I mean, they really are, you know, the most unexpected race car, aren't they? A Ford Popular and a Ford Anglia. And yet they've got everything so well tuned now. The bodywork is well tuned, the chassis are well tuned, and they just squat down and run. Sometimes the runs look so ordinary, and then they prove to be so good.
Well, I think it goes to show they've got the rules right for the class. And I will be shot if I get it wrong, but I think it is a maximum of 107-inch wheelbase. Could be 109. I can't remember. Somebody will message me to let me know. And the windscreen has to be at the set angle of the original Ford.
Oh, wow.
You can have a roof chop, but it has to be at the exact angle. So this is Ben Kennedy and Shane Bird. Ben gets to the stripe first. 10.32. Shane Bird. 13.78. Barry Woodford and Barn Levy, your next pair. Now, Barry Woodford's another name that you will have called plenty of times in the past. Been around this sport for a long time.
Okay.
The Barnstormer, Barnaby. Very entertaining car. And you'll notice all of these, well, most of the cars now carrying wheelie bars because they really do need them. We have seen Pops move around quite a lot, and to try and keep everything stable and not going too high at the front, obviously, the wheelie bars. Double purpose. Nice to see the backup uniforms there. Oh dear, what on earth has he got stuffed down the front of there? Oh dear, it's the return of the fezzes, I think, isn't it?
Wonderful.
It is. It just makes it just so entertaining.
Well, let's just see how these two get on. Bit of concern underneath Barry's car. But no, would appear to be all in order. Good.
There is a problem for Barry, so he's not taking the run.
No.
So Barnes on his own. Went 9.20 yesterday. 9.12 today. Nicely done, Barn.
So is that a PB?
That I'm not sure. Getting close to it, if it isn't, put it that way. Nicely done, Barn. Ah, the Great Barbarian. I don't know if you've ever had a chance to have a look at this one in the pits, John, but the artwork and the paint is just flawless. It's drop dead gorgeous, this machine.
Funny idea, he was at Peterborough, the Peterborough show.
Right.
There were, I know Rob Stone was there. I expect Rob is here
should
today.
Be around somewhere.
Yeah. Rob was there, and I'm sure it was the Great Barbarian that was there. It was quite an eye catcher. Lots of people stopping looking at it. So, trouble is, I go to so many of these shows, everything merges into one, unfortunately.
Well, Martin yesterday went 9:31. And trust me, folks, the wheelie bar and the wing, not there for show. They do have a purpose in A, stopping the car going up, and B, trying to keep the back end planted down at the same time. So a little bit of aero help from the rear wing. .25 with an 8. That's his quickest of the weekend so far. Stays in the number 7 spot, but good consistency once again. How about this then? Paul Hensher.
Boy, another man has been around for so long. Great staunch supporter of the Ford Anglia, Ford Popular, gas attack. So many of you who come along here to Sandapod must remember this, not only here but at Shaky. I don't know whether he ever went up to the northern track, up to Melbourne, but certainly always a great supporter of the class down here at the pod.
Well, his one run yesterday netted him an 8.66. We know he can go at least a second quicker than that. You just saw a little purge of the nitrous there, just making sure that's all up to pressure. So let's see what Paul Hensher's got for us then. That's a lovely launch.
Ooh. Caterpillar tracks away from the start line, heading towards the top end, and lots of smoke coming out the car, but as you just said, a second quicker than yesterday.
Yeah, 7.51, he'll take that, shoots out safely, he's slowing down, but he's a lot of smoke at the top end. But nevertheless, 7.51, and only 169 miles an hour, so I think it was hurting itself a little bit towards the stripe.
Yeah.
But the spotters are going out there just to make sure.
Well, he's made himself into the number 2 spot now with that 7.51. But of course, Colin Miller is the man sitting on top of the pile at this point in time with a 6.98. So interesting to see him come out. I'm hoping and praying I'm going to see a 6 here today, which would be nice. Just a careful check being made at the top end of the track with that blue smoke coming out the car, but all would be judged to be in order. And the next pair told to fire up.
So Rob Nixon comes into the Kestrel beer lane. And he's got Ben Rushforth for company. Oh, proper burnout from Ben.
My goodness. Well, of course, Mr. Nixon, long time, again, supporter of this class. It's a full prefect, isn't it?
I think you're right. It doesn't look like
Nixon.
a pop. Yeah, I think you're right. Now, this is actually Ben Rushforth. Now, him and his family have taken over running EDA.
Have they?
Yes, which is obviously a name, again.
Yes, Kenny Coleman.
That's the one.
Yeah, yeah.
So Ben is pretty much the main man at EDA these days. And this is the family Ford Pop. This car was actually Mark Flavel's car.
Do you
No,
remember?
Alan Flavel's
Alan
car.
Flavel's. Apologies.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Mark's brother. So I'm trying desperately to think what it was called.
Well, Ben going for a little bit of a wander. He ran a personal best yesterday of 8:61. Today goes 8:60.
Yeah, so again, better.
Yeah.
What?
In an Anglia.
No, that's got, just looking at the Nixon car as it's being pushed back, seems to have a pop front and a prefect back.
Oh.
So that's my take on that. Everyone will come and tell me I'm wrong, but I don't mind.
Stroke of care.
I wouldn't say that.
No, I know. I'm just kidding. So how much fun was that cannibal? Well, all of it, really.
It was brilliant, absolutely brilliant. I've just written it down for my own enjoyment, all the times and that.
So this is Barry Woodford with the Woodford Family Pop for another go, and unfortunately someone that's decided to enter the backup person competition.
And just in case you missed it on the first time, I think that's why Barry cars stopped, and then so we had to go through the process of seeing the site again. Oh dear.
I just hope he's not ill in his helmet sitting in the car looking at that. That's the only thing.
You can be so cruel, Darryl Bradford. You can be so cruel.
Oh dear.
Yeah, but you know, you got a little bit of sick in your mouth from things like that. It's not a good thing, is it? Especially when you're trying to drive a race car.
Oh, that's better for Barry this time round. And Rob Nixon. This time the burnout goes ahead properly. Will he come back this time? That is a question. Yes, he has. Excellent stuff.
Okay, just to let everybody know what that was about, we were due to have the cackle cars over there at about 1 o'clock, but we've moved it slightly so everybody can still go, including us, obviously. So just after Julian Webb runs, which will be the end of Outlaw Anglia, then it will be the cackle cars over there behind the grandstand.
Cool. Along with the Hall of Fame.
That's the one.
As well,
almost like we planned it.
Yeah,
isn't it?
all happening at once. Right, Rob Nixon, what you got for us? Went 9.74 yesterday. What? Cheeky little wheelie off the line.
Cheeky little wobble.
On 85 today.
That car loves moving around, doesn't it?
So that would get him into what, the number 13 spot by the looks of it, I think? 12.
He stayed 12. He stayed exactly where he was.
Okay.
So we've still got a few more pairs to go. I can also see, oh no, not again. That's the second day in a row. Unfortunately, the other orange pop gets pushed back from the start line.
So this is Ben Montgomery out here, and he has very nicely put together green angle pop. It's very difficult to pick out whether they're Anglias or pops, so it's...
we just say what the class is, and then we
Anglia.
can't get it wrong. Yeah, there we go.
Also got to do a special shout out for another team that aren't here this weekend. Rod and Kim Harrison. We know that they're tuned into the coverage. Despite all the issues with the car, unfortunately Kim's got the bug at the moment as well. So Rod and Kim, well, get well soon obviously, and look forward to seeing you at the track next time you're here basically. And obviously we want the car to be back in one piece, but more importantly let's have you two 100% well. I know Kim, it's just you at the moment, but stay well, and we will look forward to catching up with you soon.
Just wanted to say a very quick hi to Mr. Dan Welbury and his sons Buddy and Elijah. Hopefully, they're having a great time. He also said to tell you, John, how good it is not only to have cars from the past, but also the voice from the past as well.
Thank you, Dan.
Very
lovely
kind
to
of
hear from you.
And while you're there, mainly because I can, Buddy and Elijah, if you can hear me, ask your dad why I call him a girl.
Nice. Right.
You see a very angry man with a goatee beard coming up the stairs in a minute. It will be
So
down.
I think it's my time to leave.
No, you're there as God. You are.
Paul Watson with the Grumpy's Toy number 2, and it's Ian Twiddell with Anxious, the Ford Anglia. Ian was a bit frustrated. I had to chat with him last night. He said, I didn't set the wheelie bars right last night. That's why the car came up to pull the wheelie. He's got them a lot lower today, so should be a much better run for Ian.
Well, I had a little sit in Paul's car at a car show a little while ago. Really is a beautiful piece of kit. It's his road car as well, I think. He drives it on the road. He drove it to the show I was at. There's a man who's been around drag racing for many years. Gets to the top end second, but will have enjoyed that drive.
But a road car, 1242,
absolutely.
109 miles an hour.
Phenomenal, isn't it?
Absolutely amazing. So Gary Bird, I think this is the first time we've seen Gary this weekend with the Lucky Penny. That has a supercharged big block in there. Oh, a small block, my apologies. In the Auto Glim Lane, going up against Wayne Power. If ever there was a name that was well suited to drag racing.
Just what do you know, you've taken the words out of my mouth.
Who do you think I learnt all this crap from?
It would be me.
It would be you.
Yeah,
sorry,
great
mate.
stuff.
Anyway, but yes, go on. I was just going to say.
No, that's exactly what I was going to say. Perfect name for a drag racer. So you've got power in one lane and fly like a bird in the other. So it's yeah, this is what we're all about.
So Gary Bird hasn't got a time on the board just yet. Well, he's going to be taking the stripe on this one. Nice looking run. 891, 154.
Number 5.
1042 for Wayne at 124. As we have one of the more monstrous cars in the whole of drag racing rolling round now. It's actually called the Beast. They regularly fire this up in their back garden in Derby.
Oh, do they?
They do.
Yeah.
That's not a joke.
No, they're used to it in Derby, though.
That's all right.
They use Rolls-Royce engines up there. So Simon Barlow, who attends a lot of car shows as well, allows people to sit in there. Not saying he's going to do that here while he's racing, and fires it up every now and again just to clear out people's ear holes. Now, what sort of time are we expecting from Gary, do you think?
Not necessarily what we're expecting, is what he hopes. He would love to get into the very low sevens, but knowing Simon, he wants 200 mile an hour. It hasn't been done yet in Outlaw Anglia in the UK. 196 is the actual fastest recorded run in the UK. Simon wants the 200.
Who ran the 196 then?
Colin Miller. He did it when you were here, if you remember, at
Nostalgia
Nationals.
Yeah.
I just want to say a quick hi as well, while I remember to John Willard, who's tuned in from Australia, who has the world's quickest and fastest Outlaw Anglia. Well, Carl likes the look of that, which is always good.
Sounds way better than yesterday.
Great run.
789-169, loads to work with. Carl is happy. When Carl's happy, you know good things are going to happen.
Oh, here we go then, boys. It's the 2 6-second cars side by side. This is going to be one to savour, everybody. Get ready to put the peepers down on the track. Colin Miller and Jed Guy coming round here together.
God, the entertainment started. Yeah, the entertainment has started before they've even done their runs.
Oh, T-shirts. I wonder what the heck that was. Everybody ducked. I don't think they were watching. I think that was the problem. So anyway, the newest member of the 6 Second Club taking on the original member of the 6 Second Club, Mr. Jed Guy with Shorty's Hot Rod down there in the Kestrel Lane. This is Jed's first outing of
It's the first time he's raced since he ran the 6s.
Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah. It's part shortage again, but he's out here for Dragstalgia, taking on Colin Miller. Ladies and gentlemen, 2 6-second
Ford Anglias.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Knocking on the door of 200 miles an hour as well. This is Jed's first run though, so we'll see.
He didn't want to be second, did he?
No.
Left the start line before the greens come on. And a 7-0 for Colin Miller. 192 miles an hour. Unbelievable.
And we have to say as well, looking out of a post box, pretty much.
Yeah.
Because there's not a lot of vision out the front of those things, is there?
Yeah.
Now, unfortunately, Jed rolled the beams, so no time or speed recorded for Jed. We'll forgive him for that one because, so say, it's the first time he's driven the car in about, what, 7 or 8 months?
Well, Jed's very good. It more than likely a line lock problem or something along those lines. Anyway, we have the debut of a brand new car.
Oh, look at that is super. Oh, dear, oh dear. I love it.
We've been seeing this being built for a long, long time, haven't we, this car?
An Anglia Ute.
Basically, yes.
That's what it is.
I think you're dead right there.
Yeah, Lee Taylor this is.
That's a nice looking piece of kit, isn't it? I do like that.
Yeah, built in his garage over a long period of time, actually. Like I said, I've been watching the build on this over a while, shall we say. This is its first run in anger. Well, when I say anger,
yeah, it's a nice initialization pass, so you just make sure that everything works and you familiarise yourself with the car. It's one thing doing it in the pits, you just sat in it, but when you're driving it, you've got to feel what the car's doing. You want to know what the steering wheel feels like. You just want to know the controls.
you notice everyone's scarpering from the VIP balcony because the jet car's running. That's not the time to be doing it. You need warming up. Think of the suntan.
Yeah. Right, well, this will take us up to the lunch break beautifully. This is Julian Webb with Split Second. Bizarrely, this is his backup car now, because obviously Julian has got the Spider-Man jet car, but has got Split Second with us here this weekend.
So, again, after this run goes through, folks, we're going to be doing the cackling over there behind the spectator grandstand, just in front of the marquee. You've got the Hall of Fame announcements
yes,
right in front of you. Ready to go. John, lunchtime.
Oh dear.
Yeah, John Price will be available for autographs if you can find it.
If you find it minutes. I'm sorry, chaps. Obviously, I jumped the gun a little bit. I thought we were a bit closer to having lunch than we were, but it's okay.
Okay.
I'll have it in a minute anyway. So, Julian Webb with Split Second. Again, I think you were probably around in the early days of jet cars too in the UK.
Yeah,
anyway.
I was very much so. There was the big Scorpion, which I think we still have the body and the chassis here somewhere, which had a Rolls-Royce Avon engine in it. So it wasn't the type of engine you could fit an afterburner on, because this tower would have been 2 miles that way.
That's right.
And then, of course, we had the match race jets, which were Hellbender and Vampire. Before that, there'd been Malcolm Ollie with the Pink Panther. Do you remember that one?
I do.
But it was really when Santa Pod got the idea of jets under their wing that we started to see more and more jets. And I've got this vision, like I had with you at Goodwood, of Alan Herridge testing Hellbender, and it was chained here. And because we used to have an area over there called the Playpen, where he used to try cars out and things like that. But he decided he'd try it down here, and he broke the chains, and off he went. And he had no fast suit on, no crash helmet, and I can remember him sitting in it, looking back over his shoulder. That's a vision I have in my mind of the early days of jets up here. But I mean, they're now the way that they've all come on, these jets. I mean, Split Second was a car that belonged to Mark Newby and Colin Fallows, and was built by Hauser Racing as a land speed record car. And then, of course, we now see Colin Fallows riding a double-engine Norton.
Yeah.
So So
well, Mark used to drive this at air shows and things like that quite a lot, didn't he? Yeah.
Awful lot. Yeah. And you mentioned houses. Spider-Man, the new jet, was built by Hauser Race Cars.
I think we need the theme music from Top Gun again on, especially with the guys on the start line with the outfits and the jet car.
Yeah. You're so right.
So this is the last one before lunch. Well, for some of us anyway. Judy gets thumbs up from here, Marshall. Here we go.
Even I jumped then.
Oh dear, looks like I think Josie finally found the worst place to stand. Well done, Josie. 680 at 232. She normally stands in the middle when the jets run, but I think that might have been a bit close. I think the eyelashes might need redoing after that one. Deary me. You okay?
Yeah.
That looked a bit breezy, that did.
Thumbs up.
Deary me. We're on lunch break, folks. For around about half an hour. Colin, we will hand over to you.
Thank you.
You have some bits of paper in your hands. You are itching.
Oh yes, it is finally time, and I'm just going to check in with Dragstalgia.com because they're, I think, pretty much ready to press the button as soon as I finish doing this. But ladies and gentlemen, please lend me your ears because it is time to announce the 2022 inductees into the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame. And obviously a process that goes through this where you have various names put into the mix and the committee then decide, and they've narrowed it down to 5 inductees this year. And absolutely delighted to have the honour of announcing this. These people, organisations, groups will get their awards at the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame Gala Dinner in November. And it's quite a social occasion, and we really do look forward to it. Right, ladies and gentlemen, the first inductees into the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame, and I'm literally just going to read the passage out because the names of this group are going to be straight in the first sentence. The Dagenham-based Stones drag racing team, including British Drag Racing Hall of Fame member Dennis Daddy Stone, Dave Stone, Jerry Andrews, and Hall of Fame member Dave Lee Travis. The Stones drag racing team induction into the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame reflects the driving and engineering skills of all involved as they took some of the most iconic dragsters, funny cars and alters down UK tracks in the 1970s and 1980s, pushing the boundaries of the sport and also spreading the word to the continent. The starting point was Dennis purchasing and racing a Ford Lotus Cortina in 1968, and 2 years later the opportunity came at Martlesham Heath for Dennis to acquire the Opus 1 Altered from Cliff Jones, and thus started a whirlwind of car development and honing of engineering skills by the team. Once Dennis started racing and winning with Opus 1, Dave was doing the same with the Lotus Cortina. In their first full seasons racing, the Stones finished the year at the top of their respective NDRC classes, Dennis in Top Comp and Dave in Junior Street. The following year, Opus 1 had an aluminium X Can-Am Chevy 427 fitted. It was in 1972 that Dave became the principal team driver after buying a Ford Model T altered named Turtle T and eventually becoming T-Rat, into which he was transplanted the X Can-Am engine, becoming the first UK altered into the 8s, and then with Nitra as the fuel, running a pair of 8.0s on their first overseas trip to Mantorp Park in Sweden in 1973. Dave also won the Castrol Top Comp Championship that year, while Opus 1 was exchanged for a Ford Escort that was named Rudolph, and then later, of course, Tender Trap, driven by Dennis and also occasionally by Radio 1 DJ Dave Lee Travis. Jerry Andrews, who Dave had worked with at Essex-based Ford main dealer Reynolds, joined the team in 1974, racing the slingshot dragster Hemi Hunter, built over a number of years by Alan Herridge for Pete Bennett. Later, the broken engine from Hemi Hunter was swapped and the supercharged Alki one from Keith Harvey's altered, and Jerry's driving career started, moving to Pro Comp, which had been introduced in 1975. In 75, T-Rat had a new chassis built by the late Roland Pratt. Dave with a supercharger on the engine and went straight into the sevens. However, despite driving skills that were nothing short of miraculous, the fuel-altered aerodynamics caused the car to wander at the top end. In the 1976 season, the team acquired the Stardust funny car, brought over to the UK 3 years earlier by US star Don Schumacher, fitting their blown Nitro Chevy from T-Rat into it and running quick from the start. The original Hemi Hunter was retired in 1978 and a new dragster was constructed by Alan Herridge, Hemi Hunter 2, which initially ran on nitro after Bob Phelps encouraged the team to compete in top fuel and funny car, but methanol was the fuel of choice for Hemi Hunter after 1978. In that same year, the team started running the blue Mustang of Raymond Beadle, running it on loan from Santapod. The team, which over the years included Dave Stone, Jerry Andrews, Dave Lee Travis, Colin Thompson, Trevor Horncastle, Dennis's nephew Andrew Swan, Mickey Pratt, Dick Cruz and Alan Bates, took both cars to European events with Dennis Daddy Stone as team principal, keeping the lads in check. The engineering skills of the Castrap team enabled them to work their way through mechanical issues that they suffered, particularly in the engine department. However, in May 1983, the Mustang funny car suffered a big fire, Dave's driving career coming to an end, and Hemi Hunter 2 was destroyed at the World Finals after a weakened chassis from a previous accident in the August caused the car to roll. Once Kane SPR came to the team's aid with the ex-Ros Pryor man-eater, the late Dick Cruz joining the team as driver from 1986 after Jerry retired that year. They're the only team to win 3 top classes at Silverstone, which is Top Street with Tender Trap, Top Altered with T-Rat and Top Dragster with Hemi Hunter. It's for running at the top level of these classes, winning championships and setting records, that the Stones drag racing team are being inducted into the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame. What a fantastic set of words there for the Stones drag racing team as they are inducted into the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame. Our next induction, and I am absolutely delighted to announce that it is an organisation that is up next, and it is of course the National Street Rod Association, the NSRA. Before the formation of the National Street Rod Association in 1972, that's 50 years ago, there was a band of people who loved to drag race but also built and drove street rods. The association grew out of the National Drag Racing Club, the NDRC, Road Register, thanks to the NDRC chairman and British Drag Racing Hall of Fame member Alan Wigmore, who, way back in '71, invited brothers Chris and Pat Church to form the register. Previously, the brothers had drag raced briefly a 4-pop called Gold Rush at Santapod Raceway. Seeing the need for a more specific club for hot rollers, rather than being just part of the drag racing club, the Roadster Register gave way in the late 1971 by the formation of the National Street Rod Association in February 1972, after it was an inaugural meeting at the Wheatsheaf pub in Surrey. By then, Chris Church, who had been given the distinction of being a member #1 status, had already built a Chevrolet-powered Jago Model T bucket, Rod 5. And Mick Bray, creator of the legendary Pinball Wizard, 4-Pop, was member #2. Though the first proper rod run out organised by the Southern Roadsters and the NSRA, a run from Oxford to Bewley, was in 1972, the association's first national event was their inaugural fun run in 1973 to Northants Billing Aquadrome. By 75, with a rising membership of some 500 members, the NSRA had well and truly established itself in the UK. With the association's link to drag racing lying dormant for years, 4 self-conscious Midlands-based enthusiasts, Mark Fullard, Martin Payne, Steve Tristram and Alan Martin, had the bright idea of a rod run to be held at a drag strip. Not just any drag strip though, it was to be a local drag strip. In part due to the introduction of the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame member John Wright, the meeting was arranged with Anthony Hodges, owner of the then Longmastering drag strip. Thankfully, he liked the idea. Keen to hit the ground running in '88, the 4 approached the current committee of the NSRA to ask if the club would be associated with the proposed event. And by a strange twist of fate, one of the committee that attended the first meeting in 1966 at Santapod happened to be Malcolm Beakhurst, one of the original partners in the ill-fated Jaguar-powered Fordson race van Alley Cat in the early 70s. So it was that in 1989, a now renamed Avon Park Raceway was the host of the first annual outing, original Hot Rod Drags. the NSRA returning to its drag racing roots after 17 years, along with gaining a second national event to add to its calendar. 5 years later, and due to its popularity and support by hot rodders and racers alike, the NSRA added the Nostalgia Nationals to its growing list of associated events. Although the original track, once again renamed Shakespeare Council Raceway, sadly no longer exists, both events have found a new home at Santapod Raceway, with the NSRA still taking an active role as well as playing their part in certain elements of Dragstalgia. After 50 years and coming full circle, the NSRA are honoured to be inducted into the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame. So we have a fantastic organisation and a fantastic team, and now we are absolutely delighted to announce some key individuals. And whilst I'm reading this, could we please have Custom Car Invitational into the lanes? Next up, and I know he's here this weekend, and he's been chomping at the bit, and now he can finally relax, as we can now announce that our next inductee into the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame is, of course, John Morton. John's love of drag racing spans back to 1966, when he first persuaded an older cousin to take him to Santapod. He is someone who has been through the ringer a few times along the way, but it has not stopped him. In earlier days, he helped out a fair number of racers by crewing for them. First it was Robin Wilby, who needed assistance with his junior dragster. John then was involved in a horrific life-threatening motorcycle accident, and he was on the pillion. If that was not enough, he would then break his neck in another serious incident. After helping Steve Woollatt in his early days, he crewed for Rod Pallant, and John had encouraged many bikers to get into the drag racing over the years, and he himself raced, persuading his friend Brian Johnson to ride at Blackbush Drag Races, the best thing he ever did for the sport. John would crew for BJ at home and abroad. John's own first step into regular drag racing competition was in 1985 in the Pro Stock bike class. Aided by Time Blight, he won some national events and was voted BDRA Best Newcomer. In 1986, John was the first international event at Zandvoort, and in 1988 won the World Finals at Santapod. A new Kawasaki was built the following year, and this did not prove to be a match for Suzuki-powered entries, and John dropped it at North Weald, but was quickly back out. After 2 years racing Suzuki, John moved up into the funny bike class with Mick Beaumont. This was raced for 4 years and was champion in 1993. The pinnacle for John as a bike person was to compete in top fuel bike. Over the next 6 years, a top-class machine was constructed thanks to input from Pete Davis and Frank Brackvogel. In a sad twist of fate, John suffered 2 heart attacks before ever getting a chance to ride his now completed bike. Cruelly, ECG tests would prevent him obtaining a pro race licence, and the unraced bike was sold to Chris Hannum. After swallowing this massive setback and taking a couple of years out, John was desperate to get back racing, which would be restricted to sportsman classes. Having made so many friends on both sides of the sport, he made the switch from 2 wheels to 4 and bought a 69 Camaro to try his hand at the competitive Superglass class, which would prove to be a happy move. John campaigned the car through to 2017, where he was forced to take a break due to work issues, and the Camaro was sold. Now he's back in his bright yellow no-hair entry, having established himself as a multiple-time champion in Supergas. He's quick to credit his stepson Dan Page for all his help, especially with electrical systems. Still a bike man at heart though, John's love of American cars has done him well, and he has managed to keep on racing. And for that, we are absolutely delighted to have John Morton inducted into the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame. Number 4 on the entry list today is another racer that is still out there racing us just as hard as ever, and that is Mark Flavel. Drag racing made an instant impact on Mark, and a chance visit to Santapod with a group of colleagues and friends in the late 1970s sparked a lifetime's involvement into the sport, which would see him working and racing at tracks across Britain and Europe. And for several years, the 1980s, as an emigrant, with his wife Anne to Canada. He particularly associated with York Raceway and its successor, the new Melbourne Raceway. There is no doubt that drag racing success in the north of England has depended on hard work of dedicated club members who supplied the infrastructure essential for drag racing to take place. Mark has been one of Melbourne's outstanding workers from the 1980s through to the 21st century, racing with his brother Alan Mark came to then York Raceway in the late 70s campaigning a modified Ford Pop Dragon, which they had built together. During the 1980s and early 90s, it was usual to find Mark and several others at York Raceway during the week before a race meeting, sweeping, cleaning the track and shutdown area of all the accumulated debris produced by working farms' heavy machinery. Mark freely gave his expertise and labour to the project of upgrading the existing safety barriers, thanks to a contact of sourcing Armco fencing being replaced along the stretch of the A road nearby, as well as helping improve crowd safety. During this time, Mark fabricated and donated a new Christmas tree and metal covers to shield the staging lights on the start line. He gathered together a racers group to organise fundraising activities to provide fire extinguishers and other safety equipment for the track. Mark also helped organise and participate in G-Force, the sponsored Supergas Racers class, which competed at venues across the UK. He was instrumental too in acquiring sponsorship for racing at York, as well as for the G-Force Supergas tours. Returning from Canada in 1987, Mark collaborated with Hall of Fame member Dave Grady to advance Grady's project of promoting drag racing nationally with the Supergas Drag Racers Association, formed to conduct championship races as well as to present demonstrations and displays. Next, Mark focused on compiling new rules which led to the adoption of the 892nd Super Comp class index. He raced his dragster and funny car entries with the distinction of both Super Comp and Super Pro ET. While chiefly associated with York and Melbourne, Mark had engaged with venues as diverse as Disforth in North Yorkshire, Enniskillen in Northern Ireland and the Isle of Man. Retirement from his day job allows him to concentrate his attention fully on Melbourne Raceway, where he contributes his time and expertise to its ongoing development. His newest additions to the project include Startline Gantry and Disabled Viewing Area. Mark is quick to credit others for their support, yet for his own generosity and dedication to the sport that he has been selected for induction into the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame. So there we go, Mark Flavel, John Morton, the National Street Rod Association and Stones team. We just have one more to announce, and as we return to two wheels, as the legendary name of Henk Vink is added to the list. Dutch racer Henk Vink first made his name as a multi-time national trials champion. Henk became interested in sprinting in the late 60s and raced in early 500cc Kawasaki triple. There were no drag racing in Holland until 1975, but with the sport enjoying growth in the UK, Henk made his first appearance at Santapod in 1972. It would mark the start of a whirlwind journey for him, following that time out on a Kawasaki 750 triple. He had a full-time mechanic, Jan Smit, and his outfit would become well known as Team Big Spender. A move was soon made to supercharged four-stroke Kawasaki nitro burner, which helped from sprinting legend Phil Manzano. The successful businessman wanted to mix it in with the very best of the UK riders, and his team would cross the channel as often as they were allowed to compete over here, and the amiable crew would make many, many friends during their numerous trips. There were seemingly non-stop series of Kawasaki bike races built for Henk to race with technical advice from some of the best in the world. Henk's fearless riding style was unlike any other, and he was quite happy to put a foot down at high speed, even if his bike wasn't behaving. The man spent a lot of money on racing, but the team enjoyed themselves at the races and became well liked by so many race fans over here. Their hospitality was legendary among both bike and car classes. Back home, he worked behind the scenes to try and establish a permanent race facility. Henk even brought over a Dutch Minister of State to one of the races at Santapod and made him part of the team for the weekend. Henk was a determined racer. He had a burning desire to win, and never more so than he was up against John Hobbs. There was mutual friendship and respect, and some epic races on track between these two. In 1980, Henk was racing the ex-Carl Eiffeld twin-engine Kawasaki, which he rode to the first 7-second time by a European rider. The team performed many demos around Europe, which were beneficial in promoting the sport. Henk was also set up a 3-country match race series in 1981 between himself and US ace rider Sam Wills. A collaboration with rocket legend Sammy Miller was established in the 1980s, and it resulted in the quickest ever ride for Henk. The hydrogen peroxide fuel bike was the ultimate two-wheeled acceleration machine, which first ran in this country in 1983 at Blackbush. It would propel Henk to the 6-second elapsed times. The Dutch racing ace last rode in 1986. Sadly, the sport lost one of its most notable racers when Hank suffered a fatal heart attack following his 50th birthday celebrations in 1988. He led a fast-paced life, and his racing years will not be forgotten. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is your 5th inductee into the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame for 2022. Thank you so much for lending me your ears for those announcements. If you want to read those inscriptions in full, which basically I've just read out, please go on to eurodragster.com, as that will be appearing on there very, very shortly indeed. Don't forget, folks, the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame marquee is behind the main grandstand, and you will see some of the people, and you will see some fantastic stuff that is up for auction, and some of the stuff is available to buy on the day as well. We've got t-shirts, magazines, models, prints, all sorts of things, but please pop over there. Wow, what a lunchtime. Cackle session going on. The sun is still out, it's beautiful out there, and people, and I mean lots of people, have just messaged. Yeah, a lot of people have messaged to say they love your t-shirt.
Oh, I haven't looked yet.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh yeah, there is a lot of love coming in from the internet. It's just been so well received. Thought I'd let you know that, mate. What a day. What a fabulous day. I'll tell you what, my voice is wearing out just a little bit. Let's just finish off the lunch break. And we're not that far away from getting things going once again. So Nitro FM, just for a little while, if you can take the airwaves back, and we'll be back with you soon.
Right, first car, Wrathchild, make, model, spec, 1966. One part Alan Blount, one of his cars. Second part, another part of Alan Blount's car, welded together, as we've been told by people with better history knowledge than us. 305 small block Chevrolet, tunnel ram. We just put that on just for a laugh more than anything. It doesn't do much apart from flood the engine, but it looks really cool. And then Rebel, relatively newish car. We're not 100% sure. Late 2000s. 420 cubic inch. Okay, Hillborn 8 stack in direct injection, mechanical injection. Yeah, and we love them both, so don't ask us for a favourite. But yeah, both slingshot dragsters, so behind the engine, axle against your gentleman's parts, which freaks a lot of people out, which is good fun. Gearbox between your feet, and they're a really good hoop to drive.
My favourite thing about Wrathchild is it's pie crust. It's an old school look. You don't see many cars with them nowadays, and there's just something about them compared to slicks. They just have a total different look to them, which I quite like about Wrathchild. With Rebel, my favourite part is the speed and the acceleration. You try and describe it to people like trying to compare it to a roller coaster, but not even on some roller coaster. You feel the same effect of it. So that's what I like about that car. My least, but that's about it. Yeah.
Me? Oh gosh. Yeah, I'm going to say either the pie crust or the tunnel ram, just because it looks stupid. It's like a big old Hot Wheels car, and it's a very fun car to us. It was our first dragster we got and built with help from a ton of amazing people. So the fond memories that come with it. As for Rebel, it's got to be the 8 stack, because we've always wanted a stack injected car, because to us that is the perfect slingshot, like junior fuel looking. And yeah, speed acceleration, it's just throws you in your seat, throws you out your seat. Well, not technically out your seat, but puts you forwards when the chute comes out. It's amazingly good fun, really good fun. Yeah, I don't know how to describe it. Right, should we go for the worst thing? Worst thing on Wrathchild is we've both put on a little bit of girth, wide and grown outwards but never upwards. So it's she's getting a bit tight because she's 17 inches inside the rails. Yeah, so that's the worst part. We would like to make her wider, but then it won't be Wrathchild. It's not her. It's not the car that we we're so fond about. Rebel, the cylinder heads. The cylinder heads, we're looking at getting new ones. They're starting to let us down a little bit, some of the valves, but yeah. But I couldn't change it in any other way. Maybe run a bit of nitro one day. That's about it until we run the Euro Millions. It'll stay as it is. But we love them both, to be fair. Love them both.
Right, well, this is actually a bespoke car. It was built from plans in Custom Car Magazine, 1972. It's called Little Foss at the moment, but it has had a number of other names over the years. It's basically a club-level dragster, 50 years old, as I say. It has a 3.5 litre Rover engine, unless it's at the Mopar Nationals when it gets entered as a Buick. My favourite thing about it is that it has a really, really good nature, and that sounds like a strange thing. It's almost like got a little soul in there that's always trying to help us do well. It's like when I'm getting in the car and I'm driving it down the strip, I feel like it wants to do well. It's almost tells me that it wants to do good. Whenever there's a problem, it's always something minor. We've just had it not start at the end of the pairing lanes there. Everyone's looking at really more serious stuff. All it was a simple loose wire. So no massive engine dramas, just a simple loose wire. It's back on and we're going to go again. The thing I'd like to change is I'd like to have owned this car 50 years ago and owned it throughout its life, although at that time I would have actually had it when I was 1.
It's a 1941 Willys Coupe replica. It's glass fibre with a 331 small block Ford, 671 supercharger and twin 4-barrel carbs. Just how happy it makes me. It's just, every time you get in it, you smile. The worst thing is when it breaks and I have to change lots of things, but if I could change one thing on it, I'd change it for a steel-bodied one, but that's way, way out of my budget. But we have fun with this. It lives outside. It's not a show car, it's a happy car.
Scimitarred chassis V6 Ford powered Willys, which I think he runs 18s in, doesn't he?
About that. Against Dougie Foraker, yeah, we're about to find out anyway. So Dougie with the Woody.
Steve Young in his scimitarred chassis V6 Ford powered Willys, which I think he runs 18s in, doesn't he?
About that. Against Dougie Foraker, yeah, we're about to find out anyway. So Dougie with
No man's land there.
Going to be Deb taking the win, possibly. Maybe not.
Closing at the top end. No. Oh dear, that's good. Yeah.
And we've seen some fabulous jobs.
Yeah.
That people have done. Well, Chris Coburn unfortunately getting pushed back off the start line.
single?
It's just basically heads-up racing, but the winner of the Willis Wars is the quickest car at the end of the weekend.
Right,
That's
okay.
how it works.
Yeah.
The emphasis is on fun. They all come out and make a number of runs over the weekend just to enjoy themselves and see how quick their cars can go. Paul Murphy, though, is the quickest at the moment with a 1086. And Matthew Hollins. Yeah, Collins shorts blew out the window on holiday. And, well, anyway, I'll let you tell the story. No, I don't think they want to hear it. They want to hear it. All right, fair enough.
Yeah. And of course, Elliot Day is the son of Dave Day, who was racing when I was here. So
And Elliot's doing very, very well. He runs his time a little later. 994, 132.
Wow. They're close. I owe George Montgomery, who came over here in the 60s with one of those. But John Dalrymple, I think, is a bit of a trendsetter.
See what he can do here. 93 is number one. He goes 934 at 149.
Nice. Well, Pike Murray is an NSRA man, and he was the one presenting all the trophies at the Hot Rod Show at Peterborough.
Andy Clifford goes 997 at 129. And Cooper, now the Cooper name's been around a long, long while in drag racing.
Well, his dad was
That's right.
Ken Flathead Cooper, who also is in the Drag Racing Hall of Fame.
And 1083 as well. Excellent stuff. Because I think we had people from South Africa as well at times, didn't we?
Yep. Possibly.
Oh, possibly, okay. 1081 at 120 for Luca. And Liz goes 1088 at 120. Yeah, I think that may have been... So Bob Morgan looking for a 10. 1019 at 131.
Well
They're
done.
happy
Crowds this weekend. As Jim makes the launch, goes a little bit right, but that's what the steering wheel's for. Bring it straight back. Goes 1009 at 136.
So Dan Wilson with the antique toy. Much better for Angelo that time. With the big block Ford altered in the Kestrel lane. 1018 at 114 miles an hour for Dan Wilson. And a 12.
Wow again. Stop saying wow, boy.
No, don't say that, because someone's making money off you doing that. You know that.
Right, what's Keith Crampton got for us?
Oh, yes, 971. Rob says you're not going to get there first, even if you leave before the tree's activated. Nice looking run.
Well,
860.
they are good, aren't they, Reece?
150.
He's mastered that fairly well, hasn't he? And very quickly. That looks a great run.
Oh, yeah.
Wow. There goes my wow again.
That is.
Graham Rawlins goes 10. Very nice little running.
And the shit comes out just for having a James Bond moment there with a Union Jack. With a Union Jack.
878 for Callum, 1104. Andy Jackson still turns on deck, who have helped get the car ready. 466 cubic inch big block Ford powering this one.
Very nice looking car.
10, 11, 132. And there we go.
That was just a little bit more controlled. That was more like it. I'm talking to Claire and Chris last night. Let's see what this be. It's going to be an 878 at 151. Happy with that. And a 1090 for Paul Terry at 120.
Set law march, driving across the lawn. You don't do that, apparently.
So Phil James out there with a proper rolling piece of history. The Monza funny car goes 953 at 137. Steve East goes 1224.
Something on top, is it? makes it look very Merlin-esque.
7.3 litre Jag V12, or
Wow.
445 cubic inch if you like. There's been 847.
Runs well.
Yeah, it just went 914, 157. Mark Hartnell goes 975.
Got down into the 8s, I think, with Paranoia. But Alan Lloyd, that is a fantastic run in the right-hand lane. Oh, wonderful stuff. 7.86. Is that the sort of normality?
But it's so good that the car stays with us to keep racing and obviously to keep Dave Rowland's memory well and truly alive here. Just coasting up to the stripe, gets a number on the board, but yeah, it's so good to have that car back out once again.
Kestrel Beer left-hand lane is Des Taylor, and Ian Kerr is in the Alton in the right-hand lane. And Des away very, very quickly there. But now they're equalled up. This is tight at the top. Des just gets there first. And right-hand lane looks as though 5 windows.
We are back to track action. Hope everybody that's back in the grandstands or on the banking had a nice lunch. Well, Simon's not here from Euro Dragster, Colin's not here, and John Price isn't here either. So I expect I'll probably hear the patter of tiny hooves from some way away now, because I can hear engines are going to go, oh God, I should be there. So we're back with the Invitational. And one of the more unfortunate efforts for the backup guy or girl. Although I'm not sure which one that is, actually. Should be a good race between the pickup and the little 100E. It's the pickup with the 10.06 at 130. 10.40, 128 in the other lane. Are you actually going to admit to knowing them? Is that what you're doing over there on the bank? Is that what it is? You are? Okay, sure. Really. What he needs for next round is more tattoos, right? Because the trouble is, there's not enough on there to set the dress off properly. That's what it is. So, Frankenstein Gasser in the Kestrel lane, taking on another one of those rapid little panel vans. So we've got a little bit more of the invitational action, then we go to round 3 of qualifying for Gasser Circus, who are lined up right behind the tower. Just realised actually, because Frankie the Gasser is normally in Gasser Circus. Just not at the moment. Good looking race actually. It's going to be the 100E taking the win on a whole shot. 10.73 at 137. Takes out the 57 Chevy. 10.65 at 123. Okay, Damien Halliwell with Biscayne. Normally we see Damien running in Street Eliminator. Harry this time having a bit of fun in the Custom Car Invitational. Absolutely glorious day for a drag race. Not a cloud in the sky. Well, actually, there are some clouds in the sky, but they're not one of the bothersome ones that make you wet or make it chilly. Very nice 10.52 at 128 for Damien Halliwell, 14.40 at 97 on the other side of the racetrack. So the supercharged goats in the Auto Gloom lane taking on Tom Atkinson's daily driver. with a nitrous bottle in the boot. Yes, that's right. That is his daily. That really, really cool looking station wagon. If you look closely, you can just see the roll cage through there. Very subtly done though. Tom actually lost traction off the start line there in his daily driver. $10.65, $11.98 for Tom. Wheel spin off the start line, costing him at the top end. So the Winged Wonder, oh, hang on. In the Kestrel lane, going to be taking on Ain't No Saint. The supercharged Volvo that will soon be immortalised as a Hot Wheels car very, very soon. Who's going to be going on a buy run after an immense amount of work and effort? Got repaired and made it out here today. Squats and goes very, very nicely indeed. Would it be another low 10? It's a 996, 134 miles an hour, and the world standing jump record goes to the team on the start line. Congratulations, all of you. That is what makes all that hard work absolutely worthwhile.
Their first ever 9-second pass. Hot Wheels has just got hotter. Wow. Oh, fantastic. I am so chuffed for them.
And the unbelievable thing is it's Lee that did it as well.
Yeah.
It wasn't one of the girls, it was Lee that actually did it. So congratulations to the whole team. Well, he had the track to himself and made the most of it. So, the madly quick Camaro in the Kestrel lane. No, it won't go, sorry. Whoa!
Heard the tyres protesting then.
Yeah, they didn't want to be doing that.
Oh, he's in the 8s! He's back in the 8s again. Oh, brilliant stuff. Absolutely brilliant.
8.97,
Oh,
100.
Dave is going to be so happy when he gets that timing slip in his mitt. Oh, he's been in the 9s for such a long time. He has been in the 8s before.
Has he? But not for a while. Not for a while.
Not for a while. Oh, well done, mate. Dave Mahoney back in the 8s. Two outstanding runs in a row there. Brilliant.
So, how did the wander around go? Did you get sidetracked to buy any models or anything?
No, well, nearly. Nearly. The pairing lanes are just a car show.
Yeah, of
It is so, so good. Just briefly catching up with a few people. The trouble is, you know what it's like. You go down the lanes, you can be stuck there for 3 hours, just chatting to everybody.
Happily stuck there for 3 hours.
Definitely.
And I feel terrible because I have to say, like, I'm really sorry, I've got to go back to work.
Yeah.
You know. Nice looking run.
So the MG runs out of Outlaw Street. 10:35, 1:31.
Gas Circus up next, qualifying session number 3. So you did manage to avoid buying anything.
Correct. I did walk past the Wall of Death, you know, the attraction next to the Hall of Fame marquee, and everybody were just walking out after a show. They go, God, that was really good, really good. So if you want some entertainment and it's not on the quarter mile, go and check out the Wall of Death. That looks so good.
I was just going to say we've got quite a lot to watch over
We
here,
have,
but I get what you mean. I get what you mean. So we have Q3 for Gas Circus. They got this one and one more shot to get in the 16-car qualified field. There's 22 of them entered this weekend.
So we've got Drew Mason, we believe he's driving Not Bag the Bad. And it's your buddy,
He's
Sean
up,
Milsom.
up against his father-in-law.
Oh, is it
actually.
really?
Yeah. Well, I think Drew's actually driven a misbehaving before as well. Father-in-law showing him the way it's done and breaks out as well with a 9.97. Well done, Shorty. 133 miles an hour, 12 flat for Drew. Sean stays number 10. So, let's see what Simon can do this time round. He puts a 10.96 dial on there, so you can bet it will go 11.1. No problem at all. So, Simon Preston, the Autoglim Rain, he did actually run 10.96 earlier. Let's see if it does it again or goes even quicker. There is actually a slight tail breeze as well out there, isn't there?
Yes, it has twisted slightly, hasn't it? It was a crosswind, but yeah, it's becoming a bit of a tail now.
Taking on Jason Hollenby, excuse me, with jump. Did you notice John earlier called it a jumping jalapeno?
He did.
He did. Good boy. Nice reaction time, Si. 0.62. Bit of a big red for Jason Hollenby there. Good looking race, actually. Simon goes 11.05. He's actually number 6 qualifier with that one. Well done, Si. Jason gets in on the bump at the moment with an 11.23.
You know, I said about I'll be mentioning birthdays, and I haven't done them yet. Happy birthday to Steve Matthews, the driver of Honky Tonkin. He celebrates his birthday today. Many happy returns, mate. Not that you're going to hear this one straight away, but no doubt you'll play it back through the live feed, and you'll discover it then.
So up against Tony Pearson with the Guzzler. He's 7, Steve's number 3. Both on it on the tree. .970, too quick for Steve Matthews and too quick for Tony as well.
Oh.
So, Lee Pike with Honky Tonkin has made the last 3 runs have been somewhat wayward for that beautiful Chevy down there in the Kestrel Lane. Taking on Martin Hallam. Actually, at the moment, more to the point, Lee Pike isn't qualified.
Beautifully controlled wheelie there for Martin Hallam.
It's got a little bit of a swing on again for Lee Pike. Yeah, there we go. Over. Out of the, well, I was going to say out of the groove. He's still in the middle of the racetrack, but he's wobbling about all over the place. Martin Hallam breaks out by 200 for the second. The poster child for Dragstalgia completely whites out the start line.
A very sinister burnout from the sinister car itself. Jason Darling.
38 Chevy. Certainly looks evil, that thing, and it's great. It's a really, really cool vehicle.
As a dial-in of 11.2, Graham Barton with high anxiety. He currently in the number 5 spot. He wants 10.66.
I hate to say it, this is the sort of day that you don't actually want to end, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? It's just hugely, hugely fun. There's too much to see and do everywhere, and you can't get all of it in.
10.57, big breakout for Graham Barton. 11.84, not really where Jason wanted to be on that 11.20 dial.
Hi. We are rejoined by the voice of Santa Claus, Mr. Price, back in the tower. Are you fed and watered, sir?
Yes, thank you.
You are. Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Good, good.
I'll say it louder so everybody can hear. There we go. I just wished Keith Bartlett best of luck. He's sitting round the back there getting ready to run.
In Gasser Circus, yeah?
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah, he is.
So, Nick Hewison with the short fuse Kestrel side of the racetrack up against Tom Margerson at Tinseltown Hustler. So, this is the... they've got one more session today, Colin, and then that's it, is it?
Yeah,
Is that
yeah,
right?
it's 4 qualifiers for all of our classes.
Very evenly matched, these two, aren't they? Look at this. Side by side on the finish line.
Well, one too quick, one... Actually, with that run of 10.55 on a 30, Nick Hewitson actually gets himself to number 13. Now, there are 22 entered this weekend in Gasser Circus, so they've got this run, or this session, I should say, and then one more later to set the field. So it's going to get a bit tense. What I was just saying to Colin was, just as you were coming in, this is the kind of day you don't want to end, because there's so much stuff to see and do, so many people to catch up with. Yeah, it's...
Well, I've just been talking to Dave Stone and Mark Bodymead and John Morton.
Oh, you've seen them. Excellent, yeah. Where are they all, actually?
All over by the NSR. Where you were was where I was.
Right, yeah.
Nice
but
to see.
Everybody's looking for Ross and Jerry. They don't know where they are. They're supposed to be here.
Billy Jones to number 1, 10.52 dial, goes 10.52 with an 8. Breakout for Simon Glenn, no help him, he stays 15, but you got a new number 1 man in the town.
Side by side, 55s. Pick your favourite, green onions or cherry bomb.
Beautiful, aren't they?
Yeah. Very evenly matched as well, actually. 11 flat for Jason Pickett. Mr. Turner looking for a 10.85.
Okay. So it's Ray Turner in the left-hand lane. Jason Pickett in the right-hand lane. In the Autoglim lane. They're very evenly matched again, aren't they? It's quite extraordinary.
Oh, 82 of the 16. Well, Jason Pickett for now gets in at number 12 with an 11.16 on 11 flat. That last session today is going to be quite nervy.
Katie Booth and the Governor, Keith Bartlett. Now then, Katie Lice in number 3. She went a 10.43 to achieve that. She dials a 10.38 this time round. Keith Bartlett dialing in 10.48 with Roaring Rat. He broke out by about 3/10 on his last trip down the quarter mile.
And of course this car, Roaring Rat, is in the NSRA Hall of Fame. Which was, when did we do that?
It was last year.
Last year, was it?
Yeah. Dragstalgia. Dragstalgia Sunday, we did that.
35.42. Too quick both sides.
Breaks out, doesn't he, Keith?
Yeah, he does indeed. I think as well, that could be his quickest run in the car.
It is.
Is it?
Yeah.
Good job we didn't do that last year.
Yeah, you'd have been toast,
I'd
wouldn't you?
have been toast.
Yeah, Colin had a match race with him and broke his car winning.
Oh, dear.
Oh,
So-
well done if it's his best time.
It
Brilliant.
is. He's just not qualified. That's the only slight issue. But one more go today. So Adam Krasinski taking on Patrick Hobbs, who has the distinction of being the last qualified car at the moment. That's with the Falcon in the Autoglim lane. 11.37 and 12.20 for Adam. Looks like Prodham's rapidly slowing up there. That'll help. Patrick Hobbs goes all the way up to number 5 with that run. Well,
Brian Gibson really smoking the tyres on that one. A former winner of Best Burnout here, actually, at Dragstalgia.
Having another go at it
Yeah.
as well. That was all the way from the burnout box, all the way to the Christmas tree. That's a long, long way. So that is a 64 Dodge Dart down there in the Kestrel lane. This was the way the cars evolved, wasn't it? What they did, that's where funny cars came from. This is actually an early funny car.
Yeah.
They started changing where the position of the rear wheels to get the weight transfer and everything, and that was really the start of the whole thing.
I never really understood why you had to have the nose up in the air, though. I got
Weight
lost.
transfer again.
Is
That's
that
what it's all
is that what
about.
it
Yeah.
was?
That's why they tuck. Ray Irish goes 9.97, gets
Yeah.
bumped down one spot because Brian Gibson goes 41 on a 30. Yeah, the whole idea was you brought the rear. It was just the school of thinking at the time was you raise the nose and bring the rear wheels forward. That's why there's such short. A lot of them like that. It's such short wheelbase. It's all about weight transfer onto the rear end, but completely at the same time forgetting about aerodynamics.
Yes,
obviously. But if you remember, like in the 50s and 60s, the racetracks they were running on were nothing like this, were they?
No.
Nothing like this. They were all just pavements, and well, they needed every bit of help they could get getting traction off the start line, couldn't they?
Right.
Now you know, everybody.
Sorry.
Thank you, Darryl. No, it's fine. That's
Here we go.
My question.
Well, this isn't Gasser Circus. This is Nostalgia Superstock Q3.
Okay.
Clive Dandridge with the truck. He is in the Auto Glim lane. And he goes 12.68 on a 12.71 dial. He breaks out, and actually had double breakout, no help for either of them. Now we'll change the class. There we go. One a day. Right, we move on. Next up, Neve with a Fairlane, looking for a 14.99. She's currently number 47. Dan Sanderson with a Mustang of 13.77.
What you were just saying as well, John, about how high the front is. It's not just high, it's wide and wide open. It's like, honestly, it's like having a like an apartment building going down the track, isn't it? It's so unaerodynamic.
Yeah. Or a double-decker bus.
That's
what we used to
basically
say.
So Dan's looking for 13.77. Oh, wow.
Yeah, but look at the package. He goes to number 1, perfect ET. Look at the light, 007.
Good God.
Oh,
That's brilliant.
Frame that one.
Well done, Jack Bishop. Absolutely fab.
Simon Groves, is that, I can't remember if it was ET or...
I think it's
reaction, right, okay. Well, they had a 007 reaction time, so they don't win the money for that, but they had a perfect ET. Oh, wow.
You can go the whole of your life trying to do that and
Yes.
still not do it, or get anywhere close to it, frankly. So Don Scott and Jack Bishop.
But we established, for me, the Nostalgia Nats, that's not a Superbird.
987 goes 977, breaks out by a 10th.
That's a big one.
And that's a breakout by 300ths for Don Scott.
Wow.
No help. Right. Next up, Mick Sharp, Connor Hall. Mick Sharp with the Detroit Hustler, the Dart 1022 dialing. And Connor Hall, a new addition to the class this weekend, looking for 1360. So Mick's to get there first, goes 1040. Connor, 1368.
That was good.
Mick Sharp moves up from 44 to 39, and 800ths off keeps Connor at 27.
I see what you mean about the Mopars, boys. It's a solid wall of Mopars coming through, isn't it?
We don't mind. Paul Singer.
All getting in a bit of practice for the Mopars in a few weeks.
Well, yeah.
Right, let's hope Chris Tyhurst doesn't get too much wheel spin off the line this time. That's better. I don't know how he's cured it. Bigger burnout, different tyres or what. But anyway, he's looking for a 1252. Paul wants a 1237. There we go. Chris Tyhurst got grip that time. He broke out. 1240. Paul Singer, only 300s off, stays 5. Right, Jim Smith in the Kestrel beer lane. Good to see who's below us. What, is it red? I can't see what car it is yet. Is it Richard Granger?
Ty Strevitt, I think.
It is, yeah, you're right. Ty Strevitt.
Don't forget, there is a Perfect Light Award up for grabs this weekend, sponsored by Kath and Tig Napier. The person that does a 000 after the 0 point will get 50 quid. And we've just seen a very close call with that £50 disappearing.
Strange to see Tig and Kath not actually here, because they've got the Nostalgia Superstock car they normally run, haven't they?
Well, they've got 2, if you remember. They've got the, obviously, Habit, but that is having everything painted purple at the moment, and some of the stuff they're doing on that is beautiful. But they've also got Ruby as well, the Barracuda.
Right,
so, yeah, shame they're not here. But I bet they're tuned in somewhere along the line. So Jim breaks out again, 11.18 on 11.20, so no movement for him. Let's see how John Davidson gets on. A street legal roadrunner. Lives locally to here. Been around the sport plenty of years. And one of these guys that just loves life. especially with this car. Going alongside the Falcon, Chris Layram.
That's right, we're just waiting to set the tree up with the correct dial-in and race number.
It's just the way the sun's caught it. There you go, he's in there now. Chris Layram looking for 12.58. John Davis is looking for 10.44. Oh, I'm going to say that was close to a green. 009 red for John.
Little bit of smoke towards the top end for the Roadrunner. Still goes 10.72. It gets bumped back one spot. Chris Layram moves up to 20 with a 12.62 on a 58. 20, 400ths of a second off.
Here's the El Camino. Back round again, left-hand lane.
If you notice with the trunk lid down for extra aerodynamics.
Yeah. Oh dear. I must admit, of all the cars I've had, that was one of the, I can't say favourite, but it was a pleasurable thing to drive.
You had one of those, didn't you?
Yeah. But it was the idea of having it. It was a workhorse. All my American cars had to be workhorses, and it would pull I had a 4-wheel trailer with all my kit in it, and it would pull it very easily at 100 miles an hour without wavering at all. And some of the stories where Roy and Bootsy and I were going to shows, all with large trailers on the back.
You were glad you had it then?
Yes. Oh, very much.
So no improvement for either. Actually, Pete Wiseman did move up a couple of spots with that 10.96 on a 50. No help for Paul Smale because he broke out.
Right. Fallen Angel going alongside the Rust Bucket. Pete Christmas and Neil Francis. Pete is currently 24, Neil currently 35.
So two completely different approaches to American cars. One with the patina on it and one with the polish on it. It's so different.
Is patina just a polite phrase for rust?
Not really, no.
No, you can have a car that was painted way back when and hasn't been ever repainted as such. And they have a certain hard finish. And if you leave it alone, and it doesn't like it's still classed as patina. Yeah, nice original finish. Oh, Neil Francis moves up to number 11 with that one. 12.35 with a 5 on a 34. Only good enough for number 11.
I don't know where my children are at the moment, but ice cream's bigger than their heads probably is not.
Well, that's the place that I want to go.
Is that the one? Ice cream parlour in Eastbourne, mate, that one.
That's lovely. Yeah, great pictures. Great pictures.
Anyway, sorry. So Shelby Watts and Gary Cork, number 50 and 51.
Yeah, these two must be bottom of the pile then.
Well, Shelby had a great day yesterday running the car, but when it comes to qualifying, not so just yet.
Well, Gary Cork's had many a good run. He needs one here.
That's a bit more like it. .55 and 57. Shelby actually moves up a couple of spots.
No movement for Gary Cork. Breaks out by 300s. He stays at 51. Shelby moves up 2 spots. All right, Gary Semper. Simon Rickwood.
So what is this right-hand lane? Is it 68 Firebird? 68,
Yes, I think
69.
you're right, actually. Quick, closer look. 69.
69.
Hence probably the 469.
Lovely controlled wheel stand there from Simon Rickwood. That was fabulous. All the way through, dialed in, 981. Too quick.
Wow. Yep, 975 at 134. Just realised.
Steady.
No, I was just going to say.
Light bulb moment, was it?
Yeah, it was. Hang on. I was just going to use the phrase colossal fossil.
What, for me?
No, the man standing down there by the speaker over in the Kestrel Lane.
You mean Uncle Fat Wallet? Oh, that's Uncle Fat Wallet.
Top of the cap.
That's how we know him.
We have nostalgia everything. Commentators, race cars, photographers, everything this weekend. Well, Rich Granger looks like he rolled the lights, actually. He's not going to get any laps time.
James Sweeney is, though. Gets 57 on a 50, stays 12. Well, the hits just keep on coming. Jake Cawthorne appears in the Auto Glim Lane. He wants a 10.75, and that is Adam Novak. He wants 11.8. Oh, no, sorry, Howard Holmes. The trouble is you've got so many cars that look so similar. Howard Holmes has got the vinyl top, and Adam Novak is the body-coloured top, if you like. So these two, Jake currently 3, Howard number 7. $83 a pair, and no help, they stay put.
Well, no breakouts anyway, which was...
Yeah, they've done a very good job previously. Right, first car for Williams Brothers in this session, I think. Well, Simon Rickwood's just been through. But Dan Williams, currently number 9 with a 989 dial-in. Sorry, 989 on his previous run. He dials 993. John with the Camaro, 1299 his target for.
See what I mean about the shocks? They just come down and land.
Yeah.
It's such one of the best developments in years. Oh, way too quick for Dan Williams again.
Way too quick for John as well. Look at that, 72 on a 99. Dan goes 86 on a 93. The car's working too well.
Those shocks must be a sort of one-shot shock.
He knows way more about them than I do.
They are made by a company called Sandhuff, and they're not cheap, I can tell you that.
Okay.
But they are the shocks that all of the American stocker teams use to superb effect. And when you see any of the American stockers, they just land. There's no point. They just bounce back down. They're brilliant.
Well, it saves so many busted runs.
Oh,
it saves the car as well. So
And the track.
Yeah, and the track.
Yeah. My God, they were close, those two.
Well, Dave Simcox stays at 6. Even though he ran bang on his dial-in. Is that what you were looking at? I was looking at that too. Ash Rawson, though, up to number 16 with a 1040 on a 38, 200ths of a second off, and he's number 16.
Yeah, the Sandhuff shocks are fully adjustable.
Right.
Obviously, you can put in preload and rebound into them and everything, but it's the way the cylinders are constructed and the internals of those shocks that are the magic, if you like. You look on the outside, they are very good-looking shocks.
The best part and the selfish part from us watching is it means we get to see loads of flying runs where they don't back off.
Yeah.
They don't have to back off. They can keep it nailed, provided the front end comes down, obviously.
See, Duncan had to back out of that because it was coming up too much. But having said that, he did that before when he hit his number. 72 on a 40, not quite this time. Tim Stanley breaks out. 300's too quick.
Wild bunch into the pairing lane now, please.
Wow. 2022 is here. Sorry.
Dear.
It's cool though, isn't it? It's like, it does make, if you've had all this gadgetry, it does make life so much easier, doesn't it?
Well, for some.
For some, okay.
Glyn Boorman and Dave Bilodeau. Dave, number 2 qualified at the moment, came into this session as number 1.
Oh, 008 on the tree as well for Dave.
Oh, dear. 990, what did he dial? 978.
And Glyn Boorman, no help with a 1007 on a 999. Still great run from the Yorkshire Heavy. We've still got loads more to come.
Oh, loads.
This really is muscle car heaven, isn't it?
Yep, it certainly is.
Rob Terrell and Stu Doiney. They're getting a handle on this car now. 12-12, good shout. Let's see what he does. Rob Terrell looking for a 10-24. These two are 27 and 28 in the qualified order at the moment. Both of them wide awake off the line as well. Breakout for Rob.
Breakout, yeah.
Oh, breakout for Stu.
Yeah, both broke out. Is that Daddy Bob down there? It is, isn't it? Bob Doiney. Yeah. Great to see you.
Well, there we go. Adam Novak against Chris Goodale.
Chris with the unusual choice of a Camaro in Nostalgia Superstock.
Yeah, there's not many of them.
I need to, need to get yours out of the garage, mate. Oh, 0006 for Adam. If that had been just a little bit more green, that would have been the money. Well, Chris moves up from 43 to 31 with a 10.32 on a 26. 0.06 of a second off, and he's number 31.
Adam breaks out by less than 100th. 78 with a 1 on a 79 dial. Never mind. It happens.
Adrian Portelli with the very unique looking Dodge Charger. I don't think I've ever seen another one over here anyway that looks quite like that. In the Autoglym Lane, sorry, go on.
Yeah, I was going to say it's a 66 Charger. But then, having said that, we don't see many 66. They're like 68 to 70. We see most of them.
'26 breakout for Andy Bosworth, and a breakout as well for Adrian Portelli by 0.06 of a second.
One of the guys I used to work with on the motorcycle circuit was Tony Huck. You remember?
Yeah,
Tony Huck?
Yeah.
And for him, cars were not the thing.
For shopping.
So every time an American car would come on the strip, he'd go, it's a Chevy.
No matter what it was, obviously.
And we were at Brands Hatch doing something one day, and they had an air display with a biplane, American biplane. It was a Stearman.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
and
right.
ever since then, every biplane Tony sees, it's a Stearman.
Well, look at this way. At least he's going to be right occasionally. 006.
I was going to say, that was a good line. Very, very good. Good to see that car running so well.
9.19 for Pete Dodge. Will that help? It does. Three spots, unbelievably.
So close, aren't they, these people?
Constantly. Good to see Karen and Mike out as well. So Nick Williams with another one of the family Camaros in the Kestrel Lane. 10.89 against Phil Stillwell.
Actually being held by the man in the red t-shirt there, Jason Dodd.
Okay.
If his engine was running, he'd be here this weekend. So he's one that's in the repair shop at the moment.
Just thinking as well, doesn't Amy Watkins normally run in Nostalgia Superstock? Well,
Yeah,
not now.
Not for this
yeah,
one.
exactly.
Yeah, if you had the Watts team.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Sorry, yeah. There could be another 3 of them here, wouldn't there? 91 for Nick. Moves up 2 spots. 200th off. And he's only number 19.
Phil Stillwell breaks out by 0.13.
Guy King, 1016 dial.
Still going.
Kiwi 987. Nick just went through. I've got to do a big shout out. Lorne Denny, crew chief for Nick Williams. He wanted to do a big shout out to Harley, who is in the States at the moment. Harley, we really do hope you're having a fantastic time over there. Daddy misses you. We all miss you, Harley. Hope you're having a great time. We'll see you soon. Breakouts a pair. 9.79 on an 87 Kiwi. Guy King goes 14. A little bit too quick. Right, pair of Williams Brothers cars. You got the 69 Camaro Spencer Tram. And John, if you watch Ollie in the Firebird, you'll get the perfect demonstration of how these front shocks work.
I think I saw that at the Nostalgia National.
This is the one that proves it more than any of the others. Darling's End, 10.93 for Spencer, 9.20 for Ollie.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Just stifles the bounce, doesn't it?
9.24 for Ollie, 10.95 for Spencer. Spencer moves up 2 spots, 17, no, 1 spot, 17 for 16. Ollie stays put.
I tell you what, let's have a pair of Mopars out there, shall we? I love it. So it's Glenda Thompson in the Kestrel beer lane, dialing in, as you can all see, a 14.21, and then the Duster of Nick Martin dialing in 13.79. So not much on their dial-ins between these two. Should be an interesting race, especially if they're all shooting at the 0:00 reaction time. No, I don't think anyone's going to get that on there, are they? So trying to attain that 13.79, 14.21 in the left-hand lane, breakout.
That was very good, though. That was a 70. That was an 80 on a 79. The screen changed before. I had a chance to see where he'd moved up to. But that was a good move.
Wow, Nostalgia Superstock got 1 qualifier left.
Well, everyone's going to be in the show.
Oh, they are, yeah. It's just who's going to be where,
and who's racing who, and who gets buys, and so on and so on. I don't think there will be any. Will there be any buys in the first round?
Well, the buys shuffle around.
Yeah.
But normally, number 1 qualifier would get the buy in the first round. Number 2 gets the buy in the second round, and the buys are worked in after that.
See, this is where me and Colin work so well together, because when all the ladders get given out, Colin takes them and he sits there and does the whole bloody lot, so I don't have to do anything. It's fantastic. It's just a great partnership. Basically,
don't look at me.
No, but honestly, he goes quiet for honestly, a long time on Sundays while he's just sitting there working out. Right, when he's just done that.
Right, next up, the 2-seater dragster. Neil Hansen is the passenger. He's from Cramlington. And this is a 50th birthday present. So I don't know when your birthday was, but either when it's coming up, happy birthday, or belatedly happy birthday, or if it's today, many happy returns, enjoy it. Well, this will be straight back in the 7s again, 169-ish. 170.41, 7.86.
Mystic Meg strikes again.
It's the only car that we can really predict.
Septic. Yeah, septic peg more like it.
Oh my life.
But anyway, yes, you are right. It's quite easy to predict the 2-seater. All we need is the weight of the passenger, and we can get it to the thousandth, I think, these days, can't we?
Good point. Very, very good point. We got Willis Wars and the Wild Bunch in the pairing lanes at the moment. We've got so much still to come today. As you said, Dow, it's one of those days you don't really want to end.
Absolutely not. Definitely not. Well, there's just so much to see. It's like I always remember some of my favourite ever drag racing times are going to, especially coming here, obviously, but going to somewhere like Manthorpe, because it was like, I was there from Wednesday till Sunday, 5 days. And you just immerse yourself in it. There's just so much to see, so much to do. There was a car show that was part of it. There was a car show on the racetrack. There was just stuff everywhere to get involved with, to go and check out. And even when you left on Sunday, you still feel like there was stuff you'd missed that you hadn't seen. And that's very much what it's the feel of this weekend is all like, isn't it? If you know what I mean. So Jacqueline with an 06 on the tree, just a junior dragster exhibition before we get into the rest of the classes. Looking for 790 on the 8th mile, goes 783 at 82 miles an hour. Goodness knows what one of those would run over the quarter. They're not geared to run over the quarter.
But mums and dads, if you want your children to go drag racing, that's the way to do it. Get yourself a junior dragster. There's quite a few of them now, isn't there?
There's loads. Yeah. I tell my kids that they are driven by stunt drivers, not real kids.
Oh, right.
It's funny. Yes. It's funny that, because your kids get a hold of me. He goes, "Why does Daddy keep telling us fibs?"
Because Daddy doesn't want to be skint.
Oh,
is the honest answer. Or sorry, more skint.
Oh boy.
Yeah, same as the junior monster trucks. They have junior monster trucks as well. Can you believe that?
Are there?
Yeah,
I
there's
haven't seen those.
Not this weekend, but at the other ends, mini monster trucks as well. I'm not quite sure what that meant, but oh, that's okay, fine. I've never seen lunch looking like that before, but there we go. So on with the Willis Wars.
We are, and Steve Young sitting in the number 14 qualifier spot at the moment, and Dougie Foraker. These two have come round time after time, haven't they?
I think so. I think they were the first pair out last time as well, actually.
And Dougie's in the number 13 qualifying spot in that Woody in the Autoglim lane. There, I've looked at the finishing gantry.
There you go. Don't give that secret away.
No,
a good tune, that one.
Okay.
So 16:23 for Dougie and a 17:77, a bit quicker actually for Steve Young. That's not bad at 74 miles an hour. Plenty of show quality machines once again in the ranks.
The name Willis Wars just trips off the tongue so easily, doesn't it? And you do get a lot of these cars at the various shows that I do, and they're always a crowd pleaser. People always stop and look at them. And
it's the whole thing about what they were designing. Again, you'll know way more about this than me, but
not necessarily.
Well, no, but I was talking yesterday. They have the extra seats in the boot, don't they? Those, the Colin is going to have to explain now by the looks of it. But if you look at the way the boot is, the boot actually opens backwards, if you like, from the top outwards on a lot of them.
Well, so like a rumble seat.
That's the one.
Oh, really? I didn't know that. Seriously, did not know that. I've only ever seen most of the ones I've seen have always been in racing configuration. So whether there's a dicky seat or rumble seat in the back, I don't know. But that is news to me.
It may be completely wrong then, but there we go. Anyway, I think it's sometimes we get a little bit of interference from certain cars. That's what it was. And funny enough, James Ald is sitting over there, which was the car we were having the issue with yesterday. Yeah, he is actually. He's sitting over there. That's unbelievable. It's that normal ticking noise. 11:20 that time for Matt Hollins. He's already been 10.99. Yes, we do. But it's unbelievable that it comes from just an old dragster and not from like a jet car or a fuel car or something else that you would think.
This is Andy, isn't it?
That's Andy Crockett. That is Andy Crockett. Yeah. The car, I think, is the car that's previously owned by very good friend to every drag racer, Jerry Tate. Jerry Tate from Scotland, who used to be with Colin Miller, and that's a nice looking run though for Andy Crockett.
It does, doesn't it?
Very good looking run.
Yeah.
10:48.
Straight into the number 4 spot.
So Damien Bacon down there with the Bacon Boys pickup on the Autoglim side. Can't see who's coming for that. Might be Richard. Is that Richard?
It is.
It is.
It's Richard Warburton.
Let's see what he's got for you this time, Colin. Go on, I'll let you. I can't see it from here. I got the bit about experience real speed. But it's bound to be something to wind up the bloke sitting on our left anyway.
Rachel's down there in her favourite twin set. So...
perfected the happy dance as
yeah,
well.
Absolutely. If only that would make the car go quicker, Rach, eh?
It was something like, if any Chevy driver wants to experience real speed. That's what he was alluding to there.
11.27, 120 miles an hour, nice run. And for Damien Baker, 11.51 at 114. So Ian Ratton and Chris Coburn are your next pair of Willis Wars cars. So the black car and the white car had a race.
Yep.
It's going to be pretty even as well, actually. Wow, it's the white car. 12.53, 100. Takes out a 12.64, 107.
Yeah. So this is Peter Rivers with Willie the Kid, which is a great name for the car.
Yeah, with the improvised bullet holes across the back.
You used to get given bullet holes, you know, years and years ago. Go into a Mobile station or a Regent station,
Right,
I think
okay.
it was, and they give you transfers. That as a special gift. Some gave cars away as you know,
Okay.
incentives to go to their garage. Miniature cars, not real cars.
ones.
But I always remember that. It was a thing called Esso had Tiger in your tank.
Yep, that's
You
it.
remember that? They used to give away little tigers and tigers' tails. And Regent, I think it was, had bullet holes you could put on the side of your car.
13.43, 103 miles an hour. So so basically, you look like you hang out with a bunch of gangsters. Is that the idea? Yeah. Okay.
But I don't think any gangster would want to be seen dead in the car that I had. So, bullet holes or not. Here's our next pair.
Paul Murphy and Pike Murray.
Yep.
Pike earlier on today went 11.84, pretty good for that car.
Do you want to see a picture of Pike?
I have a feeling it won't be for family viewing somehow.
Oh, no, trust me. I'm married.
In custom car.
In custom car, yeah, of course it's going to be a family picture, isn't it?
Want to see 26 pictures of him? Is that what you were going to say?
Well, not quite 26, but there,
A number of them.
there. It's a way of there. Not far short of 26.
That's quite a few.
So if you want to see pictures of Pike Murray, buy this month's custom car. And you'll be able to see lots of pictures. Maybe take them out and put them on the wall.
Well, he goes a bit quicker with 11.54 at 120. 10.70 you've got on for Paul Murphy is his quickest run of the weekend as well. From what you said as well, Johnny, it seems like the amount of involvement, thank you, sir, very much, amount of involvement with the hot rodding scene is very, very heavily weighted to the Willis Wars. There's a lot of them. Like you said, this the guy coming round in just a moment, I think, yeah. Mick Payne.
Mick Payne, yeah.
Yeah, with the retirement package. So, Elliot Day, his best so far was a 9.93. He can run in the 8s. Apologies for the crunching, Mr. Price had sweets.
Oh, can't have anything secret up here.
No. Well, I get text messages saying, "What are you eating?" Things like that, all the time. That's what I said. It's a bit of a curse these days because it's thousands of people are listening in and watching.
Yeah.
Elliot builds up the boost. Well, good on the speed. 146 miles an hour, 10.06, probably not quite what they were looking for. So Mick Payne with the bootless retirement package in the Auto Glimlane against John Dalrymple with the full tilt.
Where are these? Number 1 for John Dalrymple with a 9.34 and 3 for Mick with a 9.94. So 0.6 of a second between them on their qualifying times at the moment. Should make for an interesting side-by-side, I think.
And they are the last pair of cars in Willis Wars before we get into, by the looks of it, Wild Bunch up next.
Again, different takes on how the car looks. Same car,
and
but
sits, yeah.
And sits differently, exactly. Well, Mick's certainly away first there. But John goes motoring by. My God, that's going to be more than 6/10 at the end, won't it?
Wow, and an 880, 154 miles an hour for John Dalrymple. That could be one of his quickest runs ever.
Yeah, he wanted to run an 8 this weekend just to prove it will do it, and that was with the nitrous.
Okay.
Doesn't normally run nitrous, but he turned the bottle on for that one. Nicely done, John. 154, 880.
Well,
very good.
One box ticked, I think, is the phrase that we would use. So a little bit of track prep going on out there with the Bluebird. What time are we at? Let's have a quick check and see what's going on. I think we're coming up to, we're rolling up to 3 o'clock. Yeah, about 5 to 3.
When I went out at lunchtime, a lot of activity around the Hall of Fame marquee. Lots of people in and out, well-known faces going in and out of there. I think I said to you, Dave Stone's there with his daughter, Mark Bodymead, but everybody was looking for Ros Pryor and Jerry Andrews, who was supposed to be here and hadn't shown up because they're in the Hall of Fame now.
That's right.
So, as
if they're
Stones,
around, hopefully they made it over there.
Yeah, yeah. So, fingers crossed. But what's next then?
Well,
wise one.
I'm just reading out of a book, so it's not really. The fact I can read those is probably a bonus. Only with the glasses on. Anyway, so we've obviously just had the Willis Wars. We've got session 3 of the Wild Bunch Old School Pro Stockers. Pro Stock bikes, that is. Then Outlaw Anglia, qualifying session number 3. They're around again comparatively quickly. Supercharged Outlaws, and then we have the NSA bikes and Dragstalgia Cannonball once again. Obviously, awful lot of stuff going on around the site as well. We've got all of our traders in various different places. This is the kind of event, though, I'm quite glad I'm stuck up here and not out spending money on T-shirts and things like that, because it probably would...
yeah, it can be dangerous.
It can be dangerous, yes. Yeah, Mr. Model Collector to my left. You haven't bought any models this weekend?
No, it's not true.
Oh.
It's not true.
Have you sold any?
I have, actually.
He's a proper dealer these days.
Yeah, he was telling me last time I was here.
I've given one away. I've sold one.
Yeah.
Somebody picked up 2 that they bought ages ago. And I've seen one I really, really like.
However,
it's more than everything that I've sort of sold and bought recently. So, yeah.
What is it a model of?
I'll give you one guess. 69 Camaro.
Ah, okay.
It's rather
got a
nice.
69 Camaro. Why do you need a model of one?
Well, I've got 8 models of them on my shelf at home. I sort of they're the next sort of phase at the moment.
Yeah, we're on to going for double figures. Is that what it is?
Yeah, I've got to resist temptation though. So I'm supposed to be retiring in 3 years. Well, 2 years, 10 months, and 4 days, whatever it is.
Roughly.
Not that I'm counting.
No.
And if I keep spending money, then I'm not going to be able to retire. So yeah, I've got to be careful.
But you'll have to sell your collection when you retire. You know that.
That's right.
Well, because Claire will be at home at the same time as you and realise how many models you've got. I think. Yeah, that as well. Yeah. You have a similar affliction with model trains, I believe. Is that right?
And cars.
And cars. Okay.
And aircraft. Unfortunately.
Oh dear.
Not a room is left unmolested.
So what gauge are you on with the railway?
00.
Right, okay.
And 1/43 scale, most of my models.
Yeah.
Cars.
Just very quickly, so I just need, if you don't mind, I'm just going to use you two so I know when I'm hitting old age, right? Just as an example, as a benchmark. At what point in your life do you start collecting toys? When does it happen?
About 14 for me.
Oh, Christ, okay.
About 35, I would think I was when I first started. I was here, just working here.
Yeah. And was it trains first, was it?
No.
No?
No. Trains came very late on for me. Yeah. So, yeah, it's an affliction, I think, you know.
It is.
As long as you don't go like that all the time, you're fine.
Yeah. Well, Colin does actually sell some, though.
Yeah, I don't.
But it's, well, yeah, I'm not a trader. I just love collecting.
Far off.
But there's a group of us, and a lot of them are here this weekend. A very good friend of mine, Alan Hawkins, he's around, and we quite regularly email each other and say, "Oh, I bought this one, and I bought this one," and there is quite good actually. We're both quite.
I think the big difference is my house is still full of real kids' toys, as in children's toys. Anyway, we are on with Rob Wright in the Kestrel Lane, taking on Mr. Pete Brown.
Well, that was a leaping start in the left-hand lane.
10:02 at 1:38, 11:33 at 1:22 in the Autoglym Lane.
I've got to say, I didn't start collecting toys at 14. That's when the radio control phase of my life started. 43 years later, it's still going.
I'm actually, bearing that in mind, the only thing I'm really surprised about, Henry's revenge against Rough Diamond.
Rough Diamond, yeah. Which would have happened back in the day.
Absolutely that.
Yeah, with John Powis and... what's his name? The guy who used to drive that car.
I don't know.
Oh, it's Dave Gibbons, wasn't it? That was it.
Must be that. But the only thing I'm surprised about with you is you haven't actually started collecting.
Oh, look at the front wheel on the.
Oh dear.
That was a bad wobble that time
too
when he went
much.
down there.
Yeah, the toe-in looks a little bit too much that time, unfortunately.
I don't know whether they're going to be able to push that, are they?
They have dollies for everything these days.
Okay.
Which is maybe where it's going. I think he's been instructed just to stay in the car for safety while we send Alan Schofield on his way. That's probably quite an easy fix, actually, that. It's not going to be the hardest thing to do.
What did Alan run earlier on today?
8:51.
Oh, took off towards the wall, corrected it very, very quickly. My goodness me, he's got used to driving this very, very well. 8:72?
Yeah, 1:52 there. Sorry, I correct myself. It was a 8:49.
Oh, okay.
On his,
in the same ballpark.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Very good.
So yeah, I was going to say is that radio-controlled drag racing models are things I'm surprised you haven't started on yet.
I built a radio-controlled dragster when I was about 15, 16 years old, and the propulsion system I chose was a firework.
Like you do.
Yeah. So I took it up to another one of life's silly stories when you're a teenager. I took it up to the AERE Harwell. Don't even know that Atomic Energy Research Establishment. It used to be a glider base in World War II.
Sounds like a fun place to hang out, though.
Yeah, it's an old runway. So I took this firework-powered dragster to this place, and the radio control worked brilliantly. So basically, what I did is I got behind the car, I lit the firework, and I stood back, and the thing shot off into the distance, but I forgot about when it went poof at the end. And it sort of vaporised after that. When I got the car back, there was not much left of it.
If that had been in the days of camera phones and Facebook, that would have been
a YouTube sensation.
Epic, that wouldn't it? You know?
But yeah, it only ever did one run.
And what a run.
It was exciting until it went bang.
Well, on that silly subject, I've just remembered in my metalwork class, in the woodwork class, I built a rear-engine top-fuel dragster with a roll cage and everything. And I also built a model of Sammy Miller's Oxygen.
Did you?
Rocket dragster, sorry. And but in metalwork, and it was actually functioning as well. It had a couple of two axles in it, and it was with an elastic band, and the elastic band was wound round the rear axle, and he let it go, and it did actually shoot off into the distance as well.
There's more to you than meets the eye,
which is a good job.
Yeah,
because otherwise there'd be nothing.
So, if I go back to my formative years,
go on.
Another good one for you. Obviously became hooked on drag racing, so you get your scale electric set out, you just get all the straight bits and you just put it on the landing, and you go from one end of the landing to the other as fast as you can, get all the cars out, great. And part of the procedure for drag racing, as we know, is doing a burnout. And I thought, well, I want to do burnouts with these model cars, and I thought, well, no, we've got to get some real good smoke going here. I didn't do anything really stupid. I just spun the cars through talcum powder. Clouds of talcum powder everywhere.
Bet you
I
were
thought it was
popular.
Oh yeah, it was a great idea till Mum came up and said, "So what are you doing? Go to your room. You're banished." But yeah, some of the I know people have set fire to cars and doing fire burnouts on Skeletron. I've never reached that level, thank goodness.
All sorts.
But yeah, talcum powder burnouts. Bit silly, but there we go.
I used to jump out my bedroom window and then just go down the garden and find them. That was good.
Well, no, we've had the air rifle story with me, with my
Yes.
sister's Barbie dolls in the past, so we're not going to do any more with them.
Anyway, in other news.
Yeah, going back to what we're here for. Yeah, sorry.
Well, funny, yeah, while we're on that subject anyway, what brought you to drag racing in the first place?
Me?
Yeah, you. Because, I mean, we kind of know Mr. Price was... were you invited here the first time when you started?
Me, I came here the first time for the first ever Gary's Picnic, but I was a disc jockey doing the evening entertainment, if you want to call it that. And then I was working at car shows around the country and met Dave Pryor.
That's right, yeah.
And Dave Pryor asked me to do the Milton Keynes show.
Okay.
And it was when the existing commentator here, Brian Taylor, had left, and somebody suggested that I might like to apply for the job as commentator, which I did. Roy was stood on his milling machine, the story I always tell, didn't even stop the machine, just went, "So you want to be a commentator?" And started from there. It was 50 quid a day, I think. You know.
It hasn't gone up much since, has it?
Well,
I mean, not wrong. It's gone down.
More than likely. More than likely.
Oh, dear.
But yeah, so that was that. But it's just some of the things I remember about combining the two things, the DJing and the commentating. And I used to work here because there used to be a 6 o'clock curfew. Do you remember that?
I don't ever remember being... Honestly, I don't remember there being a curfew.
Yeah,
actually.
it was always a 6 o'clock curfew. And so I would finish here at 6, and then there'd be the marquee in the grounds, and I would then go on to be a DJ in the evening.
Oh, goodness.
And there was one finals, world finals we used to call them, where it got to midnight, and the marquee was packed, and Bob Phelps, Roy's dad, said, "You've got to stop now." And I said, "But, you know, we've got a marquee full of people. You've got to stop." And with that, he went to the generator and pulled the plug out the generator. And so suddenly this whole marquee full of people went very, very quiet. And then suddenly we found we had to hide underneath the desk where all the controls were for my disco, as bottles, bricks and everything came raining down upon us.
Wow.
And I went to see Bob the week after, and I said, "A lot of my equipment has been broken," which he paid for without questioning. He said, "But next year, I've got a good idea. I'm going to put a lattice work of metal up in front of you, so if they throw everything at you, it will just disintegrate on its way through to you." So
that's a bit like the Blues Brothers, isn't it?
Yeah, that seems like an odd solution to...
It never happened, trust me.
Yeah,
it never
okay.
happened. I think I stopped doing the DJing in the evening then. It was good.
But those were much better days.
It was good fun. It was good fun.
I'm only jesting.
Yeah, really good fun.
All right, Jay Gould and Rob Brown up next with and Rebel. And it's actually Pete Brown, not Rob, so computer is the wrong way round.
After an epic story like that, I'm almost embarrassed to say I just came with my dad. That was it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but did you know what you were coming up to see, though?
I think I did. I genuinely cannot remember, actually.
Yeah.
I know that a few people very kindly did an awful lot of digging for me a few years ago, because from my first memories, people have been able to pretty much pinpoint the event. Even though I can't remember, I was only about 4 or 5. Pretty much been able to pinpoint the first event I actually came to.
Wow.
Yeah, exactly. And I can't remember a lot of it. One thing I do remember, which was hilariously funny, which my dad loves me saying all the time, is that when the back of the banking was covered in nettles and stuff like that, he said to me before we walked up the bank, "Be careful." So I walked up it sideways so that we didn't slip down there. I walked up it at an angle, and he tried to walk straight up it and fell front side over backside all the way down, grabbing nettles. 872 at 151, and I remember standing at the top. I must have been like 5, right? I remember standing at the top, and he said, "How did you do that?" And I said, "Just walk up at an angle. It's not so steep." And he went, "Oh, okay, I'll do that then."
You've got to read the other number out now.
Yeah, James Old, 1293 at 104.
So we are in the midst of Wild Bunch. This will be the first time we get to see Daddy Cool this weekend.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. With Faye Hearn at the wheel. Dr. Faye Hearn, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, it was towed back to the pits, wasn't it, first time?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, something that Al wasn't happy with, Alan Grimes wasn't happy with. I think that's a supercharged. It's all right. He made a joke about it a little while ago. I'm not going to join in with the joke. I think he is a supercharged Rover.
I'd rather think that.
Yeah, it is, because we did say it was a full lot Chevy before, but it's not. It's a lot smaller than that. There's the clue. Look, only 244 cubic inches. Alongside Dan Wilson with Antique Toy for Slingshot.
I think that's a monster cubed engine compared to Robin Reed's, isn't it, actually?
The car in the left-hand lane, it looks too small to have that size engine in it.
Yeah.
You know, it's the power-to-weight ratio must be pretty amazing.
Good. Well, he ran a 9 earlier on. And the other thing is all this fuss about halos in Formula 1. We had them in drag racing 55 years ago, 60 years ago, look.
Yeah, protecting the head.
Pretty much exactly what that is. Same concept as the halo, actually. Oh, that's not a good look, especially when you see, don't pick it up just in case. Oh, okay.
Well, they knew what it was.
Yeah, they did know what it was.
Dan Wilson, 10-12.
Very nice run.
He's matched his 10-10 from yesterday, but he's picked up speed, 119 miles an hour for Dan.
Yeah, and it's nice and straight, well-controlled run. Very, very nice.
Trying to see what Al's actually got in his hand down there. He was showing everybody up there on the balcony, but not sure what it was. You get a good look as we've gone.
Can you see what that is?
I can't see what it is. Is that a coupler? Oh no. Is that a bit of rod? Is that a bit of block?
Oh dear. Okay. Now it's a question of, is it leaking?
Well, it doesn't appear to be. There doesn't appear to be anything on the track.
Oh, there's quite a few bits and pieces down
there. Yeah, there are a few bits and bobs, but yeah. It's going to need a sweep at the very, very least. Anyway, so just commiserations as well, sorry, to Faye Hearn and the whole team. That's not what you want to do, unfortunately. We get a really good... Go on, Connie. Go on.
Yeah, no, I was going to say, going back to the story, so you came up here with your dad.
Yep.
And did you know what drag racing was before you came up that day?
I genuinely can't. Well, I was like 5, so I can't remember.
Right,
but
okay,
I do know
that early.
I do know how we ended up here, and it was because they had at the time they had drag racing cars down at Brighton for the speed trials.
Yeah.
There used to be a big show at Crystal Palace as well, if you remember, which wasn't that far from where we lived at the time. So we went to that, and especially after seeing, I think, because they had the funny cars down at Brighton. One of the Stardust cars was down there, and imagine that, funny cars running on Brighton Seafront.
Mad.
Rock and roll. Anyway, so that was how we ended up here, and I just came and pestered the life out of my dad every single opportunity after that to be able to come, and everything just sort of snowballed from there, really. And it was one of my abiding memories as a kid as well, especially going back into school on a Monday, was I always used to go and tell people what I'd seen and how fast they'd gone. No one believed me. No one believed me. There was no internet, obviously. It wasn't on TV or anything like that. And no matter how many times I showed pictures to them in magazines and all that sort of stuff, no one ever believed me. So basically, I remember thinking from that, it actually did me a favour at that age, because I thought, still a lot of you, I've seen it. I know it. I know it's real, and I know it's happened. I don't care if you don't believe it or don't like it, because I know it's the most wild and amazing thing I've ever seen. and that was kind of like the rest of my life's kind of been like that. Yeah. But it's like it's always nice, especially when you're a kid, to have something that you really, really enjoy, and it doesn't then matter if anybody likes it or not, because you do, and that's the most important thing.
No,
by
agreed.
far. But you, go on then, how did you end up here?
Well, mine, a little bit later. I was a teenager.
Sorry, very quickly before I forget. And Blackbush as well. Because obviously Blackbush was running at the time, and that was even closer for us. Yeah. We used to go to Blackbush all the time. Sorry, mate.
No worries. No, basically, you know, our school, a good friend of mine in the village that we used to live in, Jonathan, our dads used to take us out for a day somewhere, you know, whatever it was. But one weekend, Jonathan's dad said, "Oh, we're going to a place called Santa Pod," and I'd never heard of it. Yeah, great. Didn't know what we were going to see. Didn't really know about it. And came in the gates, and we saw this gantry at the top end.
Do you remember when it was? What year it was, roughly?
I can remember the event. I know what happened at the event. 1977/78-ish. And we just heard this noise. I thought, what is that? And sprinted up the banking to see what it was, and there's just like, oh wow. And I think it was the first, the car that hit me, or the car that sort of springs into mind more than anything else at that first event, was Thunderbird, the Pro Comp Altered. The Hazelton's car. And it's always stuck with me. That car, when I first saw that run, I just thought, oh, I love this. And I've never fallen out with love with the sport ever since. And I've just got to say thanks to Jonathan, my good friend back then, and his dad Derek, for bringing me up here, because if it wasn't for them, I don't think I would have ever discovered the sport. Well, I would have done later on in life, but as a teenager, watching that, with the lowered banking there, and one of the other abiding memories I have was, it was, how can you put it? It was a bit non-conformed back then. And instead of people bringing cans and everything, there was somebody that bought a gas cylinder, a keg, and put the beer pump on front of the grandstand, and all of their mates were just like having the beer. It was so funny.
I remember as a kid all the Swedes coming over and drinking out of their crash helmets and thinking, how the hell are they going to ride their bikes home after that, you know? Sitting in that, do you remember the small grandstands that were like probably 6 or 7 rows long?
That's it, yeah.
Just very quickly, everybody in the grandstand on the banking, please put your hands together for the Daddy Cool team. Come on, warm your hands, please, if they're not warm enough already. That was not what Faye and and everybody else wanted to do. Commiserations as well, if that was part of the block. That's not great at all. So they take just as much hard work when that happens as when they run very, very quickly as well. Often more, actually, and it's going to be more work now, but there we go. But
so
yeah, go on.
Used to come about 3 times a year, like some people just come to the was the main event, the European finals, and sometimes Flame and Thunder, or the fireworks meet, wherever it was back then. And drag racing became my #1 hobby. But being a teenager, living 50, 60 miles away, you're relying on other people to get here. But my school project for my English O-level was about drag racing. You know, I built model dragsters, as you know, we told you about the firework-powered one. But everything was about drag racing, just telling people about it all the time.
And how many people, following with what I just said, how many people believed you? Maybe you've got a more believable face than me.
I was quite a believable bloke, I think.
Yeah, I was going to say, maybe it was just me then, I think that's what it was. I had another, talking about believing, I had another silly story from back when I was racing. Very, very good friend of mine.
This really is a nostalgia show, isn't
That's
it?
what it's all about.
I am in the right place. I just wanted to check that.
I remember talking about convincing people. I remember sitting in this guy's office. He's a very, very nice chap. He runs a local drainage firm. Anyway, he's in a big open office. And for years and years, I always used to try and explain to people what watching fuel cars was like.
Do I know these people?
I think you do.
Yes. I thought I did.
But to, sort of like explaining to people what watching fuel cars was like, you know, ground shaking, ice streaming, all that stuff, you know, we're used to. And all that time I've been doing it,
I really thought I was probably doing quite a good job of explaining until the day where I was in Darren's office and he was sitting there at the front of his desk and I was sitting there chatting with him, and he started to explain to everybody in the room what it was like. And it was right then the penny drops that I've been sounding like an absolute pillock for 30 years, right? Because he totally died on his backside, tried to explain what it was like, and he was sitting there going, it was like the ground shakes, everything happens like that as well, and they're all just looking at him blankly going, yeah, and what does that mean then, you know? And yeah, it was the dawning realisation that I'd wasted 30 years of explaining to people what it was about. If you
The last time I went down there, though, he had bought a Mustang.
That's right.
Because he has quite a collection of cars.
He really does now.
There was a Mustang, but he was a bit worried it wasn't an original V8, that it was a straight 6 that someone had converted.
That's right.
So I do remember that.
Yeah. So, but anyway, it's all part of the fun. All part of the fun.
Anyway, getting back to where we are today, it's been absolutely fantastic sitting up here, listening to us all gambling away as we have been. But it's good. Dragstalgia is a great event. I'm just waiting for someone to come up and tell me that Ross Pryor has arrived, and we know Dave Stone is here. Jerry Andrews, I hope, has arrived. Because Ross and Jerry got married. Was it last year or the year before? Ross wrote to me saying, we've tried it for 38 years, so we've now decided.
Got to put a ring on it.
So if they're here, they will then come up and moan at me for giving their secrets away.
Oh,
so
why not? That's what we're here for, isn't it?
Yeah.
So fortunately for everybody out there with ears, we're about to go back to racing.
There you are.
Keith Crampton with a song. Do you remember when Keith did that run and something rolled off the car?
Yeah.
We found out what it was.
Go on.
It was a roll of electrical tape that had been left on the car. Was that what it was? It wasn't part of the car at all.
Oh, okay.
Bizarre.
On that silly subject of remembering them, do you remember the time that Sammy Miller, they left a closed Stanley knife in the car, and when he hit the throttle, it hit him in the chest. Yeah, that was not a good
Lots
day,
of stories about Sammy. The best one, which is on YouTube that you can still see, is when he blew all the windows out here,
right?
Which everybody cheered for.
I was sat there and I copped a bit of it right in the face.
Did you?
Yes, I did indeed.
Okay.
And the best part of that story, as I keep reminding Doug Bond about, was because there was no windows in the tower. Remember they used to do grit juice right in front of you?
Yeah. Oh.
I was looking out the window and I got a red hot piece of rubber with a stone in it right on my cheek.
Ouch.
I think I was probably about 11, something like that. And I took great pleasure in beating him about 25 years later when I started racing. Anyway, I'm only kidding, Doug. Love you. I really am. It was just one of those things. So we're back on to Keith Crampton with the Sultan Shaker in the Kestrel Lane, and Tim Roy with a Boston Straggler, not Strangler, Straggler, number 2. Yep, absolutely. That's lovely. Yeah. Yeah, that will be an 8-second car when he gets hold of that and doesn't go over the centre line. See, you love it when they listen. 8:35, 157 miles an hour, and look at that as well for Keith Crampton, a terrific 9.50 142, which I think is a PB, gentlemen.
Well done.
See, Colin's got such a problem. He's sitting here looking at models on the internet as well. Look,
Keith Crampton just went 950.
Oh, hang on. Oh, that'll be the GoPro, actually, I think. It is the GoPro. That's Steve Haven with the tight fit dragster in the
So is that a model of Stardust?
It is indeed, yeah.
I've got one of those. Do you want to buy it?
Is it your listing?
I've already got it.
You want to see how much it goes for, don't you?
Yeah, I do.
Because it's in the last few minutes.
Yeah, I'm intrigued.
Dearie me.
I tell you what, Steve Heaven, the team were working their backsides off trying to get that car fixed. They didn't have a transmission in the car last night.
Wow.
And they were really... If this car works now, we may have somebody that will be doing a fire burnout tonight. That's the whole thing. Because unfortunately, I've seen Dave Nelson this morning. They haven't bought the car with them. A huge amount of engine damage when they did the test test fire up during the week. So yeah, unfortunately they're not here.
So it's Steve in the tight fit car, Kestrel Lane, and Callum running quicker than ever.
83, 947. I've got to take my hat off to Steve Heaven and the tight fit team. Well done. That was a huge, monumental effort to get that car sorted today. Well done.
Almost identical speeds as well. But anyway, if you can't talk BS at an event like this, then when can you? To be honest, it's what it's all about, isn't it? I think.
Well, Trigger's Broom, I love that as a title. That's fantastic. Paul Tarry out there in the right-hand lane. Liz Malcolm with the Just for Fun Racing Dragster. Liz has been around with us for some time, and I think has she had a sabbatical from this?
She
and
did
then
have
come
a
back
little
to it?
while,
About 3 or 4 years off.
Yeah. Okay.
Basically a COVID layoff, I think it was almost, wasn't it?
So what engine is that in there at 120?
It's
is
a
it
Ford Crossflow, yeah. It's
Crossflow?
Yeah, four-cylinder Ford.
Moves well for a four-banger, doesn't it?
Runs high 10s now, actually. As if by magic.
There you are.
10.8. Don't you love it when they do what you tell
Yeah,
them?
absolutely.
121 and 10.75 for Paul Tarry at 124.
PB for Paul Tarry there. Well done, Paul. His previous was a 1083.
So the bee sting altered.
This team have been together for a long time, haven't they?
They have indeed. Very, very well turned out as well. They've got some superstar crew members on there this weekend.
Is that Barry Bohannon with the hat
That
on? Hello,
wasn't-
Barry.
That wasn't the one I was talking about. But okay, Barry's helping. No, actually, Andy Stone's down there as well, helping out this weekend. Great to see Andy after last year. The incident with the altered. That's Andy showing Bob the shoot pin. Going up against Jim Tanner with the Shindigger. Jim's car's been well into the 9s before. As you see Jim's head bouncing a bit there when it came down. Will that be a 9? Oh, it's a 9.15 at 143 miles an hour. They look delighted with that. And a 10.09 for Bob Morgan. They look very delighted with that too. 130 miles an hour. Okay. Fingers in ears time for the burnout this time from Gonzo the Great. What you said earlier, John, as well. Yeah, they're trying desperately to run a 7.5 with this car.
Yep.
Which, again, if you remember what they used to run, it's just phenomenal, isn't it?
Yeah.
Very, very quick.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the whole world, 3 seconds isn't a lot. But
however,
with drag racing, it's a huge amount. So to come down from a 10-second run to a 7-second run is phenomenal.
And Luca Gavoni over there with the earthquake in Kestrel Lane. Thank you so much to anybody that's made the effort to come from overseas to race with us. We know how much fun it isn't these days. However, it's a lot of fun when you get here, hopefully. He's probably still got long trousers on though. This is probably a bit chilly for him. Alan Lloyd is long gone. Very nice, 114 to 60 foot. And a 7.89.
Fairly consistent around that, isn't he? The 7.8s.
I think it's probably driving him a little bit nuts because I know they're trying to tweak it to go quicker and it doesn't seem to be responding at the moment.
Yeah.
But 10.72 at 121 for Luca. Don't know whether you know this as well. They have a really nice looking racetrack in northern Italy.
Do they?
It's called Rivanozzi. It's in the foothills of the Alps, just in the north of Italy, and it's a very, very, very cool looking racetrack. They have quite a few events there. They have one there recently, and specifically classes like Super Pro are very, very well supported, like 25, 30 cars kind of thing.
Wow.
And yeah, it's great. Very, very good to see. First run as well for another excellent name for a slingshot, Jurassic Parts. Mick Ledo, who has actually gone through stage, unfortunately. He didn't stop. Gary Atkinson with the time lock will be chasing after him, but Mick won't get an ET.
So is that Adam's dad? Mick?
Uncle.
Yeah, okay.
Mick.
Who the whole Ledo family has been around drag racing since it started, I think.
Forever, virtually.
Weren't they connected to the Liquidator plot? Was that them?
I think that was the car that was theirs first, and then it became that. But I'm sure Adam or someone will be on to me in just a second and say, no, I've got that completely wrong. But you know better than me.
Well, no. It's that is a pot called Psycho.
Motorcycle.
Motorcycle. And that became Alan O'Connor's...
That's correct.
Gasser.
Yeah, that's the one. And that's still the name that's on the car. Adam is racing with the fuel altered.
Yes.
Here this weekend.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully racing in a little while's time. Rick Butcher with the slingshot. Kestrel Lane against Bradley Cooper, another one of those new PB kids.
I mean, monster PB from Brad. He found 3/10 this weekend.
Back in the 10s, look at that.
12:46.
Hadn't run a 10 before this weekend, and hey presto.
That too, yeah.
2 in a row.
Paranoia.
Yeah, you were right. You were saying earlier that it was Brian Thomas that ran the car on Nitro.
Yeah.
I think it was quite brief actually. I don't
It was
think
brief.
it went.
Yeah.
I think because Brian and Robin Reed, very good friends, and both of them. Obviously, Robin was running Nitro in the Dragster, and I think he twisted Brian's arm enough to the point he thought, you know what, I'll have a go as well.
Yeah. And that's a Plymouth body.
It is.
On that. You were saying how pretty the body looks. It's
got a little surprise coming for the fans of Paranoia tomorrow. I won't give it away until tomorrow. So Andy Jackson with the Sidewinder. Now I thought we had a lot of Union Jack stuff until I saw their team. They have flags everywhere in the bits, and on the tow car, and on the car, and on the parachute.
It's a very angry sound, isn't it? Really angry.
Really comes on song.
Yeah,
in the
it
second
does.
half.
You're so right about that. Yeah, look at that. Really making up for ground on the Paranoia car.
11:16, 136 miles an hour for Andy Jackson. I think that's the first time I've ever seen him put 3 runs together in a weekend as well.
Oh, good.
Normally, they have all kinds of issues keeping it running. It's a very groundbreaking design, which looks to be smoking somewhat up the top there. Alan Lopton, though, goes 10:29 at 1:27.
Well, congrats to Andy Jackson there. A new PB for speed.
Terrific.
Fastest he's ever been through the finish line in that
Do you know what? You've just touched on something that, as a commentator, drives me utterly bananas when other people are commentating on things and they say that was a really quick speed. No, it wasn't. Quick is time.
Yes, that's right.
Speed is fast.
That's it.
Or a really fast time. No.
You're just picky.
Yes, I am. I'm getting old and grouchy. I'm trying to join the old and grouchy club.
Well, welcome.
Very kind, thank you.
Membership is unlimited. Plenty of space.
Yeah, I see there's a lot of people around like that already. But anyway, yeah, it's one thing that drives me absolutely bloody nuts, that is. Right, so Chris Hartner with Backdraft put in a great run earlier on today. This is the Malibu Express car from back in the 60s/70s. Up against Graham Rawlings with VW engine slingshot. I'll tell you what, that's probably the best configuration of an engine in a slingshot because you can see where you're going, can't you?
Yeah, it's
true.
true.
Very spread out. Chris checking out what the sunshine looks like. Look at that. 873 151. Very nice looking 979 at 134 for Graham Rawlings as well.
From a Volkswagen.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But lightweight. Very consistent as well, which is good.
So, Mark Hartnell. Mental Mistress. So I'm reading it from the screen. I don't have the ability to remember all these cars because a lot of them weren't around when I was.
Well, you haven't seen them
last year.
before, so that's
No.
completely fair point.
So, Steve Garland,
indeed,
in the Sonic Attack 2 in the left-hand lane.
Now, through your career commentating, I'm sure there's plenty of teams who have tried to, how should we say, trip up commentators with certain names of
No,
their
I
vehicles.
wouldn't have thought so. No.
Right. Well, this team are called the Fat Something, that rhymes with truckers, and I had to give them a new name that I could say on the PA. So they're called the Wide Bunch.
The Wide Bunch.
The Wide Bunch.
Okay.
Because it's as close as we can get without saying the official team name, obviously.
Okay.
That's Vinny telling Steve where to go. See what Mark can do after watching his dad run in the 8s. Nice looking launch. Nice looking run. Oh, wow. 959, 138 miles an hour. 12:27 for Steve Garland.
Massive personal best for Metal Mistress there.
Excellent. You do have to wonder if Chris is doing the dad dance at the top end as well.
Yes.
You know the one. The
Very
one
much
that
so,
the
yeah.
one that embarrasses the out of your kids. Actually, I think breathing a lot of time does that, but you know.
All right, Steve East with Ellie is in trouble now. The slingshot going alongside Skippy. The new car for him, he finished building that at the tail end of last year.
We've got a debut of a little funny car coming up as well, Colin. Very, very shortly.
Can Skip go quicker than 988? On this one, 10:35, 1:29. Steve East goes 11:82. 117.
So Andy Clifford with Snake Eyes with a more traditional slingshot, and by that I mean he can't really see where he's going because he's got the injectors in his face. In the Kestrel lane, powered by a big block Ford. Now this car down here was around again in your time, sir. This is the Monza, which was originally Dennis Priddle's.
Right.
Then it was the Panic funny car with the pages.
But
That is the same car.
Yeah, it's got a different chassis on it.
It has. Yeah,
Last
it has
time
indeed,
that I announced it, Dave Tebbutt?
Possibly, yeah.
Telephoned Dave Gibbons to tell him
Oh, John Tebbutt, is that right?
John
Yeah,
Tebbutt.
that's
John
it, yes,
Tebbutt.
yes,
There
yes.
you are, John Tebbutt. So, Moonlight Bandit, John Tebbutt.
That's the one. 989 for Andy Clifford. Phil James goes 942 at 139. Oh,
Yeah.
Puff
So
smoke.
it's a historic car.
Very much so.
But John Tebbutt also said that there were many of those Monza bodies around at that time. You know, so whether it was definitely one that the Pages had used. So.
So this is the debut of Braveheart. This is Rory Hart with a car he built himself with his dad in a garage. That is pretty much the story of drag racing, isn't it, really? Beautifully turned out little Opel GT.
Ah, right, yeah.
But it is actually a funny car. It's a mini funny car. I think he's got a small block Chevy on board. But this is the first time this car has seen the light of day, let alone a racetrack. So Rory has been doing plenty of duty. Used to racing Junior Dragster. He's been crewing on Ida Zetterstrom's Top Fuel team, I think, most recently anyway. And in his spare time, if there is any, been building this with his dad.
So check-out pass.
Indeed.
Indeed.
Yeah,
Well,
that's the
good.
first time that car has turned a wheel under power. I had a look at the car last night. They were very proud to show me around. It was touch and go if they were going to be here this weekend. Rory bought that car as a roller, so in other words, basically chassis and body, and then proceeded to replace literally the whole chassis. He showed me a few bits that were original. One was the wheelie bar wheel, not the wheelie bar, the wheelie bar wheel.
Right.
The brake lever, the engine and trans actually, and the front suspension setup. Apart from that, everything else replaced.
It's a lovely little car, though. It's
It's great.
It's something different. It's really good. Really, really good. Maybe destined for Pro ET or something like that. Maybe. So we're on the old school stockers once again. There we go. That's right. So Rod Spry in the Kestrel lane. Mr. Price is checking on makes and models and runners and riders.
When I find it.
Taking on Andy Lampert.
Poor Rod Spry was getting a bit close to the wall, but steers it away. 9:46 at 1:36.
That's his quickest run at the weekend by some margin, actually.
That was a Z900. Okay, so I do like to find out about that. I'll hang on to this for a minute.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So Kevin Melling coming out into the Kestrel beer lane on his H2 Quacker, called the Stinger, 750cc triple. And into the right-hand lane is Chris Spry on his H2.
Now, Jerry Collier says hi, by the way, John. He says,
Hi, Jerry.
Kev's H2 is the quickest piston port motor by ProJoint, which is Jerry's company.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and it ran very, very quickly. That's a lot more like it. For Kev Melling. Seems to still be slowing at the top end, though. 921, only 136 miles an hour. A bit quicker. Probably not what they were looking for. 997 for Chris
Out of a
Spry.
two-stroke. I mean, it's
still pretty amazing.
Pretty good,
yeah, absolutely. The godfather of the two-strokes, Mr. Collier. He's also busy making my new steps in my house, which is very kind of him.
Good stuff.
Oh, boy. Okay, so...
Yeah, we got lots of pictures like this, look. So Jerry sent me this morning. He's in his mate's workshop, so we're distracting a lot of people from their working days doing what we're doing, which I think you probably did a bit yesterday. Or was you not working yesterday?
No, I was working, but watching the
there
telly
you
at
go,
the same
see,
time.
Yeah. So we are responsible. We're responsible for submarining people's productivity.
Okay, so Richard Peachy, GS1000 Suzuki, out there in the Auto Glim lane. And Dean Stevens in the Kestrel beer lane on his H2 Kawasaki. Game is given away a wee bit with the Kawasaki green colour.
Just a bit. And green trainers and green sunglasses. That's a great run for Dean.
Very nice. 9-0.
141. Yeah, if you look at his dad down there, look. Green sunglasses, green headset, green trainers.
Yep.
Just about everything that possibly can be Kawasaki green. Nipper has on him.
So this is Claire Raw. Am I right?
It is, that's right,
Yep.
Number one qualified by a bunch, actually, at the moment.
Yeah. And that is the GSX 1100. And then Andy Lambert with his... Oh, I thought Andy had been out before.
It might have been. He might have been allowed to restart again, just because it's not right.
Z900 Kawasaki.
Someone's labouring up there. Andy with a bit of a cloud of smoke through the finish line. 9:41 at 1:39. And 8:66 for Claire. Before we move on to Outlaw Anglia. Qualifying session number 3, I think.
Yeah, spot on. Al's Gasser back in the lanes. Good to see Al taking part once again.
Wonderful.
Right, Spencer Tidswell with the Battle Axe Warrior.
And that's his mum, Jean, in there turning the nitrous bottle on.
Well, hello, Jean.
Yeah,
long time no see.
They've actually got a couple. I don't know if Spencer's still got it, but he's got an absolutely mental Willis as well, with a Pro Charge big block in it. It's
really.
It's a full-on drop-down race car. It's very, very quick. It won. I think it won, didn't it?
Willis Wars one year.
Yeah, exactly. In the 8s. And even then, it looked like it had a lot more left.
Well, 9:64, the best time for Spencer Tidswell up to now. He's in the number 11 qualifying spot at the moment. Ian Tweddle is in the number 18 spot. So 9:77 and a 10:40. Does it change anything, Colin?
Yeah, Spencer. Sorry, Ian Tweddle moves up one spot, 18.70. 10:40, the number he's run that time. Right, the beast, Simon Barlow, 7:89 so far this weekend. But his first run, the car was coughing and spluttering. The second run, the car was getting much, much better. Now then, they have something to work with this time. They didn't really after P1 session. So Carl Harrison, at the back, they're responsible basically for the power plant of this machine.
Can we have NSA bike shootout into the pairing lanes, please? NSA bike shootout into the pairing lanes. Thank you.
So Simon Barlow going alongside the legend that is Al O'Connor.
Yep. The Professor, as he was known.
How many times have you called Al's name over the years?
Oh, hundreds. Hundreds and hundreds. Used to be pulled by a Ford Pilot with a trailer called Al's Hauler. So reaction time for Al, a 0-2, always good on the lights. Simon Barlow in the 7.74. To Al, 12.46. Taking it real steady.
Yeah, 7.74, 181 for Simon Barlow. It's starting to come on now. It's starting to get a bit quicker. Not quite where they want it just yet. But, as they say, Rome wasn't built in a day. Luke Hoskins, Let It Be, going alongside Barn Levy with the Barnstormer. These two, Luke 10, Barn 8 in the qualified order.
I've got an idea. This is Scuttle's old car, this one.
Oh, right.
And also, Billy the Kid used to drive it as well. You can tell I'm searching for real names here.
You're ahead of me already, so good run for Luke. Yeah, 9.62, stage number 10. One goes 10.08, 133. All right, the lucky penny of Gary Bird. And let's see what Gary ran earlier on. Just let the timing system sort itself out. Gary Bird, there we go, 8.91, 154 mile an hour on his previous pass. And going alongside Shane Bird with the long shot.
So brothers?
I'm not sure what the connection is actually.
Well, Shane in the Kestrel lane is number 23 qualifying at the moment. Gary, however, in the Auto Grid lane's number 6, having run an 8.91. So let's see if there's any difference there.
Finds a 10th.
Yeah.
He'll take that. Shane goes through with a 13.72 at 96.
So no changes in positions there, Colin?
Yeah,
no?
they stay put. So it's all about time. Oh, don't you just love it? Wayne Parrott and Gary Hill. So Gary currently number 12. Best so far this weekend, 9.69. Wayne Power is in the 10s at the moment. Still got plenty of heavy hitters to come. One of them in the next pair. Well, Gary gets the jump. .976, no improvement for Gary. Wayne they put in number 18. Proper burnout there from the quickest outlaw angler in Europe, of course. This is the one and only Jed Guy. Didn't get a time last time out. If you remember, he left before the tree was fully activated. So
just watching the angle of his burnout reminds me of Simon Bates, the Radio 1 DJ, came up here for a while, was working here with me for a year, 2 years, I can't remember. And he decided what he would do is he would take a tape recorder to the other side of the Christmas tree and stood in the middle of the track with it when somebody did exactly what Jed has just done and headed straight for it. You've never seen such a panicked Radio 1 DJ in all your life. Happily, he missed him. Ben Kennedy is the man in the Kestrel lane.
Well, he could have a front row seat for Jed Guy disappearing off into the distance.
So 6 seconds is on the cards here.
Oh, Ben stays with the rear wheels. How about that? Not quite the plan. Gonna let him go. 108 to 60. Jed goes through the quarter. 7
look
flat.
at that.
191.
Trying so hard. Oh, fabulous.
oh so nearly 2 cars in the 6s from Outlaw Anglia today, but 700 with a 9, 191.22 miles an hour. Right, Mark Bracking, the East Coast Racing Anglia. Mark stunned us all with that 970. What has he done to make it go so quick? It just totally calls all out.
It is a road car.
It is
isn't
a road car, but
yeah.
it's resolutely in the 10s, and to go 9.7 was outstanding. Wow. Ben Rushforth with Short Trip. He went 8.60, the best of his 2 qualifiers so far. What can he do this time round? Oh, it's went a bit too deep. Calm it down. That's looking good for Ben. 8.44 finds 1500ths. Mark Bracking 10.76, 127. That's where I normally expect to see Mark Bracking's numbers, to be honest. So yeah, I'm going to have a chat with Mark later on. Colin Miller, what can he do this time round? He's your #1 qualifier on a 6.98, proudly displaying membership of the Outlaw Anglia 6-second club on the back door. Hello Aussie is the message on the roof of the car. And there's Paul Watson with Grumpy's Toy #2 appearing in the Auto Glim lane.
Well, Colin already is our #1 qualifier with his run of 6.98.
Yeah.
Today?
Yeah, well, he did that. Don't forget, that was the very last run last night. He
last night.
He pulled that number.
Right. And it's Paul Watson, Grumpy's Toy, out there in the right-hand lane.
Oh, flat launch, Colin Miller, 108 to 60.
This is looking good. Watch these numbers come up, ladies and gentlemen. Oh!
703.
Oh, boy, everyone's trying so hard.
Well,
wow.
I think it's a game on this weekend. It's going to be a proper battle. 12.31, 110 there for Paul Watson. Nicely done. Rob Nixon into the Auto Glim lane alongside Ben Montgomery. Rob currently in the number 15 spot, 9.74. Ben currently number 23.
I've just noticed that Rob Nixon's description of the car is a 53 prefect, although it seems to have a popular Anglia front on it. But that sloping back is the prefect giveaway for me.
Right.
Well, it looks a good run.
Yeah.
974 before, 972 this time.
Yeah,
So
he finds 100. Oh dear. Barry Woodford. T-shirts going into the crowd once again from the Flying Fifer team. That's cool. Actually, I just realised someone that we're missing today in Outlaw Anglia. Rob Turrington with the Anglia Saxon. I haven't seen him this weekend. I'm not sure if he's here or not. But if not, sorry you're not here. And if you are and you're not running yet, I hope you can make it. All right, can we have the cannonball into the pairing lanes, please? The cannonball runners into the pairing lanes. So Martin Payne with the Great Barbarian and Barry Woodford with the Grumpy Arse Racing Pop. Martin keeping all the way to the left-hand side. Goes 9.24, his quickest of the weekend. And alongside Barry Woodford, also his quickest with a 10-10. Well, Ginnerman, watch how quickly he comes backwards. Here he comes.
I do like the way that when you get a burnout from Ginner, the burnout is square from behind.
Yeah.
It follows the contours at the back of the body, and it's a perfect square for a nanosecond.
Well, Ginner now number 6 qualifier. Ronnie with Annie currently number 8.
I think the words for Ginner, Phil Middleton, is prolific. He is a prolific hot rod builder. And this is, I mean, he rebuilt Alan O'Connor's Ausgasser after the last little episode with that. Very, very clever man. So was he 8th this today?
Yeah, well, he's been the best so far of 8.52.
Yeah. And Ronnie Mercer has been a 9.00. So half a second between these two. It's a race. We're having a race which is qualified, but this is definitely a race. Who gets there first is Ginner, 8.48.
Whoa.
And a 9.69 for Ronnie Mercer. Well done.
Where
Fabulous.
did that come from?
Fabulous.
8.69? Wow. That is outstanding. I don't know how much nitrous he put in to do that, but 8.69 for Ronnie Mercer. Outstanding run. 8.48 for Jim, as you said there, but ooh-wee. Right, Lee Taylor back out with the Pop Ute, as you've called it, Don. I like that. Unfortunately, it's stopped out on track at the moment. Not quite sure what's happened, but the only way you can do testing on these cars, be it new or you change things, is on the racetrack. There's a few that are street legal. Obviously, you can go and find a quiet road somewhere. But all your testing. Well, you know what I mean. So, yeah, I think Lee Taylor, yeah, just been pushed back now. But that is a great looking car. And they'll get that sussed. And not on this run, unfortunately, but testing. It'll all come good in the end. I've got to give our appreciation to our track crew. Not only is it scorching hot out there, they've got no shade. They're wearing fire suits and they're black as well. They're really suffering in this heat today. So, ladies and gentlemen, please just give a round of applause to our track crew, please. They thoroughly deserve it. And give them a chance to hear that. Thanks ever so much indeed, because you all on the banking and the grandstands, yeah, you can just disappear and get yourselves an ice cream or a bottle of water and top up with suntan lotion, etc. But our track crew guys, it's just hot day for them. We'll give Lee Taylor every opportunity to try and get that going. There we go. Right, Lee Taylor then with the Outlaw. Such a great looking car. In a way, paying homage John Willard with the graphics, and obviously John Willard's company sticker, I believe, is on the side of the truck as well. That is all a bit of a connection between the Taylor team, the Banshee team, of course, and John Willard, the Aussie outlaw down under. John, very, very good morning to you. It's afternoon here at Santa Pod, so it'll be, I don't know what time it is with you down there. Probably about 3 o'clock in the morning. But Lee Taylor takes it through. Well on, Lee. Well, that's Supercharged Outlaws.
That is Aaron's debut burnout of the weekend, and it's a contender for the trophy.
It's
that
actually,
was absolutely spectacularly good for Aaron Windridge.
Yeah, it's his first run. Right. The Grim Reaper T-Bucket.
In the Autoglim lane. Who's Aaron going to be running against?
Can't tell who's fired up around there.
No, it may just be a bye run, although Aaron probably did say that he was going to do a huge burnout before that run, so everybody's probably being a bit polite and hanging about. But still good to see Aaron Windridge back out here with the Tiki Speed Shop car. There's a lot of history to this car as well. I just can't quite remember all of it off the top of my head, but I know it's been around a long, long while. And Aaron and the team have already put it in the 7s, would you believe? What a storming run for Aaron Windridge. 771, 172 miles an hour. You know something? That deserves a handshake. That was fantastic. Also, just as well, while we're waiting for these two to back up, just want to say hi to Steve Wright, who we saw have an incident earlier. Hope you're okay, Steve, if you're listening in. And I think, obviously, Steve was alert and conscious after the incident, but hope everything is okay with Steve after the incident with the OC Pacer. So we've got Ian Kerr this time, taking on
Keith Freeman with our Loco, of course, with the real Martin Hill there.
Now, Keats is one of those street-driven race cars, again, or a race-running street car, whichever way round you put it anyway. Nice looking run for Ian Kerr. 803, 171 miles an hour. And 955 at 143. Keith Freeman, but that was a great one.
Yeah, Ian Kerr very, very close to getting into the 7s with the live flames altered. 955 for Keith Freeman, 143 miles an hour. Next up, Simon Boot, the bootlegger Camaro.
Do you want a really good laugh?
Go on,
it's not a good laugh. There's a moth in the car with him, about to go for the ride of its life. I can see it flapping around trying to get out the window. There's no way it's going to get out the window. Probably about to have a heart attack, I think, when he hits the throttle. Anyway, Des Taylor with the Thunder God. Looking to get back in the 7s. He's been in the mid-7s with this car, over 180 miles an hour. So Simon Boot yesterday was suffering with a misfire when he stood on the gas.
Well, that looks a good run for Des.
8:13 for Des, nicely done. And Simon Boot, the relief that Simon's going to be feeling now. 9:36, 153, just to get the car down the track. I don't actually think Simon got a full power pass in last year because he suffered engine damage.
That's right.
And
It's been a while.
It just didn't get a pass in last year, and that's, I think, his first full run this year, because every time he's brought it to the track previously, it's just not worked.
Yeah.
Well done, Si.
So we've got Mick Taylor, I believe, in 57 Chevy, built by Andy Robinson, in the Kestrel Lane, going up against Jimmy Usher with a Hemi Hunter. Jim had a great race earlier on today, side by side with Roy Wilding.
Yeah. It's just to correct myself, is that Roy Wilding has altered and repaired the Hemi Hunter that we have here, not built it from scratch as he did his own machine. Right. So just to correct myself. So let's see how we go. Left-hand lane, currently in the number 11 qualifying spot, Jim Usher, out there in the Hemi Hunter, currently having run a 797, is in the number 5 qualifying spot.
Yeah. But the great thing is Jim had, there was a side-by-side 7-second pass, you remember, with Roy.
Yeah.
And let's see how Mick Taylor gets on with Agamemnon. So Jim on his own to the stripe. 7:79.
I think that was possibly even quicker than they were looking for, actually.
That's quicker, they went earlier.
Yeah, not bad. Well, we might get to see Mick Taylor still. It won't be an elapsed time that he's going to get for this one. I think it's just a case of, he's got to make his way up the track.
Got timed out at the end, unfortunately, so no time or speed recorded.
So Jim Tucker with a fabulous looking Hellfire Hemi hot rod coming up next. Ran a PB earlier on today, 8.80. He's in the Kestrel Lane. I think it was 8.80 anyway. You're looking at the screen.
I'm waiting for it to change, to be honest. 8.83, I think.
Honestly, the view from down here at every crank rotation of the car trying to twist itself off its wheels is almost hilarious.
Looks like the Queen has just appeared.
So that's going to be a bye run for Jim Tucker this one time round.
And it's a 33, Darryl, it's not a 32.
I was worried about that.
Yeah, I knew that. That's why I wanted to make you feel more comfortable with yourself out there.
That's okay. I don't think I said what it was before anyway. Anyway, it's a lovely, lovely looking car. It's another proper Hot Wheels car, this one. The traditional walk off the line and give it a boot full. Didn't quite go sideways, goes 905 at 154 miles an hour again. Very nicely done. So Gary Parks with the Purple Days. Ran one of his quickest ever runs earlier, I think, Colin.
Yeah, 7.4s. Stout. Well, once again, we're going to say hi to Andy and Haley over at Fadster Towers. Needless to say, Purdy and the gang are having a nice time this weekend. They're all on VIP balcony, you're all waving and enjoying it. Really, really enjoying it this weekend.
Yeah, don't get too used to it. You'll be back to crew duties before you know it.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah. Charlotte's going, nah, no, you'll be back. Well, you want to do your own Mexican wave? Is that what that was? You'd be trying to start that off, were you? Oh dear. But no, obviously to Mr. and Mrs. Fadster, Andy and Haley, tuned into the coverage at home. We found even more love to send you because we're just gathering it up and sending it to you. And Hayley, I know you really did like Daryl's T-shirt. He's wearing it all day long. And yeah, we are sending you so much love. We're going to have to get some more lorries to be able to deliver it all to you. Well, unfortunately, Gary Park's been pushed back. I'm not quite sure what issue is there for Gary. So let's have a look around the corner to see Roy Wilding and Ian Merriweather, the next pair to come around the corner. And Roy popped up to the tower and he said he wants to say a massive thanks to the team of people that help him. Mark has been on his rota for team help since he was 14 years old. It's staggering. Tony has been with Roy for 35 years. Kevin with the S&K Kevin with the S&K connection, of course, 15 years. Great bunch of people that have been with Roy all these years. Tell you what, 2 burnouts that were pretty good as well.
Yeah, I was just reaching for my pen.
So, Ian Merriweather hasn't been in the 7s yet since they debuted the new chassis for the Banzai. His Cobra was called Banzai as well, wasn't it? Yeah, very nice looking car. That car's still kind of in existence, actually. Been rebuilt by Dave Rudd. Looks absolutely immaculate these days, it really does.
Is it a road car or a race car
It's
now?
very much a race car. Runs 9s in Pro ET.
Does it?
It's beautiful. Really, really nice job.
Okay.
That Dave's made of it.
As I recall, he was one of the original Ian Merriweather super gassers. Just memory clicking in there. So his Cobra was being asked to run 990 all the time.
Back when 990 was a big ask, wasn't
Yep.
it, actually?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
So it's a big, big trip for Ian to come back here and race with us. We very much appreciate that him and the family do it all the way from the Isle of Man, especially with the cost of the ferry crossing, let alone the fuel and everything else as well these days. But if you've got a race car, you've got to come to Dragstalgia, especially if it's an autumn.
Well, there's about 0.2 of a second between these two on their previous qualifying times in the favour of Roy Wilding. Bit of a hop, step and a jump for Roy away from the start line, and whoa, goes one way, then goes t'other. My goodness me. Very, very close though, but it was Ian that got up there first. But great effort, good driving job from Roy there.
Yeah, a bit of a bounce on going through the shutdown area as well. That must be especially fun in a rear engine car when you're sat with your bum straight between the rear tyres as well. Yeah. There's a great photograph of Dave Nelson, who should have been with us this weekend with the Dragster, with all 4 wheels flying off the ground. Not conducive to slowing down under braking, unfortunately.
Yeah, it was levitating, wasn't it? It was in the...
Yeah, that's the one. Well, one of the great things that's happened recently is the repaving of the shutdown area as well. Nice and level, no more bumps, which tended to help with that. Oh, Gary Parks again goes to nail the throttle. Unfortunately, the engine died just again as he did it.
Well, we got a parish notice from security, and it's for a vehicle registration number FN11NRO. But unfortunately, I don't know what the rest of the message is. So I'm assuming that vehicle will need moving from somewhere. So I'm going to preempt it and say, if you have a vehicle registration number FN11NRO, the only reason security get in touch with us is to say that vehicle needs moving.
They might be in touch to say they like it, especially on a weekend like this, but that sounds like a bit too much of a modern car.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. Good point. Well, we got a shot of the pairing lanes. The 2-seaters down there. The Cannonball cars are down there.
So I think that is the end of supercharged outlaw action. It is indeed. We've got the 2-seater coming around, like you said, Colin. Big shame for Gary Parks with the Purple Days altered. He's been the quickest of them, I think, this weekend. And we've got the Nostalgia Cannonball coming up in just a moment for the second runs. I'll get you chaps to give us a rundown of the ETs when we're done with the two-seater. I think John's written them down, hasn't he, actually?
I have.
Right, how about this? How about this for your passenger in the two-seater? It's Paul Mallin. He's from Warwick, but the most interesting thing about Paul, he is one of the riders from the Wall of Death. So it's going to take a lot to rattle this guy's cage, because he's certifiably mad in the first place anyway. So, Paul Mallin from Warwick, he is one of the riders from the Wall of Death. He's having to go in the back of the two-seater dragster.
Just a different form of madness, that's all, isn't it, really? So we've got the, actually, I beg your pardon, we've got the NSA coming up next, haven't we? We've got the bikes coming next, I think. And then we'll be on with the Dragstalgia Cannonball. Looks like just about everyone's made it down. I can see Tim Garlick, Rob Elson's car with John Hale on board. We've got the Venom funny car as well. Robin Reed, yep, they're all down here for the next round of action.
Right, that car, I just read the number plate out for FN11. It's behind the catering area, and that's where all the deliveries go for the catering area, so they need that spot cleared. You need to move that car as soon as possible, please, otherwise we have the means and ways of moving it forward.
So, Mystic Meg, what sort of time and speed are we going to get this time?
789, 169.
Okay.
Oh, no, 793, 168. But never mind.
I think you're forgiven that. Yeah, that's fine.
168.54 to be precise, 7.937. Right, it is the NSA bike shootout.
And we are devoid of a Keith Lee at the moment, so this could be interesting. Or not. Or could if I could just get John Price to do some Tony Huck influence commentary on the bikes, that would be great. Everything's a Kawasaki. Is that okay?
I'm not doing anything down there. So what do you want to do? You're going to join in with the bikes? Or? No.
Yeah, so we have a chap that's just joined us up in the town. We'll be listening to his dulcet tones in the not too distant future when we do the Cannonball.
That's the one. A racer of long standing as well.
I think he's got something in mind. Okay. Some questions. All right. Nice to see you. Yeah, back in a second.
He's actually going to come down and see you first, Darryl. So he's on his way to you. But do you know what? You haven't even looked at this. 4:20 in the afternoon at Dragstalgia, and it is just a glorious day. Absolutely glorious. A very warm day as well, needless to say. I hope you're not all suffering too much with the heat of the sunshine. We really do hope you've brought some sun protection with you. And otherwise, we're going to have plenty of photographs of people with pod face after this weekend. It's a common affliction to everybody that comes up here.
Pod face, I love it.
But I think it's actually in the Urban Dictionary now. I'm pretty sure somebody's put it in there. Podface is also a name of one of the beers in the beer festival. So yeah, it's it's a wonderful thing to have. If you've never had Podface in your life, then you need to have it at least once. It's like a drag racing. You need to come drag racing at least once, and you need to have Podface at least once.
Yeah.
So we can see the NSA bikes. Also, we can see, as Darryl said, the Cannonball cars are down there as well. We've still got loads to come, let's not forget. We've still got round one eliminations for Nostalgia Superstock this evening. We have got our Cracklefest later on this evening. We don't know who, but we hope we have some fire burnouts tonight. That would be fantastic to watch. But the evening's entertainment is just as good as the day's entertainment. And then, of course, live music later on. And the main act tonight, Hayseed Dixie. You've got to go and see that. That would be a fantastic end to the day for a lot of people, because there's a lot of tired people here. It's a long old day in this heat. But we're having a great time nevertheless. So here we go then. The NSA Bike Shootout. 10 of them, but numbers on the boards first time round.
And here comes Keith Lee. to help out with the commentary.
Yeah, we've just got to find Darryl now. Keith Lee just walking behind the centre strut of the tower.
I must just say that the John Hobbs book that Keith has done is a really, I presume you have it as well, and it is a really superb book. If you're into your motorcycles and you like looking back, motorcycles that have been drag racing in the past, then have a look out for the latest. It's the John Hobbs story, the story or the history of the twins. So,
well, I'm down here with the man himself, if that's all right with you fellas. So, I'll just hand over to Mr. Keith Lee.
Cheers, Darryl. So, second round of the NSA bikes. Colin Fallows in the Kestrel Lane in the double engine Norton, and Matthew Norman. It's only the second time that Matthew's been on this Norton, and definitely going a lot quicker this time. And a good run there. So should be pleased with that one. Probably a little bit lighter weight than Gary, his father, on the start line. Just bring it up to the line. Oh, what a shame there for Graham. Certainly found the power there. Not a quick time, obviously, but having problems on his first run. But they really have tweaked that engine up a little bit, so might need a set of wheelie bars for the next run. This bike, very much some last-minute work done for Neil Baskerville. First tryout this weekend. They were still putting it together earlier today. .650 supercharged Triumph. And the Baskerville's a well-known name in British jag bike racing. Ray Baskerville and Pete Miller built their own special engine for drag racing, and Ray himself also raced a double engine Triumph as well. Meanwhile, the maestro himself, John Hobbs, burning out on Olympus. Alongside him, an old rival, Ray Law, double engine Triumph. Both bikes doing burnouts, static burnouts of these machines. The form that Olympus is in here is as it looked in 1968 when John set world records at Elvington. And later on with the reconfigured machine, it was the first bike anywhere in the world under 750 cc's to get down in the 9s. So the team just getting John ready on the start line. So single engine Triumph versus the double. Bit of a misfire for John Hobbs. And John gets to the other end first. Next up, though, we've got BSA versus Triumph. 650 BSA in the Auto Glim lane. Tim Howell. Both bikes supercharged. This is Martin Wilmot's number 2 bike. But it looks like, I thought I heard something happen there on the burnout. Sadly, Martin not going to make the run. So a solo run for Tim on the BSA. Very novel cradle arrangement to support the engine on this bike. Tim is a regular sprinter with the NSA. Nice to see him at Dragstalgia. Got a little bit of nitro in that machine, got an eyeful as he left the line. As Justin Newell brings the ex-McCann Honda up. This bike is only a 250. But it did run down in the very low 9-second bracket back in the 70s. Justin on the solo. Just waiting to make sure the track's clear. Looks like Justin's got a bit of that Chinese nitro in the motor, but sounded very, very clean at the top end. Sounded very sweet and quite noisy as well. I think Mick Hand did say when it goes quick enough he might have a ride again himself, which I wouldn't put it past him. Mick Hand, of course, one of the main men behind the Storm funny bike, which is run in the mid-60s. But Justin does an awful lot of work on his own machines, and nice to see him back out with that bike after 2 or 3 years away from the sport. Anyway, I think we're done with the NSA class. I think Jan Honey missing this round. He actually got to the other end without...
Bond taking on Steve Johnson. Now these two ran actually just about everybody ran very well in the first session, didn't they, fellas?
They really did.
Yeah, so I think Joe was in the mid-60s, about 55, and Steve went 7-2. This is all about consistency, though, this race, as we have said many times through the years. Just waiting for the Nothing Fancy dragster to roll round behind the tower before we get a signal to Steve Johnson to nail it for the burnout. One interesting thing is Steve absolutely can't see past the engine. He's got his head cranked over to the side just to see the starter. So the name of the game with the Dragstalgia Cannibal, as with any Cannibal race, is to be consistent for 3 runs to get into the final, because it's your times that are added up. So you can have 2 blinding runs and 1 bad one, and you won't be anywhere near the final. You need 3 consistent runs, ideally, and that's what they're all looking for. So in the Auto Glim lane, with supercharged Hemi between the rails, it is Joe Bond and the Bond and Hannes Nothing Fancy team. And for Steve Johnson, it's a big block Chevy with a blower on there, with that beautiful hand-formed bodywork that John Webster's an absolute master at doing, isn't he?
Oh, goodness me, yeah.
There's about 7/10 gap between the two previous qualifying times for these two. Joe's number 2 qualifier with a 6:53, and Steve is number 7 with a 7:26. So both of them accomplished drag racers. Let's just see what happens on this. It'd be an interesting run, Darryl, I think, this one.
Well, absolutely that. I'm sure Joe and the team are gunning for another mid-6, maybe step it up slightly. The track will definitely take it.
Oh, great looking runs for both of them.
Could this be a 6 for Steve? 7:14, 193. Joe Bond with a 6:97 at 184. I can tell you what Joe's problem was and what slowed him down. As soon as he hit the throttle, dropped a cylinder, which is very unusual on a methanol car. The front left, one of the cylinders went out on the right-hand bank at the front and never picked it up again. So Joe had to keep his foot in it all the way through just to get an ET, which he did. Normally, if that was just qualifying, he'd have given up on the run because there was no way that was going to be as quick as the run he made earlier today. But he did get an ET on the board. But another good run for Steve Johnson. I think
if you looked at the tyre marks from Steve Johnson, the tyre shake up to about 30 feet out, Darryl, that is so visible from here. And then the tyre marks settle down, but then they almost become hourglass after that. So it almost went into a secondary burnout there. But the tail of the tyre marks for Steve Johnson there. But he stuck with it. And both of them 0 lights as well. So they both had their race heads on, as well as getting as quickly from A to B as possible.
Well, it's quite unusual here is that Steve Johnson went a tiny bit quicker and Joe Bond went a tiny bit slower. So fairly consistent between all of them. Right, here's this beautiful Camaro SS funny car again. Courtesy of Rob Elsom and the team.
Now, who is John Hale going to be taking on this time? He's in the Kestrel lane. It depends who's going to be firing up and driving round. This is actually something we see quite often. Is a lot of our American friends are used to lining up straight behind the track.
I think he could be on his own, actually, because I can see Freddie's Revenge
Someone got the
head of the lanes, and they're just chilled out.
Someone just got the thumbs up, though.
Oh, yeah, Tim Apache in the garlic.
Tim Garlic. That is a terrific mangling of words, Colin. That is wonderful. That is almost good as Claire Rule on an old school sticker you did yesterday. That was good as well. Here we go then. John Hale taking on Tim Garlic.
So Camaro plays Firebird. The Camaro, the SS, body-wise, is a year or so younger than the Trans Am.
Yeah, well, the Trans Am, well, the 69 Camaro, I think that's 77 Trans Am?
Yeah, no, 78.
Oh, we felt that one up in the town.
Yeah.
Well, John Hale went to hit the throttle and it didn't burn out. And Rob Elsom knows why, because he doesn't think the air's on, which is what engages all the systems on the car. So it looks like John Hale may run with no burnout this time because he didn't have time to get back, clean the tyres off. The good news is it's a warm day, the racetrack is good, the tyres will heat up really, really quickly.
It's going to be Tim on his own. Unfortunately, the Dirty Deeds car being shut down. So whatever the problem was, it's insurmountable in that position. So Tim on his own then.
I'll tell you what, another low 6, and it puts him in the pound seats for making the top 2. He's already gone 6-1-0. that's looking superb.
It
104
is,
to
isn't it?
60. 6:15,
Wow.
2:32.
That's what they're looking to do, one run after the other like that. Very, very quickly. Have a quick word down here on the line with... Come here, quickly.
He tried.
He nearly
he
got
tried.
away, didn't you? Nick Davies, you've won this event before. Tim's doing what he needs to do, go down the track, make laps, and keep it consistent.
That's exactly what we're trying to do. We just got to get 3 in, which are average. And yeah, we're just trying to repeat at the moment. One more tomorrow, and then maybe we'll have a go in the final.
Excellent stuff. So we are missing Havoc this weekend. I'm guessing you're missing it as well.
I kind of got my hands full with the other one at the moment. We did a bit of damage last weekend, which we'll be able to sort out, but we're due out again in 2 weeks. So I shouldn't really be here this weekend, but we'll get it back together for the Bug Jam. Maybe next year.
Good man. Nick Davies, thank you very much indeed, sir. The legendary Havoc Fuel Autos. So it's going to be Robbie Grabham taking on the Silver Blitz car from Switzerland of Christian Zulaf. Here we go. Well, Christian Zulaf having trouble with the burnout again. Shouldn't be too much of an issue because the tyres are still nice and warm.
Well, Robbie didn't exactly smoke the tyres that much on his burnout, but I think he did get some tyre rotation, so should be okay. But as you said, Darryl, the track is absolutely awesome, and the heat out there, the tyres will be very grippy anyway. Robbie, 7:09 in his class run. Christian Zulaf went 8:60.
I've just sent a young work experience lad to come up and have a few words up there with you fellas, by the way. He'll be coming up in a second. So, Christian Zulaf, if this car launches off the start line, it'll run 200 miles an hour out the back door, and all being well, 6 seconds too. Freddie's Revenge. Here in the Kestrel lane, Robbie went 7.0 earlier today and went all over the place.
Whoa! Suddenly it all hooks up, and it's that moment where you think, I'm not in control here. But Robbie Graham.
Well, Robbie is Mr. Consistent. 7:09 followed by a 7:10. How about that?
That is
And
superb.
at 8:69 in the other lane. Ladies and gentlemen, give a cheer for the Dirty Deeds team. John Hale, Rob Elsom, trying their absolute damnedest to put on a show for you here this weekend. Not quite sure what the issue was. Rob thought he'd sussed it when they lifted the body up, but not so. What a big old shame. Never mind, they've still got a couple more runs to go tomorrow. I hope it can all be easy to fix.
All right, let's have a look in the lanes. We can still see Venom is down there. Bob Hawkins is down there with Time Traveller 2.
And also joining you in the tower, if, yep.
He's here.
He is indeed. It's all right. Sorry, I beg your pardon. I should have explained, Turbo. I can talk to you and hear you from down here. So that's that's what we're doing. We have in Turboville, whose birthday it was the other day. I'm not going to say how old he was because...
27.
That's the one. I knew there was a 7 in there somewhere. Anyway, Turbo, welcome up into the tower. Just want to have a couple of words, really, about... Obviously, you've got your cackle car over there in the marquee. Just tell us a little bit about what's in it, because there's a lot of history in that car as well.
Yes, thank you, Darryl.
Yeah, it's all right. We might have to swap headsets. It's all right. It's no problem. We'll get to that in just a couple of moments. So, Venom. With Tony Betts rolling round. Coming up against Robin Reed by the looks of it. Actually, I'm going to go and stand out the way of Robin because I got completely blasted last time.
I'll tell you what, for a little engine that, no, make a lot of noise. Robin Reed with the supercharged nitro dangler.
Imagine if he had a twin engine one. Not that I want to give him ideas, you know. But he does have...
No, you go away. You carry on, son.
He needs to put one in an Alton, but he knows that anyway. He knows that.
So Robin Reed went in the 6s earlier. Tony was in the high 7s. If Tony Betts can nail it from one end to the other, Tim Garlick will have some competition.
Robin Reed unfortunately being pushed back. So it is going to be a solo for Tony Betts. So a 792 first time round for Tony. See him in the 6s this time. Great looking run for Tony Betts. What we got? 6:18, 234 mile an hour. Oh boy, what a run from them.
Yeah, just a shame the one earlier wasn't that, because he'd be in the hunt. Definitely. He still may be, actually, depending on how we add the times up. But anyway, Turbo, I hope you're with us this time.
Thank you, Daryl.
There we
Yeah,
absolutely. Just a little bit about the vintage marquee and everything over there. You've got your cackle car in there, which has got some serious history in it, literally, isn't it?
Yes, in it being the operative word. It's not an old car, but it is an old engine. It's Dennis Priddle's old engine from Mr. Revell, which held the world record as the fastest slingshot in the world for nearly 20 years.
Well, that was before, obviously, the revival, or the worldwide revival of nostalgia racing, if you like. So, kind of, it was the quickest car of its era, wasn't it? Anywhere in the world.
It was. Rear-engine cars had already come into the country and were taking over, and Dennis Priddle was one of the last holdouts of a serious top-fuel slingshot.
Well, he did very, very well with it indeed. And then eventually gave in and got himself a rear-engine car, or a funny car actually as well. I think he might have done, mightn't he?
He did.
Yeah. So you've been doing a cackle display over there. What else is actually in that marquee? Because there's some amazing machinery in there too.
There's 3 very period-correct slingshots. Mine, Bill Sherritt's, and Bill Felstead's. There's a beautiful period funny car. There's a jet turbine-powered Willis Jeep that belongs to Matt, and there's the Ford Consul Henry High Rise, and a lot of vintage drag and sprint bikes.
There's it's an amazing. Have you walked around there, Colin? Yet? Have you had a chance to?
Yes, I did, because that's where they've got all the Hall of Fame stuff as well. So yeah, it's mouth-watering at the display. Absolutely mouth-watering. And so it's the first time we've seen a lot of this stuff in the actual flesh, especially as Ian was saying there, Matt Wright's jet turbine Jeep. It's a bizarre looking creation, but everything Matt does has to be different, and can't get much more different than that one.
No. And he's a brave man to drive it, I think.
Well, is it? It's not running yet. I guess that's why it's on display.
No, no, he only finished it like 2 nights ago.
Oh goodness me! Yeah, literally on the way here then, by the sounds of that.
Exactly.
Yeah. So you've been out cackling the cars, basically firing them up for everybody's listening pleasure, and it is a real pleasure as well, isn't it? Just before we carry on with our chat, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the man who owns the quickest and fastest British engine dragster on the planet. Robin Reed, everybody, come on, give him a wave and give him a cheer. Absolutely trying his damnedest with the whole team this weekend. If you actually read Tales from the Shed, it'll exhaust you just reading it, let alone trying to do it. God knows where he finds the time to do all of it, like we all do, but there we go. But anyway, Turbo, so you've run the car up already today, but the next one is a little bit special this evening.
Oh, yes, everybody get in the grandstands for 7:30, and we'll do the Crackle Fest on the track. I'm the only car at the moment, I think, that can do a push down. So I will start my car the old-fashioned way, where we start at the finish line and push down that road that Robin Reed's pushing up at the moment. I'll come round the back, head down the track, and all the other Cackle cars will fire up, and we'll just make a glorious noise.
It is lovely, isn't it? It's one of the best parts of the year, actually. So we've got so Bill Sherratt with the yesterday's Dreams car as well is part of that.
Yep.
And like you said, hopefully, do you think is Bill Filstead's car going to be part of that as well?
No,
Possibly?
it's not running at the
moment.
moment.
Oh, okay, right, shame. Never mind. But anyway, yeah, get yourselves over to the Nostalgia Marquee at some point over the weekend. Turbo and everybody there would love to see you, wouldn't you, mate?
Just one thing. Let's wait for the tractor. One person missing this year at Dragstalgia is Dennis Priddle himself, who would have loved to have been here, but he unfortunately died last year in an accident. And of course, my car is dedicated to him and his memory. He was just a fantastic guy and probably the most famous British drag racer ever.
Well, we've also got we've got the tribute car as well with Paul Harris's funny car. There's lots and lots of things relating to Dennis here over the weekend as well. But yeah, nice words, mate. And he was everybody's kidhood hero, I think, something like that. Hang on a minute, Ozzy's giving me a bit of paper. Is that because you can't talk to me? But anyway, yeah, just 2 seconds. So there we go. While Bill Sherratt taking part in the Cackle Fest. He's 70 on Wednesday. Thank you very much indeed, sir. Celebrating today with daughter Paula, grandson Adam and family. And like we saw, Adam part of the Dragstalgia Cannonball a little earlier. I don't know whether they've made it down for the run today, but how cool is that as well? So you and Bill Sherratt have a combined age of nearly 100 then, by the sounds of that, if he's nearly 70. Is that right?
Oh, that was politically correct, wasn't it? Goodness me.
Well, I couldn't say 140, could I?
Well, you could say that, oh my God, Bill Sherratt is younger than Ian Turberville.
Oh my God, that makes me feel very
steady
old.
on, steady on. Anyway, Ian, thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much for bringing the car down as well from your home base. It's always a joy to see you. And just in case we don't get the chance to chat about it later on today, that's why I wanted to get you up there just to go through what you're doing and for bringing the car down too. So thank you, mate, very much indeed.
Thank you, Darryl. Thank you, everybody here.
No trouble at all. That's Ian Turberville. You'll be seeing Ian's car out here a little bit later on this evening. Hang on. Well, at least we know how old Bill Sherratt is now. Isn't that cool, though? His grandkids are racing at 70. So, by the looks of it, we will have Adam Gledo with Motorcycle coming round next. And the only reason I think that is because I'm standing next to Bob on the start line, who's his dad. So, here we go. I beg your pardon, it's Bob Hawkins, actually, sorry, coming round.
Yeah, but Motorcycle is the only other lane.
Aha. Well, it's a fuel altered. He's starting in the other lane.
Yeah, true.
So Bob Hawkins with the time traveller. Adam Gledo at the wheel of Motorcycle. Yeah, the team have had all sorts of issues. Adam wanted to say a big thank you to Carl Harrison for the weight scales. Basically, levelled the car out and made it much more drivable. Also, thank you to Martin Maxwell for the use of some parts as well. That made the team able to make this weekend's racing. That has got a lot of nitro in it.
So Bob Hawkins and the time traveller went 6.81 earlier on in his first session run in the Cannonball. Alan Gledo, this will be his first time on the board.
John Wright doing crewing duties on 2 cars here today.
Bob Hawkins, the number of the devil, 666 and 198 miles an hour. But brilliant driving from Adam Glenno there. The car got to about 330 and started to be very tail happy.
Well, it certainly did. It just seemed to break, the tyres just seemed to break loose for some reason. It wasn't shaking, it was going in a straight line, but it's a fuel altered. They never, ever behave. So congratulations to the Glennos for actually making that round of racing after all the grief they had getting it ready. So well done, Martin, well done, Darren, well done, Chris. I know, even with the beard, I said well done, Chris. So, underneath the tower now, we have Ricky Gowan in the Cannonball funny car. Again, just getting used to sitting in the hot seat of a funny car. He's worked on enough over the years. Just want to say as well, quick congratulations to Bob Hawkins. That's knocking on for personal best elapsed times for Bob Hawkins.
Yeah, 6:56 I think it is for Bob, but 6:66.
It's
In
all
the Cannonball, he's had 2 good 6-second passes. He's at the sharp end, along with Tim Garlick.
I was just going to say, we're going to get our work experience chap to add everything up.
I think he's doing it.
Oh, top bloke.
Well, oh yeah, we haven't seen Paul Harris in this session.
We're missing a few, actually.
And that's why there's no more to come round either. Oh, yeah, that's the point. We haven't seen the altered of Ricky either.
So, Ricky Gowan, just wondering why, if you wonder why the car sounds a
that's
little...
Ricky, sorry.
Yeah, it is Ricky Gowan. I don't think he's in the Cannonball, though. I think he's just part
he's in time trial on
exactly.
On
just kind of getting used to driving the car. This is actually a nitro engine, but he's running it on methanol. Now, if anyone knows anything about compression and everything else as well, it's all totally different. So I'm not saying he's doing the right thing by calming it down a bit just to get used to steering, just to get used to where he is on the racetrack and nailing it as well.
Right, well actually, look at this, John. By wonders of modern computing,
wow,
we've actually got it.
He was enjoying doing that. Don't be mean.
I should have let him finish, shouldn't I?
Oh yeah, just before you gave it to him. Yeah, that's the one.
Certainly looking good for Tim Garlick at the moment.
Very good.
Not wishing to bring on the commentator's curse, but here we go. The Cannonball.
Well, still nice and steady. So go on. I'm not going to even guess because obviously it is Timmy who's out in front.
Yeah.
It's just who's in second and third. And
Right,
so on,
it's
because
tight.
It's going to be
It's
close.
very tight for second. On a combined, aggregate 13.47. Bob Hawkins is number 2, and then Joe Bond 13.50. So 0.03 of a second between second and third.
Oh, we could have a front-engined dragster versus a funny car in the final. However, there's still a long way to go. They've still got another run to put in tomorrow morning.
Tony Betts is number 4 with a 14.11, and Robbie Grabham is number 5 with a 14.19.
Close.
Very close,
Really
600
close.
between them. Steve Johnson, 14.40 in number 6. And Paul Harris combined 17.24, despite only doing one run as he played.
So, Gasser Circus, the last chance saloon for a bunch of these drivers, actually.
Oh, yeah, good point. Bump spot, isn't it?
Well,
yeah, you've got to be in the top 16 to be able to play in eliminations. Jason Pickett dials in 11.10. Ray Turner with Green Onions 10.80. Well, just to let you good folks know, after this pair go through, Green Onions 1087, 11 to 8, and 11:16 or 11:10. Jason Pickett moves up from 13 to 7. If you want to get your last-minute bids in, the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame auction will be ending very, very shortly indeed. So if you haven't got your bids in just yet, get your bids in like in the next few minutes, because that will be finishing off very, very shortly indeed.
Well, this is Martin Hallam with the 33 Willis out there in the Auto Glim Lane, and Nick Hewison with the Fordson.
Beautiful wheel stand for Martin Hallam. And look at the way he's dialed that car in. Way quicker. 976. What's he got? 996. He drops a spot because Nick Hewison moves up from 16 to 10. Is 1050. Took the 10 on his dialing.
So it is Martin Hallam is the one nervously waiting out the next 10 minutes or so because he's on the bump strip. He's number 16. So Lee Pike in Honky Tonkin number 2 in the Kestrel lane is not in the show at the moment.
You've noticed what he's done. He's going alongside Honky Tonkin number 1 with Steve Matthews, and he's using Steve as a pacemaker.
That's a very, very smart move.
Yeah, both of them dialing in 971. Beautiful wheels down there for Steve.
Well, Steve's out in front, so provided... There we go. Oh, and he goes 949. Wow. Unbelievable. Well, the best laid tactics of Honky Tonkin drivers.
That was a plan.
It was a plan.
Well,
Whether
I don't
it
know
was
if it was a plan,
executed or not, I don't know.
Sean Wilson coming through into the Kestrel beer lane.
Sean with 8 misbehaving, current points leader in the Gasser Circus series. Yeah, Shawnee, very good bracket racer indeed for somebody who looks like who's the mad scientist out of Back to the Future? Emmett
Doc Brown.
That's
Doc
the
Brown,
one.
yeah.
He should be called Doc Brown. If you won't miss him, honestly. Taking on his son-in-law, actually, Drew Mason. Oh, look at that for Sean, 0009 red.
Wow. Well, that's it, isn't it?
No, it's red.
Oh, it's red.
It's got to be a green.
It's got to be a positive.
Does have to be a green. Now look at this. This is a way forward as well. IKEA blinds keep the temperature down as well.
Very nice.
Lovely, I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, my caravan's boiling hot every time I get home because they're in here. Anyway. As long as you can still see all right, can you?
I can see everything.
Good. Ray Irish, number 13. Billy Jones, I think he's quite safe at number 1. Billy is with the Willis in the Auto Glim lane.
And Ray, of course, is in the Kestrel Beers lane. So Ray is sitting in the number 13 spot, having run a 10:15.
Oh, it's another 0009. That's the second one in the same lane. .10.04, 10.55. Billy Jones is going to be hard to beat, though. Only a couple of hundredths off at once. So Simon Press dials 10.99 at this time round. Hoping for a low 11.0 or maybe even a 10.99, you never know. He's currently number 10 qualifier, so he does have a good chance of being around to play on race day, which was his main aim this weekend in the Auto Glim lane with the Rocket. If you notice on the window now, it says Commander Simon, because he couldn't be a pilot, but he's a commander. Up against Adam Kaczynski, who is very, very close to the bump. 11.07 for Simon, actually gets bumped back 1 spot because Adam Krasinski goes all the way up to number 6 with a 12.24 on a 12.20. So that bumps out. Who was on the bump spot? I can't. Martin Hallam, wasn't it? Oh, Tom Margison's out. Oh no, beg your pardon. How does that work? Oh, because Adam was already in.
Yeah,
I
he was already in there, yeah.
Sorry, forget I said anything. It's always better. So up next
This is Tom Margison,
who is not in the show at the moment.
Okay.
He needs to run within a few hundredths of 10.72 in the Tinseltown Hustler in the Auto Glen Lane to be around to play tomorrow. Katie Booth, meanwhile, nice and safe. Number 3 at the moment for Katie. $38 for Katie, 79 for Tom. Tom bumps his way in, but Katie, in the meantime, goes to the number 1 spot.
Well done.
Does indeed bump out Martin Hallam. So Drew, not Nick, is on the bump spot at number 16 at the moment. Simon Glenn is not in. Jason Darling is not in. Jason Hollenby is not in.
And Keith, I think. Is
Simon Glenn is up next in the pickup in the Kestrel lane. Looking for 11.50. Oh yeah, well Keith's broken out by half an hour, isn't he? So Graham Barton with high anxiety is quite safe for the moment at number 7. 10.62. 10.74. Simon Glenn. Round of applause.
Oh yeah, come on.
For Jason Darling with Sinister.
Oh, I've had to change my list now.
Yeah, I would. What you got? What I've got to see as well is the photograph from the middle of the racetrack, because there's a clown face looking out the side just to make it look even more menacing as well. Well, Jason Darling isn't qualified. How many of you guys are rooting for him to get in the show now in the Kestrel Lane with that big Chevy?
Well, Patrick Hobbs is the man in the Auto Glen Lane in his Ford Falcon. Southern Clyde, it's called. Well, it's the Falcon's going to get to the top end first.
Oh, wow! Who's your new?
Whoa! Oh, my goodness me.
Deary me.
He's just written his name on the track.
Yeah, if his name is covered in poo, probably. After that one, my goodness me, that was a proper brown trousers moment for
Brian Gibson out for burnouts, yeah. Oh, brilliant stuff. Yes.
So they're looking to move up. Tony's only 14, Brian is only 15 at 10.80, 11.31.
Look at the light though. Tony Pearson, 004.
Goes up to number 8, Brian Gibson, though stays put because he breaks out by 200ths. Again, Fee will not be happy.
They're all trying so hard though, aren't they, to get this Perfect Light award.
I just want to say hi as well to our friends from up there in Sweden and Scandinavia that are tuned in, I'm sure, watching Augusta Circus. I know you'd love to be here. One of the previous winners of the Burnout Contest, Stefan Flydell from up there in Sweden, cracking guy, came all the way over here, did the, honestly, he did the Burnout with the line lock, very much like that, but he just kept rolling nicely and slowly all the way past the grandstand to the end of it. It was absolutely awesome.
I'll tell you who we didn't see this time, the boss.
Yeah,
that's true.
Oh, that's it. Yeah, no more.
So he's not qualified. So he's going to have more fun watching everything going on.
You think?
Will it be?
Yeah.
Will it be like a scene out of The Dictator, the movie, where he shoots everybody else in the race so he can win? you think that's going to happen?
Or is it all of a sudden going to be a 32-car ladder? Yeah.
32-car ladder, that's the way. That's the way forward.
I wish I had your imagination.
Right. No, you don't, John.
I was going to say, don't worry, I won't have a job either tomorrow.
Right, well, it's not last chance because it's all run field, but this is the final session of qualifying for Nostalgia Superstock. Right, let's see them all jiggle around the numbers again. Don Scott currently number 45, John Davidson currently number 31, Dial-ins 1270, 1044.
But the thing is, everybody runs in the first round.
That's the one. There's not the because it's an all-run ladder.
1306 and 1081, no movement from either. Next up, Jack Bishop with the Barracuda, number 33. Stuart Arthur with the Roadrunner, he's currently 42. Dial-ins, Jack 977, Stuart 1325. Don't forget round 1 eliminations for Nostalgia Superstock this evening.
You have to have a pretty big garage to get the Roadrunner in, don't you?
It wouldn't fit in mine.
Well, you've got all your models in yours, but...
Well, no, it's just the length of the garage. I have to build an extension at the back end, only about sort of 3 foot high to get the nose in. But Jack goes 982, he should move up. Stuart goes 1330, yeah, they both move up. Jack goes from 33 to 28. Stuart moves up from 42 to 26. Yeah, Stuart Arthur just about moves into the top half of the field there in number 26.
Yeah.
Chris Layram, what's he got for us? 1260 on the dial-in. Gary Semper, 1154. Now, Gary, if you remember, entered Door Slammers in True Street and ended up running in Pro Street with everybody else. And he said, no, I want to have some fun. So he knew he wasn't going to be the quickest, but he had a lot of fun doing it. 79, 1264 for Chris Layram. He's 400ths off and doesn't move from 23.
Wow. It's extraordinary. The racing is going to be out of this world.
The qualifying's pretty good.
Right, okay, bit of an update for you. We are not running round 1 Willis Wars or Nostalgia Superstock tonight, so that will be all the eliminations tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
We just haven't got enough time to get it all done, basically, so it'll be eliminations tomorrow for all of our classes. Pete Christmas and Paul Singer. So Pete Christmas goes 35 and a 39, breaks out, goes a bit too quick. And a 44 and a 37, Paul Singer, he stays number 5. Yeah. James Sweeney and Shelby Watts. James, currently number 13. Shelby, about 48. Settling into the new ride for her.
Yeah, problems for James though. It's going to be Shelby on a bye run.
It's not behaving the way it should. All right now, once it clears its throat, 1361 at 112. Obviously no movement for Shelby. Let's see how James gets on then. Darling of 10.50, currently in the number 13 spot. He went 10.51 when he set that time.
Logical that he may be able to get just a slight bit quicker than that. Let's see. No, a little bit slower. So
Stays put.
Stays put.
Still a 10.5, but with a 9 on the end this time round.
So Chris Ticehurst. Is it Chris Ticehurst? Ticehurst, apologies. I said that again,
You
didn't I? Taking on Clive Dandridge with the pickup truck. 12.67 is very, very rapid indeed for that pickup.
It would run 12.4 if you drop the tailgate.
That'd be it, yeah.
So these two, Chris is currently 47. He's been suffering traction issues. He's getting lots of wheel spin, but that's calmed down now. That's better. Clive Dandridge, currently number 19. He needs to get within 200s literally to improve. 1281, no movement. 1247. 500ths off for Chris. He goes up to 32. 500ths off to number 32.
That's extraordinary. That is extraordinary.
Well, this is, I mean, I may have said this before, this is the biggest elimination class ever.
Really?
In the history of this place, yeah, absolutely that.
Wow, okay.
We've had 50 in Super Pro qualified before and run a 64 car field, but this is the most.
Oh, it's a Glyn Ballman and
there goes
oh
the
no!
Oh my goodness.
And still going, I might add.
Yeah.
Hasn't taken his foot out of it at all.
10.15. And 13.55 breakout for Connor Hall. And the good thing is, that bonnet looks like it survived fairly well. So,
yeah, hang on a minute. You don't get bonus points for getting out the way. It was very good that Ian Blackett had the presence of mind actually to move, though, to be honest. Good lad. Well done. The team just off up to get the missing piece. That was absolutely incredible, though. Don't bother lifting at all.
yes.
Yeah.
I think it happened too quick for him to lift.
There goes the bonnet. Let's see what it will run without a bonnet while we're at it. So, Ty Strevitt in the Kestrel Lane taking on Simon Rickwood, one of the many teams or cars from the William Boys Sable.
Well, there's
problems for Ty, unfortunately. Going to be a solo for Simon.
Oh, what a shame. So Simon sitting in the number 11 qualifying spot at the moment. Carl's in 979, it runs.
Oh.
978. So, no change or improvement for him, or for either of them.
Right, the Yorkshire heavy himself, Dave Billadew, in the number 2 spot at the moment, going alongside Duncan Watts. A pair of challengers for you when Dave comes forward, but I think actually he's going to be Duncan on his own. They're still just tidying up. That's better for Duncan. The car has hooked and gone this time. No stutter. I tell you what, if it goes as well, it could break out. Break out it did. 9:35. It was looking too good.
Wow. Good terminal speed as well, isn't it? 142.
Yeah, that's not hanging about.
No.
So here he is then, Dave Billadew. His second season in this car. He used to have that brilliant Belvedere wagon, if you remember, that was running in the 10s and pulling wheelies every time it came out. That car has moved on. He's now moved into this one, but the wagon that he had is now a street car, and having a lot of fun in that, apparently, the new owner. Beautiful launch there for Dave. 0-2 on the tree. Target 978. He gets 979 with a 7. He's already number 2. He's going to stay put, but worryingly consistent is Dave. Let's have a look at the top 10. Dan Sanderson with that perfect ET is in number 1. Dave Billadew is number 2. Jake Cawthorne currently 3. Richard Granger 4. Paul Singer is 5. Dave Sincott 6. Howard Holmes is 7. Duncan Watts 8. Dan Williams is 9. Nick Martin is 10. If you go all the way down to number 15, they are 0-1 off their darlings. If you go to number 39, they're all within a 10th. Staggering. Next up, Howard Holmes and Gary Cork.
Just got very quickly read this out because it's really funny. Frankie Fordham is 17 years old today. Matt Fordham said, happy birthday, and thanks for making everyone's car insurance go up because he's 17.
Oh.
Good afternoon, Matt. Hope you're doing well. And happy birthday as well, Frankie.
The Frankster. He's getting older. Right, Gary Cork, don't break out this time. That's better. Moves him up to number 44 from 51. It was a 68 from 49. No help for Howard Holmes. He's already done rather well. He went 11.89 on 11.80.
Chris Goodale with the Camaro then, currently sitting in the number 35 spot in the Euro Glim lane. And Ashley Rawson with the aptly named Kermit the Duster, as opposed to Kermit the Frog, currently in the number 18 spot. So 10.40 and 10.27 is what they're looking for. 10.46, 10.36. I don't think that's going to change it, Cole, is it?
No movement at all. They stay 18 and 35. Actually, I think the Nostalgia Superstar are quite relieved that they're not doing eliminations tonight, because obviously the day is getting on a bit, and they need to get the barbecue set up tonight because it is the rather large Nostalgia Superstar barbecue.
The necessities. You must organise the necessities.
Yeah. But the size of the barbecue, I don't know how many chefs they've got, but there's quite a few there tonight.
Well,
and no doubt a lot of the food provided by Guy King from one of his many contacts in the farming world.
Well,
we get some awesome food there.
Pete Wiseman is the man out there in the Kestrel lane, currently at 48, and Phil Hobson currently at 15 in the Auto Glim lane. Now, 10.50 and 12.01 is what we're looking for. Get a 10.65 and a 12.17. Any change?
Yeah, just a move up a bit for Pete Wiseman. Still in the top half of the field, but certainly moves up from 47. All right, Stu Doiney and Richard Granger, your next pair. Stu getting very comfortable with this Nova now. They do have another car that is nearing completion, which is a 63 split window that will be coming out in Super Pro, possibly end of the year, but more than likely next year. Bit of a hop, skip and a jump for Richard Granger off the line there. Oh, Stu Doiney's starting to get a hang of that car. 12.07 on a 12.05 dial. Moves up to 22. Richard stays 4. Actually, I think this is probably the first Watts Shop versus Williams Brothers matchup we've had today. They've been, well, because there's so many cars. Dave Simcock, currently number 6. He dials 10.23. Nick Williams with the Camaro dialing in 10.92.
$10.23, $10.92 we're looking for, $10.95 and a $10.22, so a breakout in that left-hand lane.
Yeah, Nick Williams just 300ths off and stays put, no improvement.
Right, okay.
All right, pick a Camaro. John Hurahan and Spencer Trams. John is currently number 51. He wants a 1260. Spencer wants 1096. He's currently 17. He's going to have to go within 0.19 to improve, I think. Maybe even more. Basically, he's got to hit 1096 to move up. And he goes 1097 with a 9. Oh, he moves up 1 spot. From 17 to 16. John, 1355, no improvement. He stays 51. Right, one of the gentlemen doing very well this weekend, Jake Cawthorne. He's hit his number already this weekend. He's in the number 3 spot. He dials 1175 again. going alongside Mick Sharp with the Detroit Hustler. 10:38, here's Darling.
Breakout. And Jake stays at the number 3 spot.
Nick Martin with the Downtown Duster and Glenda Thompson with the Charger. 13.79 and 14.15, the respective Darlings. Nick is currently 10. Glenda, number 44. Well, Nick is going to get there first, but how close to 13.79? 13.81, no improvement. He's going to stay 10. Glenda goes 14.91, no help on her 14.15 dial. She stays 44. All right, Pete Dodd with the Metamorphosis Camaro. 9.16 his target. And Paul Smale with the El Camino. 12.71. John, of all the cars that you've had, American cars over the years, which is the one that you regret selling the most?
All of them.
Oh, everyone?
Every single one, yeah. As my wife says, where on earth would you have kept them all?
Yeah.
But
do you have a favourite of all of them? I know you regret selling all of them. Is there one that sticks out as your favourite?
I guess my first one, Bullnose Firebird. Just a stock Firebird. Yeah. But it's very nice, very comfortable.
$9.20 for Pete Dodd, 400ths off. Moves up from 38 to 26. But how about Paul Smale? He hits his number, 12.71 with a 7, and he moves up into the higher echelons.
Number 5, I think it was.
Yeah, it was, yeah. Nice. Phil Stillwell and Jim Smith. Jim is number 52 with the Challenger, and Phil Stillwell 47.
Is that known as last? I hate to say. You can sort that out very shortly, though.
If he doesn't break out. He wants 11.10, gets 11.18. He's in at number 39. And Phil improves as well, actually. 12.95 on the 12.79. He goes 47 to 43.
So there are no eliminations this evening.
Correct, yeah.
It's all going to manifest itself tomorrow.
Busy day.
Going to be a busy day, yeah. Yeah.
Tim Stanbury and Neil Francis. Yeah,
sorry,
6 rounds.
6 rounds of racing in a day for whoever's going to take the trophy.
Boy, that's going to be heavy, isn't it?
Mad.
Yeah, you might see a shuffle in the run order tomorrow.
Yeah, they might need to be first.
Yeah. Lovely wheels up ropes there for Tim Stanbury. Now his target is 10.41. Neil Francis wants 12.34. 10.46 for Tim, 500 off. Goes to 33 from 44. And a breakout for Neil Francis, just a bit too quick with the rust bucket there. Andrew Bosselworth with the Spirit of 66, the Dodge Coronet, and his Neve Smith with the Fairlane. Darlings, 10.25 and 14.99.
From the rear, it's very difficult to choose between a Fairlane and a Falcon, isn't it?
Yeah.
From the back. Well, good start line reaction. 10.25 and 14.99 is what we're looking for. 10.32, 14.99, 15.38.
So, Ollie, and your number one qualifier at the moment, Dan Sanderson. Ollie's 22, which probably means he's run a couple of hundreds of his dial.
But Dan Sanderson, he almost had a perfect light. He had the James Bond light. He had a 007, but it was the ET. He hit it bang on. 1377 with a 0. Watch the front wheels come skywards for Ollie. Whee. Now then, can he run a 923? Can he improve?
Oh! Wow, your new number one qualifier without a doubt, James Oliver.
Can he hit it? 923.00.
Absolutely spot on.
Number one.
Yeah. Well done. Absolutely fabulous.
Wow.
Well, put it another way, he was 1,000th of a second from breaking out, but it doesn't matter. That's awesome. And that's so hard to do.
Can anybody beat him now?
Absolutely not.
Unless they go 9.
Right, it's all the way down to
zeros.
zeros.
It goes to the next digit.
Yeah. So if somebody is 0 on that.
Yeah, then it's down to the next digit.
Sure. Okay.
Wow,
what a great drive, eh? Great drive. So here's Rob Tyrrell and Adam Novak.
Double breakout, no help. I'll tell you something quite interesting now. There's been some track work taking place this week, just gone. And there was a couple of bumps about 200 foot. Now, Ollie is the guy that does all the track work now.
Who just went number one.
You just went number one, right? I was having a chat with Ollie this morning, and he said, yeah, it went really well, really well. He said, I gave the left lane just a little bit more because that's my favourite lane. And yet he just went perfect in the right.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Oh, dear. Brilliant.
Well, Adrian Bortelli with the Charger in the left-hand lane, currently 24. Can he change
that for moves? Wow, number 4 and number 6. Kiwi goes to 4. Adrian goes up to number 6.
It's all shuffling around again.
Well, 0.02 of a second off, number 4.
Yeah.
0.04 of a second off, number 6.
Right, what have these Williams boys got then? Dan Williams and Guy King. Pair of Chevys. 986 for Dan, 1014 for Guy. Just see Dan bump the car in. So they're currently 13 and 28. 987 with an 8, and Guy King actually moves up. He's only 200ths off, and he goes from 28 to 26. And I think that is the end.
Where's the last 00? Let's have a look. Number 10, Dave Simcock with the 008. All the way down to 20 is 019. Yep.
07 is number 40.
You know,
and that's it.
That's madly competitive, even though there's that many
It's
cars.
crazy. Yeah. I've never known anything like this.
Brilliant.
To be so many people so close together. It's absolutely crazy. I'm glad I'm here to see this.
Yeah, it's that's history making that class this weekend. And first round of limit. Oh, at least I get a chance to actually write out the ladder properly. I've only once before had to do a 64 car ladder where I got to write all the names on it.
Yeah,
so I'm actually thankful that I can do it this evening instead of in the morning. The old school Stockers with Chris Spry and Dean Stevens. Dean goes 881, best run from him for the weekend. And he's just moved up to the number 2 spot with that one. Chris Spry goes 1078. He had been 997 previously, but nevertheless, 2 great runs.
This is a feast or famine, isn't it? We go from a class of 50 plus cars down to a class with 7 bikes in it. So
yeah, no less quality. The field spread is only 1.4 seconds.
Yeah.
Because of the age of the bike.
Yeah.
Very impressive.
We're also coming up to something that I've never heard of before, a dinner break. Oh, yeah, I know, it's in the programme.
Well, it's probably why we're not doing eliminations tonight.
Could be why.
Clear rule. Sorry, guys.
Yeah,
it's all gone.
Yeah, that's probably one of the reasons why we're not doing all the eliminations. Our track crew need to stand down. They really do.
They do actually.
We're
really
working like
need
Trojans.
What, hiding in a horse all day?
I feel like eating one at the moment. There must have been about hiding in one.
Oh no, it wasn't the Trojans that hid it. Was it the Trojans that hid in the horse? Or
Yeah, it's Trojan, yeah, it was. Well, it's called a Trojan horse.
So Claire Rawling, Kev Melling. 8.59 again for Claire. And a very troubled, actually, 10.48 for Kev Melling that time round. Yeah, the reason I actually looked in the programme was because the lanes are actually empty. We've got a couple more stockers to go. We've got Jacqueline with the junior dragster, and then we have a dinner break. I mean, well, yeah, I know.
Yeah, it'll be for half an hour.
Yeah, then we've still got Supercharged Outlaws, Willis Wars. I nearly said Willy Wars, didn't I? But I didn't. Willis Wars.
Dear me. Childish laughter from the side.
Oh, no.
For Richard Peachy on the Suzuki and Andy Lambert in the Auto Glim lane on the, I'm just having a quick look, the Z900.
Oh, but a lot of, he did that the run before though, but he goes 8.95, 144 miles an hour, and actually moves up to number 4 qualifying spot. They are quite tightly bunched at the top, actually.
They are.
With the old school stockers. So I think we have one more run from Jacqueline with the junior dragster, and then we are on a tea break, if you like.
Yeah, half an hour, I believe, as well.
I have never had a dinner break here. Well, when I wasn't working, I've had one, but I don't think I've ever had one while I've been sat up here. So whoever scheduled that in, you're a legend. Thank you. But like you said, our track crew do need to.
They do.
Yeah. Especially, I mean, those guys on the start line, they've been in their fire suits standing there all the time as well.
Yeah, it's a half an hour break, folks. And then we're getting ready for a couple of hours of great entertainment as we have got Cacklefest, all sorts of things to come up.
There you are, 82 miles an hour in 7.8 seconds. Fabulous. Right.
Yeah, I'm just trying to suss out the run order. I would imagine we've still got a bit more Custom Car Invitational to come. But yeah, dinner break on the track. We still have Willis Wars to come round, Wild Bunch, Supercharged Outlaws, and Outlaw Anglia. Oh, thank you. 2 pages of it. That's the interesting part. No, one of them's for Simon. Thanks very much indeed. Okay, folks, half-hour break. We will see you back. What's the time now? 7:36. If you can be ready for 6 o'clock, folks, get yourself some shade, and we will see you shortly. Nitro FM are going to take over the airwaves once again. We'll see you later on.
Right, first car, Wrathchild, make, model, spec, 1966. One part Alan Blount, one of his cars, second part another part of Alan Blount's car, welded together as we've been told by people with better history knowledge than us. 305 small block Chevrolet, tunnel ram. We just put that on just for a laugh more than anything. It doesn't do much apart from flood the engine, but it looks really cool. And then Rebel, relatively newish car, we're not 100% sure, late 2000s, 420 cubic inch, okay, Hillborn 8-stack in direct injection, mechanical injection, yeah, and we love them both, so don't ask us for a favourite. But yeah, both slingshot dragsters, so behind the engine, axle against your gentleman's parts, which freaks a lot of people out, which is good fun. Get gearbox between your feet, and they're a really good hoop to drive.
My favourite thing about Wrathchild is pie crust. It's an old school look. You don't see many cars with them nowadays, and there's just something about them compared to slicks. They just have a total different look to them, which I quite like about Wrathchild. With Rebel, my favourite part is the speed and the acceleration. You try and describe it to people like trying to compare it to a roller coaster, but not even on some roller coaster you feel the same effect of it. So that's what I like about that car. My least, but that's about it. Yeah.
Me? Oh gosh. Yeah, I'm gonna say either the pie crust or the tunnel ram, just because it looks stupid. It's like a big old Hot Wheels car, and it's a very fun car to us. It was our first dragster we got and built with help from a ton of amazing people. So the fond memories that come with it. As for Rebel, it's got to be the 8 stack, because we've always wanted a stack injected car, because to us that is the perfect slingshot, like junior fuel looking. And speed acceleration, it's just throws you in your seat, throws you out your seat. Well, not technically out your seat, but puts you forwards when the chute comes out. It's amazingly good fun, really good fun. Yeah, I don't know how to describe it. Right, should we go for the worst thing? Worst thing on Wrathchild is we've both put on a little bit of girth, wide and grown outwards but never upwards. So it's she's getting a bit tight because she's 17 inches inside the rails. Yeah, so that's the worst part. We would like to make her wider, but then it won't be Wrathchild. It's not her. It's not the car that we're so fond about. Rebel, the cylinder heads. The cylinder heads, we're looking at getting new ones. They're starting to let us down a little bit. Some of the valves, but yeah. But I couldn't change it any other way. Maybe run a bit of nitro one day. That's about it until we run the Euro Millions. It'll stay as it is. But we love them both, to be fair. Love them both.
Right, well this is actually a bespoke car. It was built from plans in Custom Car Magazine 1972. It's called Little Foss at the moment, but it has had a number of other names over the years. It's basically a club level dragster, 50 years old as I say. It has a 3.5 litre Rover engine, unless it's at the Mopar Nationals when it gets entered as a Buick. My favourite thing about it is that it has a really, really good nature, and that sounds like a strange thing. It's almost like got a little soul in there that's always trying to help us do well. It's like when I'm getting in the car and I'm driving it down the strip, I feel like it wants to do well. It's almost tells me that it wants to do good. Whenever there's a problem, it's always something minor. We've just had it not start at the end of the pairing lanes there. Everyone's looking at really more serious stuff. All it was a simple loose wire. So no massive engine dramas, just a simple loose wire. It's back on and we're going to go again. Thing I'd like to change is I'd like to have owned this car 50 years ago and owned it throughout its life, although at that time I would have actually had it when I was 1.
It's a 1941 Willys Coupe replica. It's glass fibre with a 331 small block Ford, 671 supercharger and twin 4-barrel carbs. Just how happy it makes me. It's just, every time you get in it, you smile. The worst thing is when it breaks and I have to change lots of things, but if I could change one thing on it, I'd change it for a steel-bodied one, but that's way, way out of my budget. But we have fun with this. It lives outside. It's not a show car, it's a happy car.
children's toys. Anyway, we are on with Rob Wright in the Kestrel Lane, taking on Mr. Pete Brown.
Well, that was a leaping start in the left-hand lane.
10.02, 1:38, 11:31.
Oh, took off towards the wall, corrected it very, very quickly. My goodness me, he's got used to driving this. Very, very well. 8.72?
Yeah, 1:52 there. Sorry, I correct myself.
Pretty much exactly what that is. Same concept as the Halo, actually. Oh, that's not a good look, especially when you see, don't pick it up just in case. Oh,
well, they knew what it was.
Yeah, they did know what it was.
Dan Wilson, 10.12.
Very nice
Almost
run.
matched his 10.
That's lovely. Yeah. Yeah, that will be an 8-second car when he gets hold of that and doesn't go over the centre line. See, you love it when they listen. 8.35, 157 miles an hour, and look at that as well. Callum, running quicker than ever.
83, 9:47. I've got to take my hat years off.
Yeah. Okay.
Basically a COVID layoff, I think it was almost, wasn't it?
So what engine is that in there at 120? Is it a
Ford Crossflow? Yeah, it's
Crossflow.
Yeah, four-cylinder Ford.
Moves well for a four-banger, doesn't it?
Runs high 10s now, actually. As if by magic.
There you are.
10.8. Don't you love it when they do what you tell?
Yeah,
121 and 10.75 for Paul Chariot, 120. As you see Jim's head bouncing a bit there when it came down. Will that be a 9? Oh, it's a 9.15 at 143 miles an hour. They look delighted with that. And a with the slingshots. Kestrel Lane against Bradley Cooper, another one of those new PB kids.
I mean, monster PB from Brad. He found 3/10 this weekend.
Back in the 10s.
12:46.
Hadn't run a 10 before this weekend, and hey presto.
That too, yeah.
It's a very angry sound, isn't it? Really angry.
Really comes on song.
Yeah,
in the
it
second
does.
half.
You're so right about that. Yeah, look at that. Really making up for ground on the Paranoia car.
Very spread out. Chris checking out what the sunshine looks like. Look at that. 8.73, 151.
Can skip. Go quicker than 9.88. On this one, 10.35, 1:29. Steve East goes to 11.
Possibly. Yep.
Telephoned Dave Gibbons to tell him
Oh, John Tebbert, is that right?
John Tebbert.
That's
John
it.
Tebbert.
Yes,
There you are, John Tebbert. So, Moonlight Bandit, John Tebbert.
That's the one. 9.89 for Andy Clifford. Phil James goes.
Z900 Kawasaki.
Someone's labouring up there. Andy with a bit of a cloud of smoke.
Number 11 qualifying spot at the moment. Ian Tweddle is in the number 18 spot. So 9.77 and a 10.40. Does it change anything?
Called Al's name over the years.
Oh, hundreds. Hundreds and hundreds. Used to be pulled by a Ford Pilot with a trailer called Al's Hauler. So reaction time for Al, a 0-2, always good on the lights. Simon Barlow in the 7.74. Now Al, 12. Well, Shane in the Kestrel lane is number 23 qualifying. Gary, however, in the Auto Group lane's number 6, having run an 8.91. So let's see if there's any difference there.
Finds a 10th.
Yeah.
He'll take that. One of them in the next pair. Well, Gary gets the jump. .976, no improvement for Gary. Wango. That's looking good for Ben. 8.44 finds 1500.
And it's Paul Watson, Grumpy's toy, out there in the right-hand lane.
Oh, flat launch, Colin Miller, 108 to 60.
This is looking good. Watch these numbers come up, ladies and gentlemen. Oh!
703.
Oh, boy, everyone's trying so hard.
Well,
wow,
I think
there's been a 9.00. So half a second between these two. It's a race. We're having a race which qualified, but this is definitely a race. Who gets there first? It's Ginner, 8.48.
Whoa.
And a 9.69 for Ronnie Mercer. Well done.
Obviously, John Willard's company sticker, I believe, is on the side of the truck as well. That is all a bit of a connection between the Taylor team, the Banshee team, of course, and John Willard, the Aussie outlaw down under. John, very, very good morning to you. It's afternoon here at Santa Pod, so it'll be, I don't know what time it is with you down there. Probably about 3 o'clock in the morning.
What a storming run for Aaron Windridge. 7.71, 172 miles an hour. Nice looking run for Ian Kern. 8.03, 171 miles an hour. Suffering with a misfire when he stood on the gas.
Well, that looks a good run for Des.
8.13 for Des. Nice. And let's see how Mick Taylor gets on with Agamemnon. So Jim on his own to the stripe. 7.79.
I think that was possibly even quicker than they were way up the track.
Yeah, got timed out at the end, unfortunately, so...
Lovely, lovely looking car. It's another proper Hot Wheels car, this one. The traditional walk off the line and give it a boot full. Didn't quite go sideways, goes 9.05 at 154 miles an hour again.
Qualifying times in the favour of Roy Wilding. Bit of a hop, step and a jump for Roy away from the start line, and whoa, goes one way, then goes t'other. My goodness me. Very, very close though, but it was Ian that got up there first. But great.
It's only the second time that Matthew's been on this Norton, and definitely going a lot quicker this time. And a good run there. Oh, what a shame there for Graham. Certainly found the power with that one. Not a quick time, obviously, but having problems on his first run. Bit of a misfire for John Hobbs. And John gets to the other end first. Ooh, got a little bit of nitro in that machine, got an eyeful as he left the line. As Justin Newell, sure the track's clear. Looks like Justin's got a bit of that Chinese nitro in the motor, but sounded very, very clean at the top end. Sounded very sweet and quite noisy as well.
Oh, great looking runs for both of them.
Could this be a 6 for Steve? 7:14, 193. Joe Bond with a 6.97 at 184. I can tell you what Joe's problem was and what slowed him down.
1-0. That's looking superb. 104 to 60. 6:15,
Wow.
2:32.
That's what they're looking to do, one run after the other like that. Very, very quickly. Have a quick word down here on the line with, give me over the flush.
Whoa! Suddenly it all hooks up and it's that moment where you think, I'm not in control here. But Robbie Graham in the sixes this time. Great looking run for Tony Betts. What we got? 6:18, 234 mile an hour. Oh boy, what a run from them.
Yeah, just a shame the one earlier wasn't that, because he'd be in the hunt. Definitely. He still may be, actually, depending on how we add the times up. But anyway, Serb, I hope you're with us this time.
Bob Hawkins, the number of the Devils, 666 and 190.
Well, still nice and steady. So go on. I'm not going to even guess, because obviously it is Timmy who's out in front.
Yeah.
It's just who's in second and third. And
Right,
so on,
it's
because
tight.
It's going to be
It's
close.
very tight for second. On a combined, sorry. Well, just to let you good folks know, after this pair go through, Brittany Young's 1087, 311 to 8, and Wilson with the Fordson. Beautiful wheel stand for Martin Hallam. And look at the way he's dialed that car in. Way quicker. 976. What's he got? 996. He drops a spot because Nick Hewison moves up from 16. Both of them dialing in 971. Beautiful wheel stand there for Steve.
Well, Steve's out in front, so provided. There we go. Oh, and he goes 949. Unbelievable. Well, the best laid tactics of Honky Brown. If you won't miss him, honestly. Taking on his son-in-law, actually, Drew Mason. Oh, look at that for Sean. 0009 red. Wow.
Well, that's it, isn't it?
No, it's red.
Oh, it's red. Number 13 spot, having run a 10:15.
Oh, it's another 0009. That's the second one in the same lane. 10:04, 10:55. Billy Jones is going to be hard to beat, that Simon. Because he couldn't be a pilot, but he's a commander. Up against Adam Kaczynski, who is very, very close to the bump. .11.07 for Simon, actually gets bumped back one spot. Katie Booth, meanwhile, nice and safe. Number 3 at the moment for Katie. 11:38 for Katie, 79 for Tom. Tom bumps his way in, but Katie, in the meantime, looking for 11:50. Oh yeah, well Keith's broken out by half an hour, hasn't he? So Graham Barton with high anxiety is quite safe for the moment at number 7. 10:62. 10:74. Simon Glenn.
Yes.
So they're looking to move up. Tony's only 14, Brian is only 15 at 10:80, 11:31.
Look at the light though. Tony Pearson, 004. Jiggle around the numbers again. Don Scott currently number 45. John Davidson currently number 31. Dial-ins 12:70, 10:44.
The thing is, everybody runs in the first round.
That's the one. There's not the.
But
well, no, it's just the length of the garage. You'll have to build an extension at the back end, only about sort of 3 foot high to get the nose in. But Jack goes 9:82. He should move up. Stuart goes 13:30. Yeah, they're Pro Street, and ended up running in Pro Street with everybody else. And he said, "No, I want to have some fun." So he knew he wasn't going to be the quickest, but he had a lot of fun doing it. 79, 12:64 for Chris Layton. He's 400ths off. So Pete Christmas goes 35 and a 39, breaks out, goes a bit too quick. And a 44 and a 37, Paul Singer. He's
going to be Shelby on a bye run.
It's not behaving the way it should. All right now, once it clears its throat, 13:61 at 112. Obviously no movement for Shelby. Let's see, 13 spot. He went 10:51. When he set that time.
Logical that he may be able to get just a slight bit quicker than that. Let's see. No, a little bit slower. So stays put.
Traction issues. He's getting lots of wheel spin, but that's calmed down now. That's better. Clive Downage, currently number 19. He needs to get within 200 literally to improve. 12:81, no movement. 12:47. 500ths off for Chris. He goes up to 32.
And run of 64 Coalfield, but this is the most.
All right, so Glyn Ballman and Colin. There goes the
no! Oh my goodness!
And still going, I might add.
Yeah,
hasn't taken his foot out of it at all.
10:15. And 13:55 breakout for Connor Hall. And the good thing is that
11th qualifying spot on the road. Carl's in 9:79. Runs.
Oh.
9:78.
Duncan on his own. They're still just tidying up. That's better for Duncan. The car has hooked and gone this time. No stutter. I tell you what, if it goes as well, it could break out. Break out it did. 9:35. The wagon that he had is now a street car, and having a lot of fun in that apparently.
Who I've actually seen in VIP this weekend. I don't know if you noticed.
Hey, yes, he's
Dave
been
and
up there
Steve
today.
sitting up there.
Well, we've got to say massive thanks to John Price for joining us here today, but he's gone back to the old folks' home for the rest of the evening. He will be tuned in though.
I thought someone will tell him. I thought I was risking it a lot.
So I shall get my knees capped tomorrow.
So the newest member of the 9 Second Club, ain't no saint. coming to a toy shop near you very soon. I'll tell you what, either of these cars could be Mott Wheels cars, really. Frankenstein Gasser. We need to know who owns it. Actually, I'm sure we can find out. I thought
Simon knows, actually, but he's not.
I was going to say, I thought he was in Gasser Circus, but he's not. Yeah, he's not in Gasser Circus.
But anyway, Lee Johnson, 9.96, a new PB this weekend. And the first run ever in the nines for the Ain't No Saint Volvo. And so happy for the team despite the trials and tribulations last night when the diff decided that it didn't want to play anymore and it reverted itself to kit form. What's Lee got for us this time? 10 flat, 134. And Frankenstein goes through 10.57 at 1.23.
Yeah, exactly. Just realised that too. But anyway.
And talking of PBs, how about the little Opus? That has been going brilliantly today. Well, this weekend. Adrian Sidwell has 2 PBs this weekend. Can he make it 3 in a row? Going alongside Stuart Flitton with the 100E, which means Scott Collins all of a sudden pricked his ear again from working on the Adrenaline Rush 100E at home to see how Stuart gets on. Thanks for your message after the first time I said that, mate. That was quite good. Stuart Flitton goes 9.42, unbelievable. No, I was just winding you up. Scott Collins just spat his coffee out. 10.44, 128. And 14.96 for the little Opus.
It's always fun to do that. Yeah. Especially when people spam you with messages saying well done on
I thought Kirsty was going to try and catch a ride in the boot of...
that means...
He's got the nitrous on.
Yep.
Yeah, thought so. Going alongside well, one of the Bull family in the 100E van. I think is it a Thames, what they call that? I can't remember. But so far today, that's gone 10.73. Tom's gone 11.23, but without the gas. Let's see if we can run with it. 10.6, I think he's PB'd in the car with the gas.
Well, he didn't spin the tyres off the line this time, so that's going to be a good thing.
$10.38, 11.36. Didn't do what it should have done, unfortunately. Perhaps the trigger wasn't working, one or the other.
Damien Halliwell with the Biscayne in the Auto-Glim lane.
I had a chat with him in the lanes, actually. Very, very happy indeed. Said the car's just running like clockwork, not stretching it. And yeah, happy to be here. First time in 3 years he's run the car. So yeah,
is it that long?
Yeah.
God, it's amazing how your memory fuddles everything, isn't it? Because I thought it was much quicker, you know, much more recent than that anyway. $10.53. Nice one, Stuart. He's been doing that quite a bit.
Yeah, he's having fun, which is the main thing.
Obviously. And running quick too. So, I think last couple of cars in the Invitational. One more maybe, and then it's Wild Bunch. Goes through with the 10.09, 130 miles an hour, 10.30. The MG at 132. So one more time, can he get into the 8s again? This car leaves like an absolute bandit, doesn't it?
Yeah, it just hunkers down and goes. I think Luke has affectionately called this the Duracell car now because of the gold top, but
and it goes.
Yeah,
and keeps going. That was dangerously close to getting out of shape past 60 foot, but he kept it nailed. That probably won't be an 8. It's a 9:15 at 1:52. Still a really good top speed. But a lot of shaking going on before 60.
So we're into the wild bunch once again. And whichever that car is underneath has went to the cars that come out. Yeah, we've got.
Okay. So it is Callum Swinchat with the King's Topolino in the Kestrel lane. He's run down into the 8.7s this weekend. I remember when this car was nearly built and he had a bit of a mishap with it, didn't he? But he's been nothing but strong ever since. Taking on Pete Brown with Wrathchild. In the Autoglim lane. Callum being guided in by Mr. Billy Everett. .82. That's the actual number they had on the back of the car that time.
Yeah.
11.63 at 120 for Pete that time. Well done to the Swinchat family.
Whilst we had that break, I'll just pop up to the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame marquee. They've basically packed everything away from the day. Very good day on the auctions. And don't worry if you've missed out on anything, because there's a whole load of new lots tomorrow in the silent auction, and of course loads of other goodies available to buy as memorabilia. So make sure you do check out the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame marquee.
Any die casts?
Well, I donated some.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, so yes, there are then.
Yeah. They may have been sold already. I don't know. So Liz Malcolm and Dan Wilson this time, the Just for Fun Racing Dragster in the Kestrel Beer Lane, and the Antique Toy in the Autoglim Lane. $10.13, $10.83.
That's pretty quick for Liz. So Luca Gavoni from Italy with the Earthquake in the Kestrel Lane. That is one long old tow for a weekend's worth of racing. Hopefully it's all worthwhile. So Mark Coulsell, strangely not in a slingshot this weekend.
But still involved, and where else would he want to be?
Oh, absolutely. Reminds me, I've seen Anna's trousers for a while, actually. Nice looking flat launch for Rob that time round. 8.52 at 155, nicely done. Luca Gavoni goes 10.83 at 121, roughly where he has been all weekend.
I'll tell you what, that car is back. It was in the wilderness with those new tyres. Fair to say, I think those tyres are bedded in now, and the car is a lot more settled.
Also, Turbo left me a note, I forgot to mention it. Very happy wedding anniversary to Laura and Chris Turbeville.
Ah, right.
Although, how was Chris managed to take Laura's name? I don't know. Anyway, I'm not going to argue. That's what he's written. Chris Wilson.
Part of the prenup, I should think.
Chris Wilson, yeah, that's the one. So Steve Field. Can't get anyone's name right at the moment. Not had a clockwork weekend. He has a low 8-second race car over there in the Autoglim lane. And Robert Wright with the altered. That's a lot more like it from Steve Field. Only a little bit of a wiggle, about 330. This could be a quick one, actually. It is 840 at 155. Nicely done. Look at that for Robert Wright. I think that's a banging new PB at 962, 140 miles an hour.
Oh, yeah, you could say that by 2/10.
I bet Steve Field enjoyed that one.
Right, Jim Tanner with the Shindigger. Hasn't been a textbook weekend so far for Jim, but this run so far looking much, much healthier. Going alongside Bob Morgan with the Bee Sting. Oh, what he would give to get a 9-second pass in this car.
Well, Jim Tanner went 9-1 earlier on today. Bob Morgan went 10-0. They were very, very happy with that. Oh, the click's back. Yes, you don't even need to look behind you. You know what's coming. Very, very good to see Andy Stones down there on the start line helping out, especially after a year ago.
Much better for Jim. .20 and a 10:13.
141 miles an hour for the Shindigger and 132. Actually, that's good speed for the Bee Sting. So Wayne Colliver with the Misfit. Little drag he built himself in the Auto Glim Lane. Going up against James Ord with the Little Foe.
Yeah, 50 years old, as we were saying earlier on.
Not James, Carl.
James, I
Could
think
be.
He's there or thereabouts. Pretty much raced everything in his career. He's done oval racing in the States. He's done Nürburgring stuff, driver tuition, karting. You name it, he's done it.
And this is what he does for fun.
Yeah.
Well, it's all fun, but you know what I mean.
.58, 120 for Wayne Colliver, and 13.73, 94.
Alan Lloyd with Gonzo the Great. I remember this car back in the 80s taking on all the Swedes. It was always competitive. Never in the sevens though, I must admit. Paul Tarry with Triggers a Broom. So purging the nitrous for Alan Lloyd, not being quicker than a 780 this weekend. When I say not quicker, that's incredibly good, but they're looking to step it up more than that. Slightly quicker to 60 foot for Alan Lloyd. Keeps it now 2. An 8 flat at 158. Wonder where that went. And 10.79 for Paul Tarry. Thank you very much. So, Al Schofield with the Rough Diamond, running quicker than he ever has in any race car. Yeah, I wasn't that subtle, sorry.
It didn't make any difference, did it?
Really? Picks up everything. Taking on Gary Atkinson with the time lock.
Yes, Colin and I, Darren and I enjoy our first beer of the day.
Do we? Yeah.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it would be nice.
Oh, Al Schofield's actually kept it nailed all the way through this time. See what he's got for us this time round. Could it be an 8.4 or 3? 8.4 or 151. And
He's
Gary
going quicker
Atkinson.
and quicker every run now. That's another PB.
So Bradley Cooper with the flathead, first time ever in the 10s.
Considering the length of time that Brad has been campaigning that car, to find that level of performance increase is quite staggering. So they've done something, they've changed something quite substantial to do that, but it's still got, from what I can see, still got the flathead in there.
Oh
so
yeah, it's no different.
Right, so it's going to be solo for Brad. Unfortunately, Rich Butcher being shot off on the line. The start line crew spotted something. .11.06, 121. See, even that was quicker than his old PB before he came to the event, so he's got 3 runs under his old PB this weekend. Well done, Brad. Transmission specialist by trade. He rebuilt my gearbox.
Is that right?
Yeah, yeah. Lives up just on the outskirts of Coventry. And got a lovely little sort of home workshop in the back garden. And, strips and rebuilds transmissions down there. And top bloke. Absolutely top bloke.
So Graham Rawlins brings the VW dragster forward.
Now, Graham has a PB of 9.67, 136 miles an hour.
He's not been far off that. I think he went 9.7.
Yep.
Earlier on.
.95, 132.
Andy Jackson, the most runs I've ever seen this car put in, I think, to be honest. So the run earlier was a PB, I think. Always runs really good speed. When the clutch finally catches up with the engine, which it does about now. There we go. .10.96, 133 miles an hour. His first ever 10-second
No,
run.
he's
not
had a few.
Okay,
but
sorry,
it's the consistency that he's finding now. 135, 136, 133. His previous run was 10.70.
Okay.
So he's but as you say, he's getting down the track every time at the moment.
Well,
such good news.
It's normally once a weekend.
Yeah.
Or it has been previously anyway. So good to see they've seemed to solve.
Yeah. And don't forget, one of the runs he was towing the parachute out.
That's a good point.
They didn't slow it down that much.
Oh, Steve Garland with Sonic Attack number 2. Take it on Phil James with Rampage.
Oh my! I've just logged on to Messenger. I've got about 20 messages I've received that I haven't attended to.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Me too. I opened it earlier. For some reason, they weren't coming through. Anyway,
yeah.
Apologies if I've missed anybody.
Right, we'll just quickly call this one out. Nigel Fitzmaurice is here. Hope to say hi. Oh, great. Oh, he's here today. Nigel, I hope you had a good day. Good to see that you're back up here and getting out and about as well. Steve Loader, he hasn't been up here for 3 years. Thought he'd say hi, so very good day to Steve Loader. Used to be on the Shockwave Fuel team, of course.
That's right.
Simon Daniels says, could we do a happy 18th to Brooke Carter and happy 21st to Ryan Vizard from all at the Willis Wars, please? Yeah, well, there we go. That one's done. As Phil James and Steve Garland line up. James approaches the stripe first, gets a 9.48, nice one. Steve Garland, 10.95.
1.8, probably because he skipped dinner. 118 miles an hour.
Well, that's the second 10 they've run today, and that one's slightly quicker than the earlier one, so UPB, well done. Right, let's have a look at the rest of these messages. Tom Bushby has been in touch. Can I have a shout out from my dad, please? He and his family and friends are here celebrating his 60th birthday in the sun at the pod. Have a great day. We certainly are, Tom, and wishing them all the best as well.
So Rory Hart coming round, I think, going to be the last car after Rich Butcher.
Yeah, second attempt. There he goes. What's he got for us this time? 12.66 on 114. Sean Bowe, he's always there or thereabouts with us, always watches all the events via the live stream. If he's not here, it's his mum's birthday. Many happy returns indeed to Mrs. Bowe. Tuned in at home, I'm planning to surprise her with this. Well, I hope she's been surprised. I'm sorry you had to wait so long. Been a little bit late catching up on all of this. Dina Treat has been in touch. Watching the race as usual. I was really sorry about coming down this weekend. And she wants to say a massive hi to everybody in the Willis Wars. And of course, wishing Colin Miller all the best now to improve on the sixes. Jerry would have been so chuffed. Cole, I know that means the world to you to get messages from people like that, especially Dina. So, Dina, I hope you're still watching the coverage. And of course, we've still got loads more stuff to come. Oh, another one actually from out of Anglia. Someone borrowed Colin's multimeter, but you can't remember who, and he now needs it. So if anybody borrowed Colin Miller's multimeter, he actually needs it back. It's a bit of a delayed shout out on this one because this message came in about 3/4 of an hour ago, but if anybody's got that, please return it. All right, Rory Hart with Braveheart. A to B run earlier on. 1969 Opel GT. I love the way the little hump in the back window where the roll cage is so well put in there.
Just to make sure the body sits in the right place. Still not ready on song, but
doesn't
not
matter.
Bad nonetheless. It's gotten to the finish line this time or thereabouts.
Yeah. 15:36. Excellent. Malcolm Morgan, you are a legend. Thank you so much. Frankenstein is owned by Simon Devos.
Thank you very much indeed.
Mal. Appreciate
You've
that.
given
mate.
it away now. We're just going to call it that all the time.
Simon Devos, I think is the way it's pronounced. But Malcolm Morgan, thank you, mate.
Well, because we don't get a list of entrants for the Custom Car Invitational, actually, do we?
No. Darren Price from Rob Torrington's team, the Anglia-Saxon.
Yeah.
He messaged in to say not here due to circumstances, but hopefully we'll be there at the Hot Rod Drags with full chainmail. Well done,
Like
Darren.
you do, absolutely.
Mark Hartnell with Metal Mistress. Stunning PB earlier on, a 9:59. How about a 9:68 this time? 1:36. Tell you what, Metal Mistress really on it this weekend. And of course, Scott Collin has messaged in. He's been listening to the live feed all day long in the garage. And when I said Stuart Flitton had just run a 9.5, and then I rewound it a bit, and he messaged back and said, nearly got me.
Should have kept it going,
Yeah,
but
should
just
have
that
kept
little
it going,
bit longer,
Yeah,
mate.
Next time, mate, next time. So thanks for everybody that's been sending us messages. God, I missed this one from this morning. Dave Rose. He's not on the pod today, however, my partner Hayley Lister is. She has come down with her dad Paul. They're on the spectator bank. Any chance for a shout out? I don't know if they're still here, but if you are, well done for sticking with us all day long. It's been one of those days, but it's
If
been
you've been
so good.
listening to us all day, you need a medal.
Yeah. Right, the Bluebird goes back out, so next up it will be Supercharged Outlaws. If I look in the lanes, that's what I should be able to see. Indeed it is. Tell you what, we'll just rest the vocal cords for a moment. A tune, maybe two, from Nitro FM, and we'll take it back when it gets very, very loud indeed with the Supercharged Outlaws up next. Okay, it is time now for Supercharged Outlaws. Right, pin your ears back. We need one of the members of the NSRA to pop up to the tower, please.
Actually, best to leave it with security at the foot of the tower, if that's all right, yeah? Go on. Oh, okay, yeah, that's good. Wait, yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, because that NSA, I don't think that's his card. If you look at the...
So we're on with Supercharged Outlaws. Unfortunately for Simon Boot, with the bootlegger just been shut off after a stonking burnout. Supercharged Outlaws, sponsored by Good Vibrations. Mick Taylor, over there in the Kestrel lane. Got it?
So, Simon Boot, the bootlegger, not taking part. What a shame. Well, it gets there in the end, 9:30 at 151 miles an hour. Best win in the world, I can't say that. Okay, so the next pair coming up to line. Mr. Booth, if you want to pin your ears back, you may have misplaced something. So, Mr. Booth, please, if you're about, pop up to the tower and see us. And
we have something you'd like probably to be
something that you would really like to be
reunited with.
Yeah.
Or if you come down to, come across from Fueller's Bar where it was found, to Bankside VIP, the security down there, they'll trot up and either get us or they will let you up to see us.
Robert Booth, if you could make yourself known to us up in the tower, we can reunite you with something that you've dropped.
So, Keith Freeman with El Loco over there in the Kestrel lane. Having a good weekend. Taking on someone who's having a great weekend. Apart from the last run, unfortunately, for Gary Parks, down in the 7.4s on a regular basis. This thing runs like an absolute bandit. Supercharged big block Chevy on board. Yeah, unfortunately for Simon Booth, not going to be making that run. Not sure what the issue was. I don't think anything leaked.
Great looking run this time for Gary Parks.
Again.
That's a mid-7 all day long. 760, 161. And a 964, 144 for Keith Freeman. Right, just a quick shout out actually. As you know, we have the Crackle Fest followed by fire burnouts, and we coming into the weekend we had two cars that were probably lined up to do the fire burnouts. Very, very unfortunately, one of them damaged its engine quite badly before the car got here, so we were down to one. And the other one has had terrible problems during the day, gearbox related. So we are down to 0. So if there are any last minute people that like to do a fire burnout, please let us know, but let us know as soon as possible. Otherwise, we're not going to have any fire burnouts tonight, which will be a great day.
Cracking burnout for Merryweather in Banzai. Just thinking, have you got time to nip home and get Bruce?
I will not set that on fire because the fuel tank is right under the back end. You can Photoshop it on, but I ain't going to do it for real.
Oh, okay.
But no, seriously, folks, fire burnouts is one great part of Dragstalgia. But at the moment, the 2 cars we had lined up aren't able to partake. So if there's any last-minute people that fancy setting themselves on fire, don't worry, we'll put it out. Let us know, but let us know as soon as possible. Thanks very much indeed. Also, Kate Goddard, massive birthday celebrations for her tomorrow. Hope you have an amazing birthday. Lots of love from Ed and Laura, or Lauren. It's the paper ran out right at the end, but happy birthday to Kate Goddard. Having a big birthday tomorrow.
So, Aaron Windridge out there in the Kestrel lane. How on earth have we got Craig Evans in a Corsa in the Kestrel lane? Random moment of the weekend so far.
Yeah, very.
Well, problems for Aaron on the burnout. Something went ping off the car on the burnout. You could, Ian spotted it straight away. So it will be a bye run, unfortunately, for Ian Merryweather.
They're pushing like mad to try and get the car back behind the start line before Ian stages.
I think they're going to do it.
Yeah, I think they'll do it. Not quite.
Dave went, no, you, out the way. So Aaron gets a bird's eye view of Ian Merryweather's run. He has to sit there and watch, unfortunately. It's going to make for one weird photo. 850, yeah, 172.
Yeah, a bit of a cough and a splutter off the line, but yeah, certainly built on the speed as it went towards the stripe.
Commiserations to Aaron. That car was in the 7s on its first run of the weekend earlier on today. Oh, looks like we've got Ian Kerr and the Hellfire Hemi of Jim Tucker not far away.
Well, we can see the Thunder God team down there, so obviously it means that Des is in the lanes. Haven't seen much of Andy Park today, actually. So,
Anything of Andy Park,
yeah.
actually, come to think of it, unfortunately. So it is the Thunder God that's fired up now, by the look of it. Commiserations again to Aaron. Probably good he actually gets to cut the burnout short, because it might have been worse if he hadn't. Look at this, Des Taylor taking on Jim Usher. With the Hemi Hunter. So both of these two 7-second capable. Jim Usher has been there this weekend. Quickest run, 7:79. They're delighted with that, especially as this is the first run out for a few years for the car, ever since it was repaired. And Des Taylor not been down in the 7s yet, been pretty close, 8:13. He's run over 180 miles an hour in this car. So Jumasha with a couple of really nice runs so far this weekend. Can we have another 7-second run for the Slingshot Dragster? Or will it be the Thunder God? Well, looks like Jimmy's going to get there first with a 773. Look at that. 175. .838 at 161 that time, says Taylor. So Inca going to be taking on Jim Tucker with a Hellfire Hemi.
There's something very evil about that Alton.
It's mental looking. It's like an Alton should look, is what it is. So Jim Tucker with a Hellfire Hemi.
I'm trying to think of an analogy and I can't, but the closest I can get is like someone's bought a Gatling gun to a rock, paper, scissors game, isn't it?
It is
You know
like
what I mean?
It is like a cartoon car. Huge tyres, massive engine, tiny little body. But that's what Altons are all about. Jim Tucker with another good run going. 906 at 153 and the shootout as well. Yeah, all kinds of little niggles going on for Ian Kerr that time round. So Roy Wilding is fired and coming round. Also round the back of the tower, we have the other blown front engine car, Norm Wilden and young Mr. Charman at the wheel. Do you think Roy does burnouts like that deliberately so Holly has to run that far after him?
Probably right, actually.
Probably that, and then waits for ages and ages and ages as well, just before he starts coming back. We've got Outlaw Angliers prepping to go. Commiserations to Aaron down there with the altered. Sorry you didn't get to run, fellas. That was a stonking run and burnout earlier on. Hopefully more of the same tomorrow. But yeah, awesome stuff, Aaron, and hope you can get it fixed, most importantly. Well done. Give him a cheer, everybody. Aaron Windrich with the Tiki car down there and the fire road. So, even though we've got two cars kind of coming around together, it is going to be Roy Wilding on a bye run with a supercharged Hemi. So Roy's quickest run of the weekend is just dipping into the sevens. Car has the potential to go a lot quicker than that. Nice looking run all the way through. 772, look at the speed, 189 miles an hour. That was bizarre. Lots of noise, and even heard a tyre screech, but didn't see anything in the way of smoke. Someone just texted me, Colin.
Yeah.
Said, will my Ford Focus be all right for the 5 burnout?
Yeah.
Yeah? I said, yeah, but it might be on fire for some time.
Is that Brian Huxley?
Strangely, no. So, James Charman with... That is a small block in there. Both of the chute pins are coming out. Yeah, there's a pin in the parachutes just to make sure that they don't accidentally fall out either on the way down to the start line or during the burnout or anything like that. But then obviously before the run, the chutes need to be armed. It's a very simple mechanism. The driver pulls a lever in the cockpit. It pulls the pin in the chutes, and out they come. So, James Charman, let's see what he can do this time round. That is fantastic. Look at that. All the way through with a 7:48, 175 miles an hour. I think they're overjoyed with that. It got very, very close to the wall at the top end, but even with that car turned down, that's one of the quickest of the weekend for the Supercharged Outlaws. And that was a licensing run, I think.
Yeah.
So we just have two, sorry Colin, just have two NSA bikes, but one of them is the Impulse sidecar rolling around underneath the tower. So that's Graham Sykes over there, hoping to go forwards instead of up in the Kestrel lane. And Paul Standing with the Impulse down there. No one on the sidecar this time round. That is a talent, that is, young lady. Managed to do that and that at the same time.
Yeah,
yeah, holding that and doing that at the same time. It's very good. Oh, I'm watching it on there as well. Just to put it on there as well, just to make sure. Well, something comes off of Impulse. Oh, and a bit of smoke just around about 3:30. Mr. Marshall wanders out just past the Christmas tree, just to pick something up off the racetrack. They're going to cruise on through, and I think they're going to be the last bikes of the day. And we've got Outlaw. Your homework, aren't you? Your homework, aren't you?
I am indeed.
You're
out of the way today.
Working out the ladder for
Nostalgia Superstar.
That's the one. Any tasty matchups you found yet?
Nothing's leapt out yet, bizarrely. I've had no teammates in any of the teams racing each other in round one.
Okay, I was going to say no Williams, all Williams boys matchups or anything like that.
No, I think all the Watts a lot have avoided each other as well.
For now. That's presuming they win. So, with the time approaching, blimey, nearly 7 o'clock actually. Not far off. We've got Outlaw Anglia qualifying session. Let me just have a quick look at where we are. So, Outlaw Anglia Q4. However, this I think will be the last cars of the day. Before we do the Cacklefest, I beg your pardon, we got Julian Webb with split second, and then we got the Cacklefest at 7:30. We've obviously moved the first round of Nostalgia Superstock to tomorrow morning, which Colin is very happy about, because it means he can sit here doing his homework.
Well, I'm nearly done anyway.
Good lad. So Colin did make the announcement a little bit earlier. If your name is Mr. Booth, and you can come up and your face matches what we have of yours, then you can have it back. Mr. Robert Booth, I'm not going to give out your date of birth, but if you would like to nip up and see us in the tower, or you would please come over and see the Bankside VIP security down there, we will happily reunite you with something that you just left behind down there in the bar, or in the catering area anyway. So this will be the last qualifying classes of the day, and what a day it's been. Are you done?
Yep.
I like the big exhale of breath when you finish that. That was...
So, Ronnie Mercer, currently in the number 7 spot with an incredible 8.69 on the nitrous, obviously, for that one. And it's Paul Watson with Grumpy's Toy number 2, the Anglia. All street legal. They're just having a lot of fun here this weekend. You can see that bottle just been turned on as far as it will go with regards to the nitrous, parachute armed. So Ronnie going to be going for it on this one. See if he can go better than 8.69. And Paul Watts so far on a 12.31. 25 cars put times in Outer Anglia. Ronnie goes 8.82. Paul Watson goes 12.30. Next up then, Martin Payne, the Great Barbarian, 10th quickest on a 9.24, and it's the relentless full pop of Ben Kennedy. He's in the 10s and the number 18 spot at the moment. So Martin Payne going to get there first. Goes to 9.18. Stays put in the number 10 spot, but is his best of the weekend. Ben Kennedy stays at number 18, goes 10.50. Ginner with what we call the square burnout. It's just the way the airflow over the roof just makes that tube of smoke appear from the back of the car, and then it drifts away.
I like that phrase, square burnout car. It's good.
And coming back just as quick as he went forward.
Yeah, the fast Freddy way of reversing. And he's still going.
Going alongside Ian Tweddell with Anxious.
I see he's got a Super Pro ET number on the back of that. I can't remember the last time, if I've ever seen him actually run in Super Pro. Has he done it before? He must have done. He must have done, but I can't remember ever seeing. So Ginner in pre-stage. Well, Ginner heads for the centre line, but is still going. Wow. 8.52, 159 miles an hour for Ginner. And a 10.42 for Ian Tweddle. Nicely done, 126. So, Rob Nixon in the Auto Glim Lane going against your current #1 qualifier.
He's had a rather good weekend so far as Colin Miller. 6.98 in Q1, 7.0 in Q2. Yeah, rather good. And of course now a member of the Wrangler 6 Second Club.
Yeah, proudly putting the sticker on the back, finally. How many members of the Outlaw Wrangler 6 Second Club?
3, that's it.
Worldwide?
Worldwide. Obviously, Colin Miller, Jed Guy, and John Willard are the 3.
Had a couple of others close. John Webster's not far away either.
Right, a call out please for Cracklefest cars that are coming down to take part in that, please. A call out for our Cracklefest cars. We'd like you to start making your way down, please.
Yeah, Colin is just staged off to the side of what's being cleaned up, which is all good. So what can we do here in the Kestrel Lane? It's about this time late yesterday he ran his first ever 6-second run.
Tiny bit of tyre shake there, but Colin drove through it. 7.04.192.
They're disappointed now when they run a 7.0. 9.75.138. That time for Rob Nixon. Had the pleasure of watching Colin just disappear in the distance. I think the big difference on the run yesterday that Colin made was the lack of tyre shake, wasn't it?
Completely
that was what it was all about. It doesn't slow you down by much, but it slows you down enough at the wrong part of the racetrack just to nudge the ET backwards slightly.
Yeah, you just can't recover that part at the start, can you?
That's right. Well, if you lose, because the thing is, he lost a few hundredths to 60 foot. Well, a few hundredths to 60 foot tends to be a little more by the time you get to the top end. Not much, but it's enough. You know, when there's such fine margins, everything has to be perfect. And that was pretty much a perfect run yesterday for Colin. So Barry Woodford, I think, was his final round opponent last week.
It was, yeah.
For Barry Woodford, and Wayne Power steps up a little bit with a 10.40 at 125. I think I could see, unfortunately, Ben Rushforth down there walking around in civvies, so we might not be seeing him. I would go along with that, definitely. Ben Montgomery taking on Gary Bird. Gary's number 8 qualifier at the moment with an 8.81. Yeah, if anyone... Gone. Yeah. And so, Gary Bird with the lucky penny. If anyone fancies trying to run a 6 with an Outlaw Wrangler, John Webster's pop is still for sale.
Yeah.
He's been 7-0 with that on numerous occasions. So Gary Bird's quickest run is an 8.81. That won't be any quicker. He's backed off at the top end. Still goes 9.30.
All right, let's see what the beast can do. Simon Barlow.
So once again, if you know anybody called Robert Booth who might have lost something, we have it. Robert Booth, if you're out there, please get yourself up to the tower to be reunited with something. And if I were you, I'd hurry up, because we're all about to go outside to go out and stand down there for Cracklefest.
Yeah.
Simon Barlow with the Beast. He is currently number 4 with a 7.74. There's a lot more in that. In fact, he was one of the real favourites a few years ago to get into the 60s. He ran 7.04. There is a lot more potential in that Fordson. I must say as well, it's really, really good to see him back in Outlaw Anglia competition as well. That's the real good thing.
Carl Harrison's sort of going, send it.
That's the one. I was just going to say the same thing. Or get out of my sight, one of the two. He's up alongside Luke Hoskins. So, Simon Barlow, ready to go.
Going to be a solo for Simon as well. Unfortunately, Luke being pushed back.
That looks a little bit quicker. It would still be a 7, but it's a 7.68 at 183. Shoots out towards the end of the shutdown area, but slowly, surely. Catchy monkey. That's the one.
I like that. Carl is smiling big time because every run it seems they've got a plan. I don't know. They're up to something. But the car is working really, really well at the moment. It's just getting quicker and quicker on each run.
I did see.
Excellent to see. Okay, so Simon Barlow, 768, 183.
So we have the last few Outlaw Anglias. We then have the split second jet dragster. Bit of a track check going on at the top end. Wow.
What a day.
You bet.
Hands up those who've got pod face.
Blooming.
Oh, sorry, didn't mean to be that many. Oh dear.
Only everybody, I think, is the answer to that one.
Okay, Mark Bracking. And Spencer Tidswell. Finally got his name up on the screen now. I really don't want to steal any of Mark Bracking's thunder, but I am still a bit dubious about that 964. But if it is 100%, Mark, incredible. Actually, fact, Mark Bracking is an absolute, well, he's a star, that bloke. He helped me out with something that I thought I'd never. Spencer Tidswell, my goodness me. Kept it away from the wall. That's launched left. Mark Bracking, 10.26, 131. And Spencer Tidswell goes through the 14.66, but that really did hook up and launch left.
I've got to show you that. Look at that, that's fantastic. Sorry, got back to the pits and forgot to take out the camping gear that was behind the driver's seat.
Oh, message of the day.
Professional to the nth. So Gary Hill with the hopping popping. Taking on Shane Bird. Two immaculately turned out little anglers. Don't look. So, Barry Hill goes 978, 136, and a 13.38 at 97 for Shane Bird. They stay 13 at 25. Excuse me.
All right, so Barn Levy down there. And that Barnstorm going brilliantly, 9.12 so far. Luke Hoskins, another attempt. 9.48 his current marker.
Not only that, I don't want to put the mockers on it for Barn, but the straightest amount of runs I've seen ever from this Ford.
Yeah.
So Luke Hoskins and Barnaby Levy. Good looking run in both lanes. Barn goes in the eights.
Wow.
888, 146 miles an hour. Outstanding. Another member of the 8-second club. 961 for Luke Hoskins. Wasn't hanging about 139, but that was all about Barnaby Levy. He's been trying to do that for a long time. Congratulations, sir. They look delighted, as they should be.
Well, not only that, that was a proper burnout from Lee Taylor, who's here with the Outlaw. Sounding much stronger than his previous two appearances. So that'll be so good to see Lee get a full pass in here. But as I say, it's still getting used to it. It's a brand new build.
It's a really well turned out machine.
Oh, it's
and
beautiful.
As soon as he starts getting the getting to grips with it, not the hang of it, that's the wrong thing to say. Getting to grips with it, yeah. That's it. Moved him over a little bit, roughly to the middle. It's all right. He's not going to be racing a transit van. Pretty good going. Fresh out of the box goes 11.27 at 1:04. Congratulations, gentlemen, everybody involved. It looks the part, and it will go like it too very soon. So the last actual quarter-mile run we're going to be seeing before we get to the Crackle Fest. We're actually just very close to wrapping up the day here at Dragstalgia. We are only about 15 minutes away from the Crackle Fest, and before we get there, we've got Julian Webb. Come on.
Yeah, just to let everybody know, unfortunately, the two cars that we did have lined up for fire burnouts tonight unable to take part. One was broken during the week during an engine start-up at base. So commiseration to Dave Nelson. I know he's desperate to take part in that once again. And then one of the Wild Bunch cars that was hoping to do it this weekend, the Tight Fit Dragster, has done it before as well. But unfortunately, transmission issues, and the car has basically broken, so unable to take part. And with such short notice, and obviously everybody else concentrate on the racing, we don't have any fire burnouts tonight, but we will have, I can imagine, quite an enormous Crackle Fest. So the Crackle cars, we've already called them. If we can give them another call out, please. So the Crackle Fest cars, if you can make your way down into the pairing lanes, please. Thank you very much indeed. So Julian Webb back, how can I say this, back in his old car with the split second. He has had a new car built by Hauser Race Cars. Actually, Scott Hauser did most of the fabrication work on that. A lot of input from Martin Hill from the Fire Force team. And the new Spider-Man dragster is what Julian is planning his future with. But this weekend, it's a split second.
So let's see what hairdo Josie comes out with this time. What do you reckon? I reckon completely windswept goddess. But fingers crossed, that'll be good. In case you're wondering who I'm talking about, everybody watching on the live stream owes Josie a huge debt of thanks. She is the one that wanders around the start line the majority of the time with the roving drone to get all those fantastic shots that you see on the live stream, and gets absolutely covered in rubber and everything else in the process. She still manages to look fabulous doing it, of course. Is that actually, I've always been meaning to ask, where that little tassel is billowing around, is that a relief valve? Could be. So good luck to Julian and Josie's hair. And Josie cops the lot again. Well done, that young lady. Julian goes through with a 678 at 227 miles an hour. Congratulations to the whole split second team. And our intrepid camera lady down there on the live stream. Yeah, that was a bit much that time. It was, okay. Probably a bit warm as well. So, anyway, Colin.
Yeah, it gives us about 10 to 15 minutes to gather all of our Cracklefest cars. There's going to be quite a few of them coming down this evening. So, a chance for us to take a breather. We'll wander down with the radio mics as well, of course. And
big cheer for the split second team, everybody.
There they go, yep. So, yeah, that is the end of our on-track action, apart from the Cracklefest that will be coming very shortly indeed. Don't disappear too far, as it's going to be quite a good Cracklefest this evening. Looking forward to it.
Indeed. Well, after what Turbo said earlier on, we've got his car, we've got yesterday, he's pushing down as well.
Yeah.
We've got yesterday's dreams with Bill Sherratt, we've got a number of other vehicles coming out here to make some noise for your viewing pleasure.
Yes.
And also, we have our evening, just quickly, our evening entertainment, just run through what that is as well. That actually kicks off very, very shortly after racing finishes.
The Vintage Hub. You have, well, just about finishing off. Yeah, the Bad Rats are on there at the moment. 8:15 till 9:15 tonight. You've got Jimmy and the Hound, and then 9:45 till 11 o'clock. Hayseed Dixie. You really want to check them out because they're a really, really good group. If you've had a look at them online, and some of the stuff they'll be playing is like rock and like sort of normal music, but with their twist on it.
Which is very good.
And it is excellent. So, yeah, Hayseed Dixie.
And they're actually over from the US to play for you as
especially.
Well. Yeah, come
so,
all the way
yeah,
over.
really, really good. You got Junko Shakers in Fueler's Bar at 9:30 and also at 11 o'clock. Fueler's Bar doesn't close until 1 in the morning. So,
my goodness me.
That's going to be pretty good.
Especially after a day sitting in the sun, that's just what you need, isn't it?
It does.
Blimey, the bar staying open until 1 o'clock in the morning. Goodness gracious me. Oh.
So we're going to hand over the airwaves to Nitro FM 96.2. Darren and I are going to go for a little wander with our radio mics, and the next time you hear from us, we'll be bringing some crackle cars to the start line. We will catch up with you, and you'll be able to see both of us. Oh dear, never mind. But more importantly, you'll see the crackle cars. We'll see you soon.
1, 2. Okay, so our Crackle cars are making their way up to the line now. And quite a few cars are going to be coming around the corner. And good to see some of different cars coming out this evening as well. As I said, we imagine there's going to be quite a few of them here this weekend. From the Gasser Circus. Look at this. And Jason Pickett has brought the 55 Chevy down. And also the Rocket has made its way down to the start line as well. And then, of course, he just wants to get the cool photographs as well, doesn't he? I don't blame him. How you doing, Jace? How you doing, Jace? How's your weekend going? You enjoying yourself? Dragstalgia, great event, isn't it?
Loving it. Brilliant. The best event.
It just says everything about this sport, doesn't it? Great people, great weather, that really helps, and great times. Car's going well as well, isn't it?
Very well.
Happy man indeed. And talking about happy men, let's just go and have a chat with Simon. Simon, how are we doing, mate? I mean, the car is going great guns, and you're in the 10s as well. I mean, it's happy days, isn't it?
10-second street car, you know what I mean?
Oh, I do actually, funny enough, yeah.
Yeah, I'm over the moon with the car, especially because it's performing well. The only thing is I need to sort myself out. I'm not a good enough driver yet. I need a bit more practice. But yeah, 10-second car. Apparently it's done a couple of wheelies. The photographer ran over and told me that. So I've got a 10-second street car that does wheelies. I'm having the time of my life.
Good stuff, mate. And I'll tell you what, I think you and I should line up one day. That'll be good fun. Great stuff. Simon Press there. Obviously, we are going to see quite a lot of Wild Bunch cars. Brad Cooper into the 10s this weekend. Yes! Unbelievable performances from Brad. He's absolutely flying. The Earthquake Machine Long Distance Award. Absolutely brilliant for them. And so I don't know how far this line is going to stretch this weekend. But the antique toy, I mean, it just screams nostalgia. It really does. And Ellie's in trouble now. One of the best race cars. Oh, we finally meet Ellie. Oh, my goodness me. Ellie, are you still in trouble, or have we finished all the, what's the word, the learning, I think it was, because it was your university fund that went in that car, wasn't it?
I think so. I'm still in trouble sometimes.
Oh, yeah, but we don't want to talk about that trouble. We're talking about your educational trouble.
I'm not in education anymore. I'm working full-time now.
Good stuff. Well, it's finally great to meet the name behind the car. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Ellie from the Ellie's in Trouble team. Nice to actually put a face to the name. Now, Daryl's appeared down here as well. Let's have a wander around. I think Al's just jumped into the car. I wanted to have a word with Alan, but I'll catch up with him afterwards. How you doing, Pete? Good to see you, buddy. He's got the full mask on, so I'll catch up with you a little bit later on. But good to see him. And, of course, Robert Brown with Rebel. How you doing, Rob? This brings back special memories, doesn't it? Me coming up with a microphone and certain things that have happened in the past. How long ago was the proposal? Yeah. So I know you've bought a house, but I mean you've been engaged 3 years now. Have we set a date? Have we got a date set yet? No, the thing is though, both of you think that. Both of you think the car's more important. So lovely job. Of course, Rob and Hayley got engaged here 3 years ago. A brilliant moment. Another one of the Wild Bunch. Rich, how are you? Good to see. Oh, you're Rich. Okay. Come to do the Crackle Fest. Great to see you. But how are you enjoying the Wild Bunch then?
Fantastic. Absolutely brilliant fun. I'm glad everybody's here to watch this. And of course, this is probably the only Ken Cooper car still running. This is 75, and Ken's here. So you'll speak to him in a minute.
It's all very, very special, isn't it? Well done. It's great to see another addition into the Wild Bunch.
And how about this young man that's sat inside this car? He started his career in junior dragster. I remember that junior dragster very, very well indeed when some adults were getting in that car and driving it. But he left the junior dragster scene. He joined Runefield Motorsport, working on top fuel cars. And when he has a little bit of time off, which isn't much, he's built this car. He bought it as a roller and then literally changed everything. But Ian is on the outside. So Ian, how proud are you of what that lad has achieved and what he's carrying on to?
No words, man. No words. Just to see the smile on his face when we got to the top after a 15. When we run a 10 tomorrow, yeah, that'll be worth every single ounce of blood and sweat and tears and money and everything else that's gone into it.
Good stuff, mate. Rory, well done, mate. It is so good to see you behind the wheel of a car once again. But don't give up on the other stuff that you do up here at the pod, because you are part of the European record-holding top fuel team. Moving on up, still got more cars coming down, and it is great to see. How are you doing, Roy? Really good to see you.
Very well, mate. Thank you.
I did put the message out that you gave me earlier on. That was all read out for your super team that I know you wouldn't be doing this sport without their help.
Without a shadow of a doubt. They're working up there now, ready for tomorrow. Can't thank them enough, really. But as you well know, I'm involved with a lot of these nostalgia cars, and so that's why I'm out here this evening. But yeah, hats off to my three guys who are working hard up the pits for me. It used to be me doing all the work. Now they just tell me to clear off and come back when it's fixed. We're just doing routine maintenance for tomorrow. And we're still striving for that 200 mile an hour in the 6 second on a small supercharger. I could do it by taking my big blower off me altered, but I refuse to do it. Mark refuses to do it. We know it's in there. Track's been a bit sort of skiddy for me today. If we can get the temperature down a bit and the air quality down, or quality right tomorrow, I think if I'm going to do it, it's going to be at this meeting.
Well, I wish you all the best to do that. Roy, for all of the work that you do on all of these cars, not just your own, I know you never, ever stop. So, Roy, I'll shake your hand, mate, because you're an absolute star. Keith Crampton in the Saltown Shaker, going quicker than ever these days. A brilliant, brilliant year for him. The car is looking absolutely beautiful. A new car to the ranks. Oh, the Wild Bunch, certainly not a new driver, though. And he's all proper nostalgia in there. Chasing Time. Beautiful looking car. It really is stunning. And of course, the paint, very much sort of a throwback to the Cheap Thrills Dragster. I think it was the same paint, isn't it? Very, very similar, but looking good. Okay, so Brandy Cooper's back from the past. And Ken, where on earth have these 10-second passes come from?
A gear change, basically, and a fresh set of tyres. Yeah, because we try to keep it period, and we've always run remould Pie-Cross slicks, which with no traction, but the car looked great. So Brad was getting a bit fed up. I said, let's go as quick as we can. So got some modern slicks on it this weekend, and also a ratio change, and now it's pulling wheels. It's starting to run, so we're very happy.
But that was a staggering leap in performance this weekend, from the 11s into 10. And I know Brad, again, he's all strapped in the car with his breathers on and everything. But Brad, that was a real moment, because obviously I know you very, very well. You're a great transmission guy and all-round good bloke as well. But to run those numbers, absolutely fantastic.
90 years old this year, this engine.
How old? 90
years old. 1932 it was born. It's,
and it's still the flathead. It's just, that is even more amazing than putting slicks on it and that. Oh, Ken, absolutely brilliant. Well done, gang. Thanks ever so much indeed. There's still, I think we got most of the cars down here now that are going to be taking part. As we look at the rest of them, we'll catch up with them in a moment. I don't think we are that far away from getting them all started. I'm just going to check in with James.
We also have 70 years old on Wednesday, Mr. Bill Sherratt, in yesterday's dreams down there at the head of the queue. Also, just want to wish a happy stag do to Mr. Rob Pugh, who is on the banking somewhere. Rob, can you jump up and down in whatever outfit you're in? Good effort, well done. Anyway, Rob Pugh, happy stag weekend. We're just waiting for the last cars to be ready. I think Turbo is up there. If you look towards the finish line, you can see the slingshot up there ready to go as well. The engine in that car, as he explained earlier on today, is the engine from Dennis Priddle's world record holding Mr. Revell car 604 that ran many, many years ago.
Okay, drivers that are ready for the Cacklefest, do not start your cars until you see me give you the signal. We're going to be bringing the car down from the top end. When that joins in and I am giving the signal, I will tell you all to fire up.
Why do you get to give the signal? Oi, why do you get to give the signal? How is that in any way fair?
I can't hear you.
All right, I'm only kidding. It's all right, don't worry about it.
Right, okay, I think we're ready. So, from the top end, we're going to see Ian Turbeville come down, be pushed down, and then that car will push start in the old Fire Up Road. And then, of course, once he joins in next to Bill, we will give the signal from everybody else to fire up. So we're just waiting to see movement at the top end. I can hear it. This is the hush before the noise. It really is. But we really do hope you have had an awesome day here at Dragstalgia. The weather has been absolutely outstanding. The on-track action has been outstanding. The teams have performed superbly. And you, ladies and gentlemen, have experienced some of the, not only the nicest weather, but it's just everybody having a fantastic time here at Dragstalgia. One of the best events of the year, if not the best. But as I say, we're just waiting for the top end to make it the way down. So making their way down, you can hear the engine cackling as it comes down.
And that sound is the sound of the 604 engine from Mr. Rebel, Dennis Priddle's top fuel car, world record top fuel car from the 70s. In Turboville at the wheel. Give him a big cheer as he comes past.
So Ian Turbeville making his turn on to the track. Fortunately, he's got the turning circle to get round. There or thereabouts. Yeah. So he's going to be coming into position. Okay, start them up, folks. Start them up.
Well, the equivalent of a nitro burn down there for the man who's about to be 70 this week, Mr. Bill Sherratt. Everybody in our Cackle Fest, absolutely outstanding show, everybody. I know some people who absolutely loving being involved in this. Colin, are you going to get some words with the birthday boy? Yeah, that's the sort of thing you want to go forever. But, yeah, go on, you can get out of the car. So, did we all enjoy that, everybody? I think we all did. That was absolutely spectacular. Well, just wait till he gets his helmet off, Colin. You have a quick word with the man himself, Mr. Bill Sherratt.
Well, I'll tell you what, if he had an extended range fuel tank in the car, he would have used it all the way through. Come on, let's hear it for Bill. Oh, my goodness me. Bill, I think that's the longest time I've ever seen a Cackle car run, especially a car like this.
Well, that's how we set it up to run. I'd like to tell everyone that this mask is a mask that Alan Herridge gave me when I first went to Funny Car when we were both driving for Roy Phelps.
Oh, wow, that is so special. And I tell you what, that is something that's going to stay with you forever, isn't it?
Forever, but it's a chance with the Cackle car to actually use it and make it look real together with a golden helmet.
Oh, special. Now then, a little birdie tells me that you're going to be celebrating a birthday in a few days, aren't you?
Well, yeah, I am going to be celebrating a birthday in a few days, yep.
We've actually found one person that's a little bit older than you next door because he was his birthday last week. But I'll tell you what, from everybody here at Santa Pod Raceway, I know it's a big birthday next week, celebrating. Can I say the number?
You can.
Okay. It's 70 years that Bill has been on this planet. And I tell you what, I don't really how many of those years you've been involved with the world of drag racing, but for every single one of those years, a huge, huge thank you.
Thanks very much, everyone. Yeah, I drove the Cannonball car, which is here this weekend. After Don Prudhomme left, we renamed it Cannonball, and that was either 80 or 81, I think it was. And we had the good fortune to win the race as well. So that was the icing on the cake.
Well, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please raise the roof once again for Mr. Bill Sherratt. Well done.
I've just got to say one thing. Only a Yorkshireman can sit in a top fuel car with a full fire suit on and a pair of shoes. Fantastic.
Pair of Oxfords.
And they're pretty good as well. Well done, Bill.
All right, folks, and to all of our Crackle cars this evening, massive, massive thanks to you all. I'll tell you what, it's going to be barbecue o'clock now. It's beer o'clock. It's festival o'clock. I hope you all have a fantastic evening. I must apologise, we don't have any fire burnout cars this evening, but the two cars that we did have lined up are unfortunately unable to take part, and it's a little bit late to start setting this lot on fire. But please, folks, have a fantastic evening. Thank you all for coming along and making Dragstalgia such a special event. And we will see you tomorrow. Enjoy your evening.